deep in the heart of a frozen city. The whole grid was down, swallowed by a massive blackout. Some gutsy reporter, braving the biting cold, gripped a frost-covered mic, telling the world that temperatures were gonna keep plummeting nonstop, even though we were screwed. He tried to hype us up, swearing the government hadn't bailed on us, and that, if we stuck together, we could survive this insane crisis. But then, no way, his message got tragically cut off. An ice-covered plane, falling out of the sky, crash-landed right on top of the reporter and his crew. Boom. One guy was watching this last broadcast on a screen that was practically a block of ice. That doomed image was the last thing he saw before the signal died into static, leaving the city in total silence. Inside Fenn's room, our main character, it looked like someone who had fought hard, but finally gave up. Leftover rations scattered everywhere, boxes of junk, and a total mess showed his will to survive was fading. Outside, a desperate scream ripped through the silence, calling his name. After a long pause, Fenn decided to get up, moving slow. He grabbed a steel bat modded with nails, still stained with dried blood, and headed for the door. His figure, wrapped in a thick winter coat that barely blocked the extreme cold, cast a worn-out shadow. Cautiously, Fenn peeked through the peephole. On the other side was a girl he knew way too well, even from before the world froze over. Her skin was red from the cold, and she was visibly shaking under a heavy coat. Seeing her, Fenn opened the door, blushing a bit. It was Gina. He didn't get how she made it to him, but seeing her totally threw him off. Still holding the bat, he invited her in, offering shelter from the freezing hell outside. Before he could even process it, Gina shoved the door open with insane strength and threw herself at him. In a split second, she was hugging and kissing him with overwhelming intensity. Her hat hit the floor as the heat of the moment took over. Fenn, totally shocked, didn't back away. When they finally broke apart, both were panting, a thin string of saliva connecting their lips. The world was ending. But there they were, surrounded by the echoes of chaos. Fenn, still dazed by what just went down, pulled away immediately, breathing hard with his heart racing, his eyes full of confusion and questions. Met Gina's, who had tears streaming down her face. She let out a truth that felt like it had been trapped for way too long. She confessed she finally realized he was the guy she had always loved, the only one who should have been by her side. In these dark days, trying to prove she wasn't lying, she gently took Fenn's hands and placed them on her chest. Her heart was pounding like crazy, speaking for her. Undeniable proof her feelings were real. She promised him, sounding almost desperate, that she'd do whatever it took for them to be together, no matter the obstacles. Fenn, caught in the storm of emotions her words unleashed, felt his logic fading away. The intensity of the moment totally consumed him. And as he looked at Gina, she softly caressed his face. He knew there was no turning back, even as he tried to claw back some logic, reminding himself the apartment hallway wasn't the place to lose control. Gina stopped him. Her look said it all. Stop thinking. Just forget the logic and let yourself feel. So he did. Eyes closed, lost in the moment, letting her words and the warmth of her hands take over. But that peace shattered. The door burst open. Bang! A stranger stood there, blocking the way. Danger hit instantly, before Fenn could even move. Wham! The guy smashed him. Brutal impact. Crack. His skull caved in with just one hit. He dropped, blood everywhere, spreading fast, freezing on the cold floor. Dead silence. Heavy, broken only by Gina's ragged breathing. She looked shocked, like she couldn't believe it. But the guy, her partner in crime, zero mercy. Fenn lay there, dying. He saw it all, crystal clear, body paralyzed, but his mind screamed in horror. No way. She was in on it. Every look, every move they made, it was like a knife twisting in his gut. Pain and heartbreak collided. The cold numbing him was nothing compared to the rage burning inside. In his final seconds, as everything went black, He made a vow. If there's an afterlife, he'd never be a fool for love again. Then, in the pitch black, lights flickered, tiny at first, then growing, getting huge, blinding, swallowing him whole. Fen watched, confused. As the warmth pierced the dark, what is this? His arm moved on its own, reaching for the light. Then he saw it. His skin. It was see-through, ghostly, like he wasn't even flesh and blood anymore, just pure energy. Then, the gold light shifted. Deep red, burning crimson everywhere. Fen felt his body, or whatever was left of him, ripping apart. Insane pain tore through him, like being crushed from the inside out. Seriously, nothing ever goes right. Even when I'm dead. The red consumed him. A scream ripped from his throat. Gasp. He shot up in bed, cold sweat soaking him, panting, screaming, like a nightmare was chasing him, shaking all over. The pain still felt real. Too real. Total confusion. Then the memories hit, flooding back. He died, ambushed by his own greed, betrayed when he was weakest. But he was here, warm in his bed, sun shining through the window. He looked around, stunned. Everything was clean, perfect. Fresh air filled the room. He yanked the curtains open and saw a beautiful view of his neighborhood. It took him a sec to process it. The apocalypse, the betrayal, that bone-chilling cold. It all felt like a lifetime ago. But it was way too real to just be some nightmare. He checked the date on his calendar. It was the morning of June 28th, and if he remembered right, the Ice Age apocalypse was supposed to start on July 15th. He died in a brutal ambush, but now he was alive. He had a half-month head start before civilization collapsed. While he was trying to figure out what the hell happened, he noticed something weird about his body. A faint light was wrapping around his right hand. It was warm, steady, but totally unexplainable. At first, he thought he was seeing things or just groggy from sleep, but the light stayed there, persistent. Standing on the balcony, lost in thought, a sudden sneeze snapped him out of it. Wiping his nose, he realized the light on his hand had changed. It turned a vibrant green. Confusion turned to straight-up panic when his hand started stretching right before his eyes. Bones, muscles, skin, everything was stretching unnaturally. It defied all logic, shaking with fear. Fen bolted for his room and slammed the balcony door shut. Like that would actually protect him from the unknown. He was breathing hard. But when he looked at his hand, it seemed back to normal. But that green light was still there. Vibrant. Persistent. Like a warning. As he watched, equal parts fascinated and horrified, thin beams of light started shooting out of his palm, projecting into the air. This situation was beyond any rational explanation. He wondered how science could even explain something like this. And just when he thought things were settling down, he noticed his hand shrinking slowly, like something was draining energy from it, trying to wrap his head around it. He sat on the couch, but a wave of exhaustion hit him out of nowhere. He'd only run inside, yet he felt like he'd just climbed a mountain. Frustrated, he started waving his arms around, hoping the movement would reveal something about that light. Then he remembered the manga stories he used to obsess over. In those stories, the MC gets reborn just like him and always gets some overpowered ability. He wondered if this was his moment. Curious, he went to the kitchen and grabbed his sharpest knife, raising it with hope, like the green light would magically react. But nothing happened. After a few minutes of waiting for nothing, Fen scratched his head, feeling kinda ridiculous. The green light didn't do anything cool with the knife, and he was still just an average guy. At least for now. Then, something more urgent grabbed his attention. Hunger. His stomach was growling, louder than he'd ever felt before. Knowing how unprepared his past self was, he checked the fridge, but found it almost empty. As always, there was nothing decent to eat, which made his situation even more desperate. Then, his eyes landed on the living room, where a clear jar held a few roasted soybeans. Without thinking, he grabbed one with his right hand, completely ignoring the weird light wrapping around it. His need for food was so strong he didn't have room to think about what he was doing, but just as the bean touched his tongue, something totally unexpected happened. Smoke exploded in front of his face, covering his upper body in a thick fog. As he chewed, Fen felt something weird in his mouth. The roasted bean had started to sprout, a stem was coming out between his lips, and he could feel roots spreading over his tongue. Shocked, he pulled the stalk out of his mouth and stared at it in total disbelief. That earthy taste was unmistakable, like he'd just bitten straight into a fresh sprout. This was, without a doubt, one of the weirdest things that had happened to him lately, which was saying a lot, considering he literally just came back from the dead. But the craziest part, his hunger was completely gone. It was like that explosion of smoke and this weird sprout actually filled the void in his stomach. He looked down at his right hand and noticed the green light had faded away. Maybe, somehow, it was all connected to what just happened with that bean. Curious, he grabbed the sprouted stalk and pulled off a pod. When he cracked it open, he found a single, fresh, ordinary, just a normal seed, but still super confusing. He wondered if this was his new power. He had no clue what kind of skill this was or how to use it. But he knew he had to look into it later, even with a million questions flooding his mind. Ben knew he couldn't afford to waste time. Standing around thinking wasn't an option. He still had to prep before the world collapsed. For the first time in ages, he stepped out of his apartment, feeling the warm sun on his skin and listening to the birds singing. Ben walked through the crowd, packing the streets of the shopping district. His mind was a total mess of confused thoughts. That red light that used to wrap around his hand, it had turned into this erratic green glow now, shrinking and expanding unpredictably. It wasn't just messing with his body, racing his heart, and draining his energy, but it also showed a weird side effect. It actually made a soybean sprout grow right out of his mouth like a living stalk. As he headed toward his destination, he eyed his right hand suspiciously. He wondered what kind of power he'd actually unlocked. And even creepier, why was it given to him? In the middle of his dazed walk to a familiar, sweet voice broke into his thoughts, calling his name. It was a voice that used to make him melt completely. But now, it just triggered this unbearable rage inside him. Ben turned around, confused at first, to see who was calling him. Then he saw her. Gina. There she was, smiling wide with her flawless makeup, a picture of perfection hiding her rotten nature. Her face hadn't changed a bit. And yet, now he only saw the face of his killer. With a casual tone, she asked if he was shopping too, using her old tricks to look cute. Like destiny had conspired to make them meet right there. The presence of Gina hit him like a punch to the gut. He hadn't had time to process everything that happened yet, but seeing her right there in the middle of the street brought back all the bitterness he felt right up to his last breath. Gina, once the goddess of his dreams, was now just a symbol of everything he endured and lost. For 3 long years, Ben had been such a fool, trying to make her happy no matter what. He was never anything more than a resource to her, an ATM she went to whenever she needed cash. She used him and threw him away without mercy. A flood of memories washed over him. Every moment of humiliation and hopelessness he lived through because of her. He knew she was the reason for his downfall, and she almost destroyed him completely. Ben pinched himself hard to calm down. Now wasn't the time for revenge. For now, he had to focus on the essentials, making sure he got supplies before the world fell back into that frozen chaos. Gina strolled up like nothing had happened and waved a hand right in front of his face, faking concern. She asked in that sickly sweet voice why he was zoning out. Fen shoved down the rage boiling inside him and plastered on a fake smile. He apologized for spacing out and dropped a compliment about how stunning she looked today. There was something almost hypnotic about her vibe, a glow that made him pause for a split second. Ridiculous. Gina let out a flirty laugh. She teased that this smooth talk was new for him while striking her cutest pose. Then, acting totally natural, she suggested they go shopping together, acting like their meeting was destiny or something. But Fen, he was done. He couldn't stand being near her without exploding. So he shut her down with a quick excuse. He apologized but made it crystal clear he wasn't going anywhere with her. Gina froze. No way. She couldn't process the rejection. This wasn't part of the plan. She expected to milk this gullible simp dry. Just like always. As he walked away, he thought about how manipulative she was. In the past, he would have fallen for it instantly. But things were different now. He learned his lesson, determined. He headed straight for the Wilmar shopping center. That was his real target. This massive supermarket. It was the biggest, most stocked place in the eastern region. A total strategic location, he knew in the last timeline. This place was stripped clean, the second the Ice Age hit. Nobody ever found out who raided the shelves back then. With that in mind, Fen started loading his cart with essentials. He moved like a machine, grabbing everything useful before civilization collapsed under the weight of the apocalypse. As he blitzed through the aisles, his brain was working overtime. He was checking survival forums and noting the MVP items: food, winter gear, meds, tools, fuel, transport, and even weapons. But there was a massive problem looming. His bank balance was pathetic, only 15,000 yuan. That's barely over $2,000. No way that's enough to survive. He needed way more cash to pull this off. Suddenly, a notification popped up on his phone screen, like a sign from the universe. It was a message from Money Jar Loans. They congratulated him on being approved for a loan of up to $23,000. A light bulb went off in his head. Who cares about paying it back? Society is about to crash. So debt won't matter. He remembered all those loan apps, the ones with zero requirements that approve anyone desperate enough. They were totally predatory. But right now, they were the perfect solution. Once the apocalypse hits full swing, that debt is worth zero. Meanwhile, back on the commercial street, a girl kicked an empty soda can. Looking totally frustrated, she looked so done with everything. It was Gina, and she was clearly having a bad day. Her eyes were practically shooting venom. She couldn't believe it. One of her simps actually dared to reject her. No way. Especially after she spent forever getting ready just to be worshipped. Her usual rage got cut short when a loud honk snapped her out of it. When she turned around, she saw a brand new truck. Pristine, shiny, like it just rolled off the lot. The ride pulled up right in front of her. No way. Fen was behind the wheel. He rolled down the window to say hi. Just happened to bump into her during her walk. Of pure frustration. That truck and its premium look wiped away any grudge Gina was holding onto. Her mind, always chasing the bag, only saw luxury, fresh leather, and the smell of money. Fen got out of the car, totally chill. When she asked if it was his, he nodded with a smile. Said he bought it just this morning, making up some wild story about how his dad, a big-shot businessman in the States, sent him some cash. And he just got back from the airport. Hearing that, Gina's face changed instantly. The chance to hook up with a rich guy was enough to hype her up again. She took a deep breath, fixing her attitude, and put on her best act. With a shaky voice, she started apologizing for asking him to go shopping, without thinking about how busy he must be with important stuff. Then came the crocodile tears. Perfectly timed. She mumbled that she was scared he was ditching her as a friend, because he was so cold earlier. Fen watched her little show, smiling inside. Even though this act would have totally fooled him in the past, now things were different. Suddenly, he grabbed her by the waist, pulling her close while gently lifting her chin, forcing her to look him in the eye. Gina was stunned. She never imagined Fen, usually so tame and predictable, could be this bold. Keeping his cool, he whispered words full of hidden meaning. He promised he'd never leave her, that she meant too much to him to do something that cruel. For a split second, a smirk crossed his face, but he quickly hid it with a sweet, sincere look, like he was giving his own Oscar-worthy performance. Gina, totally thrown off, admitted Fen was special to her too, trying to regain control. She asked him to grab lunch and see a movie, hoping to lock him down. But before she could get an answer, Fen slipped away, leaving Gina talking to herself. Her confession, so carefully crafted, was just wasted on thin air. She looked around and spotted him in the back of the truck, stacking boxes and joking about how busy he was with his shopping and his tight schedule. Gina stood there, confused and speechless, while Fen just kept working. Gina, sticking to her sweet girl act, kept up the performance perfectly. She asked with fake curiosity why Fen bought so much stuff, keeping his cool facade. He replied with a chill smile, said it was nothing special, just some stuff he liked. Gina's frustration spiked as she felt her control slipping away. Then, as a final touch, Fen happily added a perfectly crafted lie. He'd bought a gift for her too. With a mix of resignation and false hope, Gina waved goodbye. She acted all sweet and headed home, totally convinced she was gonna get that so-called gift. But the second she turned around, a sly grin crept onto Fen's face. He played his cards perfectly. He loved having total control over this whole mess. Gina actually thought she was the one manipulating him. Joke's on her, he was having a blast. She'd never in a million years guess what he was really up to. Fen knew his little stash of supplies was do or die for the coming frozen apocalypse. When everything goes to hell, he was sure even Gina would have to wait her turn, just like everybody else. June 29th hit way too fast. The countdown had officially started. Fen knew July 15th was when the world would flip upside down. The snow would start falling nonstop. In just a few weeks, temperatures would crash all the way down to -20 degrees Celsius. His number one priority: get fully prepped before society completely fell apart. Step 1 of the master plan: stockpile tons of packaged food, sealed tight to keep people from getting suspicious. Keeping it low-key was critical. His neighbors couldn't know a thing. Every single night, he moved the most important supplies under the cover of darkness, making sure no one saw him. He also prepped for the inevitable power grid collapse. He grabbed a heavy-duty generator, plus enough fuel to keep that bad boy running for at least a year. But power wasn't enough. If the heating system failed, he was dead meat. He hired pros to mod his house, installing an independent heat source and reinforcing the doors and windows. With an empty room converted into a warehouse and everything organized, Fen finally felt a second of relief. Finally, when he ticked off the last item on his survival list, it was already July 14th. Only one day left before the chaos kicked in. With all the gear under control, it was time to face the last and weirdest challenge. Understanding and mastering his mysterious ability, Fen whipped up a home-cooked meal with soy as the main ingredient. While thinking hard about surviving this incoming frozen apocalypse, he knew just relying on stockpiled supplies wouldn't cut it. But he had a potential fix: his mysterious power to manipulate plants. He didn't fully get how it worked yet, but that skill could be the key to securing a forever food supply. The food he cooked was special. The beans he used, they were created from a single toasted snack using his power. He tried a bunch of hand signs and methods, but activating the ability was still totally random. Still, he decided to run a risky test. He had to make sure the food made with his power was safe to eat. Carefully, he tasted half the plate of beans, and the soy milk he made too. Huge relief. It was all edible. While he chewed, he felt relieved and hopeful. His ability didn't just spawn food, it was actually safe to eat. This discovery gave him a massive edge in his fight to survive the future apocalypse. The next step was going to be trickier. He needed to understand how to trigger those red and green lights that popped up when he used it. He needed to master his power and keep it under control. Up until now, he'd only messed with soybeans, but he wanted to go bigger. With renewed hype, Fen raided his freshly stocked fridge and grabbed a bunch of stuff to test. The grind was intense, lasting from noon all the way to sundown. He didn't realize he was redlining his body. When he finally woke up, he was holding a massive broccoli in his right hand. No way. Ignoring the total mess in the kitchen, while a splitting headache reminded him of the cost. This ability is OP, but it demands a heavy price, physically and mentally. Before he blacked out, Fen had tried spamming his power on different plants. Some tries were total fails, like the potatoes that ignored the green light. but others the soy and wheat sprouted and grew like crazy. Though some glitches caused mini explosions in his hands. Boom! Those inedible plants turned into this weird black gunk. Kinda like coal, but special. Scary at first. But those blasts were a blessing in disguise. These black orbs could be used as serious fuel for a future where the cold is the main enemy. That was a huge relief. Fen, with his survival mode on, started seeing these fails as bonus loot. Despite the risks, he kept grinding. The key, he figured, was balancing his focus and the skill activation. When he got to the new seeds, he chilled out and focused on his breathing. After zoning in for a few minutes, Fen leveled up his experiment. A giant broccoli popped up in his hand right before his body, shut down from exhaustion. Slumped on the kitchen tiles. Luckily, the fall wasn't bad. But he realized something huge. Activating his skill was linked to his mind. He just had to enter a Zen state to unlock the power. Fen realized he had to visualize being one with nature, totally free from civilization's rules. In his mind, palace, he was walking barefoot, feeling the dirt, sun on his skin, surrounded by life blooming everywhere. It was a peaceful vibe with nature, pure and raw, like Adam in the Garden of Eden. Once he locked into that connection, he could spam that green light at will, something that seemed impossible before. After using up his veggies with decent success, he decided to test a new field meat. He put a fresh slab in front of him and tried to activate the green light. But the meat stayed dead. Frustrated, he went aggressive, squeezing the meat hard, willing something to happen. But still nothing. Then he remembered the other light he saw while meditating. The red light. He hadn't used it yet, but he had a hunch. It was the key to controlling flesh. He closed his eyes and focused to unlock this hidden skill. Slowly, a red spark ignited in his right hand, growing until it covered his hand. When he touched the meat, the red light triggered a crazy reaction. Bubbles started boiling up on the surface, transforming it slowly. When the light faded, what was left in front of Fen wasn't meat like he knew it. It was a dark red, slimy blob, looking totally freaky and unnatural. The reaction was so disturbing he threw it on the ground, on instinct, but his scientific curiosity beat his disgust. He crouched down to check it out closer, noticing it was squishy, like it had been cooked or tweaked somehow. Even though he was grossed out, Fen knew this discovery was huge, even if the result looked nasty. The red light seemed to change flesh, maybe even cook it. But was it useful? Sketchy? Any stove or pan could do that way better, without making something so disgusting. Fen refused to believe that was it, diving into his mind to trigger his skills with serious intensity. He started to understand his abilities on a deeper level. If he had to describe the vibe the red light gave him, it felt like disintegration. His next test with the meat was way more promising, making him think that if he understood the concepts behind both lights, the process might be simpler than he first imagined. He grabbed a handful of beans and squeezed them tight in his right hand, while holding the red light and the cooked meat in his left. If the green light was evolution, then the red light had to be the opposite. Disintegration. Since he was already messing with such vague concepts, he wondered what would happen if he mixed the green light, holding the beans with the red light around the meat. The reaction was way crazier than he expected. The fusion of both lights created a blinding flash between his hands. When the light faded, he realized the meat had grown massively. The chunk of meat got bigger, but the fusion of the beans in his right hand seemed to change the object in an even more insane way. Fen checked the meat carefully. No matter how he looked at it, it was incredible. It looked, felt, and smelled exactly like real meat, but fresher. With growing confidence that he was getting better at handling his powers, he decided to keep experimenting. But after a few hours, he was back to square one. His kitchen floor was covered in burnt scraps of meat and crops. Frustrated, he threw a fit, since everything he tried was an epic fail. After letting it out, Fen sat down and took a deep breath. He decided to pause the experiments, knowing he could take his time to figure out the details of his powers later. Fen started to see the future clearly. If he could master this mysterious power, no doubt, with infinite resources, he'd be the one ruling this post-apocalyptic world. That was the dream. Getting the power to fix his image, to buff his body. But thinking about power, he remembered a survival basic. Food wouldn't be enough for the days ahead. If he didn't get a decent weapon to defend himself, he'd be totally vulnerable despite his gains. He quickly grabbed the scattered crops. Knowing he had to move fast, he needed to find a weapon before the temperature. It started plummeting. Looking out the window, Fen, I noticed the first signs of the apocalypse. Snow began to fall softly from the sky, signaling the start of something way bigger. Even though most people probably thought it was just another snowstorm, Fen knew better. No way. Just like in the past, this was the start of the collapse of civilization as they knew it. Stepping outside, he was terrified. The temperature would drop to 45 degrees, below zero in just a week. He needed a weapon, fast. But guns were illegal in this country, and he didn't have any connections to the underworld. That's when he heard a man shouting his head off, bragging about being a big-shot construction boss with millions invested in his projects. The guy was telling a passerby how close he was with the dreaded Lugan from the Cheng group, like they were practically brothers. Fen recognized the thug immediately. A guy with a totally ridiculous style, dripping in jewelry and loud designer clothes. The neighborhood knew him as Lee, but he insisted on being called Brother Lee. He lives near where Fen stays and is famous for handling construction contracts in the area, claiming to know everyone involved. Lee has this weird quirk, though. He only accepts one specific brand of cigarettes because the others make him cough. Even though he doesn't have a steady job, he always seems super busy, pacing back and forth while yapping on his phone, discussing million-dollar deals like he wants the whole world to know how successful he is. Fen sees him as someone with connections. Maybe this is the chance he needs. He decides to approach Lee. Brother Lee, he calls out, saying it's been a while. He smiles nervously, having no clue how the man will react. Lee looks annoyed. Do I know you? As he gets closer, Fen tries to sound familiar. He claims they met a long time ago, even if Lee seems to have forgotten. The thug complains about being swamped with work and having a bad memory, but he agrees to talk. Fen is sweating. What he's about to ask is totally illegal. He makes sure no one is close enough to overhear. Carefully, he leans in and asks Lee directly for a gun for self-defense, since he's scared for his safety in the coming days. Lee jumps and asks, "Why do you need a gun?" This makes Fen feel even more awkward, but he knows he has no choice, so he insists. Lee, getting serious, clarifies that his organization isn't involved in illegal activities and that guns are a very serious matter. He mentions he has the connections, to sure, but he doesn't mix with regular people to get weapons. Fen, feeling the tension in the air, quickly pushes the Louis Vuitton bag he was carrying toward him, trying to clear up the misunderstanding. He insists he only wants a gun for self-protection, because he's involved in a dangerous feud. To justify his request, Fen decides to make up a story. He tells Lee that one day, while biking to work, he ran into a guy spitting all over the bike path. It was so disgusting. And to top it off, one of the loogies flew with the wind and smacked him right in the face when he was just trying to pass by. He was furious. Fen tossed his bike aside and stepped up to the guy, but the dude just spat on him again. Fen snapped. He couldn't take the disrespect anymore and dished out some street justice right there. He absolutely wrecked that gross creep in the middle of the road. With everyone watching from the sidewalk, the guy clothes ripped, face a mess, swore he'd get revenge on Fen the very next day. The guys all healed up, waiting for Fen on his route with a squad of goons. They beat Fen to a pulp and threatened to do it again if he ever showed his face on their turf. His clothes were shredded, face black and blue, body broken. Fen had never felt so humiliated in his life. That's why he needed a piece to defend himself. Or at least, that's the story Fen spun for Lee. A total lie made up on the spot. But hey, it seemed pretty effective. Brother Lee was fuming. He imagined that nasty thug, spitting in the street and beating on Fen. That kind of uncivilized trash couldn't be tolerated. Even though that wasn't really the point of Fen's fake story, at least it was working. Lee slapped him on the shoulder and promised he'd handle the payback. With a confident grin, he said his big bro had him covered. One phone call, and the gun was his. Fen, though, started wondering if he'd made a mistake getting mixed up with such a hothead. Still, Lee insisted Fen come with him to the station to catch a bus together. He made up an excuse that his Panamera, his high-end ride, was in the shop, so he couldn't drive to HQ. But Fen was like, "Nah, don't worry. My car's parked right here." Lee's eyes locked onto the car instantly. Clearly, hyped about riding in a brand new whip. The whole ride. He wouldn't shut up about how Fen was bawling out and asked how much the car cost. Fen felt awkward and mumbled it cost 700,000 borrowed money while they drove around following Lee's directions. Lee kept snapping pics of the interior, flexing hard on the leather seats. He even posted on his socials, under the username Handsome Spicy Boy. There he was, sitting in the car, captioning it, "Ugh. The seats in my new SUV are still too stiff," acting like it's tough braking in a new car. Finally, they pulled up to one of the sketchiest hoods in the city. Outside, a bunch of tough guys were camping by a run-down building, complaining about the freezing weather. Winter had hit, suddenly and brutally. When the shiny car rolled up, everyone stared, dying to see who would step out. When they saw it was Lee, the thugs walked over, curious about what was going down. Lee, acting all big and important, just told them he had business with Boss Lou. The guys assumed the car was Lee's and started teasing him about the price. Instead of clearing it up, Lee puffed his chest and bragged he dropped 700,000 on the ride. Fen didn't say a word. Even though the blatant lie annoyed him, he didn't want to start drama inside the joint. Then Boss Lou walked out, looking super annoyed at being disturbed so late. The guy was terrifying, and the way he talked made it crystal clear. This guy wasn't someone to mess with. Lee, the little bro, dropped his attitude real quick. He chilled out fast, even offered smokes. Super polite like. But the boss, he wasn't having any of that nonsense. He introduced Fen as a buyer looking for some heat. Boss Lou locked eyes on Fen, sizing him up, like he was trying to figure out if this guy was for real. Time just stopped. Fen froze under that stare. One wrong move, one wrong word, it's game over. Silence. Then the boss smirked, but he looked pretty bummed out. He clearly thought Fen would want something way cooler than just a handgun. Didn't say a word. Just signaled Chansey, his right-hand man. Chansey got it instantly. Chansey moved fast, whipped out a compact pistol, slammed it on the table. Boss Lou stared Fen down and named the price. 6,000. Small, but reliable. But Fen, he politely said no thanks. Deep down, he knew exactly what he needed. More power. More range. That little pea shooter wasn't gonna cut it. He wanted a sniper rifle with a scope. The second he said it, the room went ice cold. Boss Lou frowned, looked at Fen like he was crazy. Total disbelief. Fen choked up. Maybe he pushed it too far this time. Then boom. Lou lost it. Started shouting his frustration. He couldn't believe this guy was asking for a sniper rifle. Like you can just buy one at the corner store or something. This isn't a gun show, this is serious. Dangerous business. He made it clear. It's the pistol. Take it or leave it. That's when Brother Lee stepped in, trying to cool things down with that smooth talk of his. He started spinning this insane story about Fen. Claimed it all started with some drama from 5 years ago. Straight up lied and said Fen had a wife. She didn't exist, obviously, but he added all these tragic details, like kids that weren't even his, while the snow was falling outside. Lee was acting his heart out, talking about how Fen was scarred for life. The boss listened, patience hanging by a thread, until he finally exploded Lee's story. He made him so mad, he smashed the table. Nearly wrecked it. He kept saying how trash those people were for hurting Fen like that. Fen just stood there, silent. Couldn't exactly say that's a lie. The story was totally nuts. But guess what? It worked. Lou was actually touched, wanted to support the bro. He promised Fen he'd get that sniper rifle. Said he'd handle it personally. Warned him though, big guns like that take a few days to find. Told Chansey to sort out the details as soon as possible. And get this, he said a semi-auto with plenty of ammo would be perfect for survival. Then, plot twist, he decides to gift Fen that compact pistol. Just a bro-to-bro gift. Insane. Fen was left speechless, completely blown away by how that made-up story had actually managed to forge an unexpected bond with Boss Lou. Once the deal was sealed, Lou went straight back to his phone. Glued to matters he clearly considered way more important. Before heading out, Fen wanted to show his appreciation, so he dropped a tip. He mentioned a buddy of his with government ties had leaked that purchase restrictions were coming soon because of the freak weather. He suggested it would be smart to stock up on supplies before the lockdowns hit. Lou, who usually didn't care about that kind of thing, noticed the dead serious look on Fen's face. He nodded slowly, taking the advice. After a quick word to clear them, Lou signaled they were good. So Fen and brother Lee walked out of the underground base, weapon in hand. On the way back, Lee wouldn't stop bragging about how he'd handled the situation like a total boss, insisting everything went perfectly. He even said that if Fen needed something bigger or deadlier, Boss Lou was the man to see. Fen tried to say thanks by offering Lee some smokes. But brother Lee, with that dramatic fake modesty of his, said he just did what he had to do to help. Of course, he snatched the offer up fast, asking for 7 or 8 cartons of his favorite brand. He also promised to treat Fen to a sauna trip as soon as he got paid for that mysterious project he claimed to be running. As Fen thought about his next move, he started mapping out a plan for the first few days of the apocalypse, with the gun secured and his tip to Lou probably ensuring supplies. He could focus on leveling up his skills and solving the food issue that would boost his survival odds for the long run. Lost in his thoughts, Fen didn't see the patch of black ice on the ground. He slipped and went down hard. Bam! The impact was brutal. His leg took the brunt of the hit, and that sharp, shooting pain told him something was seriously wrong. As he tried to stand up, the realization that he might have broken his leg hit him just as hard as the fall. Brother Lee, looking panicked, ran over to Fen, though his worry didn't come with much practical help. Fighting through the pain and unable to move, Fen tossed him the car keys and told him to drive to the nearest hospital. But Lee, looking kinda embarrassed, admitted he didn't have a license and actually didn't even know how to drive. Despite being totally useless there, Lee didn't leave Fen behind. Struggling, he offered his shoulder to try and lift him, but his strength and coordination were a joke. Realizing this wasn't gonna work, Fen decided to call a cab, resigned to paying for the ride himself. By the time they got to the hospital, he was already feeling defeated. Even a critical place like this was starting to crack under the storm's pressure. In the nurse's station, a figure was working under the flickering lights. It was the shift leader, the head nurse named Yi Young. She had just started her night shift when the calls from the hallway started piling up. The ER was critically understaffed, and the situation demanded she jump into action right now. With total professionalism and crazy energy, Yi Young took charge, organizing the chaos in the room and handling the flood of patients. After a quick X-ray, it was confirmed that Fen had a stable fracture in his right tibia. The doctor explained that the injury, it was a relatively simple fix, but he'd need to stay under observation for at least an hour before he could grab his meds and bail. That news hit Fen like a ton of bricks. This accident couldn't have happened at a worse time. Just when the apocalypse was starting to threaten with full force, staring at the X-ray results, Fen couldn't help but kick himself for being so reckless. Now, with a broken leg, his plans to prep for survival were looking tougher than ever. For most of it, brother Lee stuck by his side, surprisingly supportive. But then he had to bounce, claiming he had some business to handle. Before taking off, he dropped his number, swearing he'd help if Fen needed anything. Alone in the hospital lobby, Fen let out a heavy sigh, letting the frustration eat him alive. Meanwhile, the chaos around him was just blowing up. The hospital was filling up fast with accident victims. Thanks to the blizzard and freezing temps getting worse by the hour, Fen just wanted to snag his meds and get out before the roads got completely blocked off. But while he was waiting, something unexpected caught his eye. A woman walked past with an aura that lit up the gloomiest vibes in the room. It was head nurse Ji Young, stepping in to reinforce the team in the packed ER. Her efficiency and skill, absolutely insane. She moved from bed to bed, checking every patient with ice-cold precision. At the first bed, she handled a patient with serious injuries. Then she hit bed 5, where another patient's wounds had already been cleaned up. After checking the vitals, she ordered another glucose shot in 10 minutes and barked clear instructions. If the heart rate drops below 80, hit him with epinephrine as soon as possible. Fen couldn't look away. No way someone that young had reached such a high rank. She looked like a total prodigy, someone born to shine while the world burned. Her kindness and professionalism were just as obvious as her beauty. Even in this chaotic mess, her smile didn't crack like a beacon in the storm. To Fen, she was basically an angel in a hopeless place. Suddenly, an old man sitting near Fen flagged Ji Young down. Even though she didn't have to deal with him, she walked over. Super nice. Listening to his whining, she apologized politely, explaining she had to prioritize the critical patients first, since they were short-staffed. But the old guy kept complaining about unbearable back pain, claimed the discomfort had gotten worse lately, begging head nurse Ji Young to check him out. But underneath that patient in distress act, he was a shameless creep with way less honorable intentions, trying to film up the nurse's skirt with his phone. Ji Young, classy as ever, gave him a patient smile and apologized, explaining that for back issues like that, they'd need to schedule an X-ray to figure out exactly what's wrong. But the old geezer kept insisting she take a quick look, while pointing again and again at where it supposedly hurt. Then things got intense when the guy, being totally creepy, actually tried to touch the nurse while keeping up his fake pain act. Suddenly, wham, the tension shattered with a heavy hit. A flying crutch smashed right into the old man, knocking him back instantly. His phone hit the floor along with a surprised yelp. Fen, faking clumsiness and looking oh so sorry, walked up to the old guy and apologized. With a serious voice, he claimed he was just learning how to use crutches and obviously needed more practice. But his real game plan became obvious when, totally ignoring the geezer, he focused on the phone lying on the ground, looking super chill. He picked it up and casually asked if it broke during the fall. The old man, starting to sweat bullets, raised his voice and demanded Fen step away from the phone. But Fen, cold as ice, ignored him and unlocked the screen. What he saw confirmed it. The guy had been recording nasty videos. The evidence was right there, crystal clear. Fen looked up, his eyes locking onto the old man with a glare that made him shiver. There was no reason for Fen not to call security and have this creep dragged to a cell, where the other inmates would teach perverts a lesson. Fen, phone in hand, pocketed it with the firm intention of dealing with this dirty old man later. He promised to completely ruin his miserable life the second he got up from the hospital floor. The old guy bolted like his life depended on it. Meanwhile, Nurse Ji Young watched, totally confused, wondering how someone screaming about back pain could move that fast. Fen couldn't believe how that girl, being so innocent. Didn't seem to get what just happened. He decided to show her what the old guy was doing with his phone filming up her skirt. Seeing her reaction, it was like she hadn't noticed anything weird at all. Fen handed her the phone with the videos, letting her decide to delete them or take them to the police later. He told her to be more careful, so creeps like that didn't take advantage of her kindness. The girl flashed a bright smile and said she was okay, then asked if his leg still hurt. The adrenaline from catching that shameless jerk had probably numbed Fen's leg pain. But now that it was over, the agony came rushing back, and he couldn't help but yell out in pain. Luckily, Ji Young was a pro with these injuries and quickly fixed his cast. She looked at him and asked if it still hurt. Fen, grateful, told her he didn't feel a thing. In that moment, the crowded room felt empty, like they were the only two people there. Ji Young thanked him, promising she wouldn't let guys like that get away with it again. While Fen was lost in thought, another nurse called out to Ji Young, saying they needed her urgently in the ER. Before leaving, the head nurse reminded him to come back in a week for a checkup. Fen promised he would, even though he knew planning that far ahead was pretty unrealistic. He just smiled with resignation, knowing how the world worked now. He grabbed the crutch he had. He beat the old man and walked out of that hospital, knowing he'd never see that cute nurse again. No way. The next day, the blizzard wouldn't quit. In fact, it got way worse. Snow buried everything. Roads, power lines, services gone. Just white. Stepping outside, forget it. That was a straight-up death sentence. The morning news was just panic mode. Emergency alerts nonstop, warning about insane snowfall expected to hit in the next 24 hours. Plus, temperatures were crashing nationwide. Freezing cold. Weird reports from overseas said temps were dropping everywhere. Places that times never see snow. Dubai, Egypt, even the Amazon rainforest. The news channels kept spamming the same thing over and over. Experts claimed this cold snap wouldn't last long. Yeah, right. Every broadcast ended with the same PSA, begging people, listen to the government. Stay calm. Standard script. Don't believe rumors. Don't hoard supplies. They were terrified of panic, claiming this disaster would be over soon. Lies. But Fen, he was chilling in his warm, reinforced safe house, sipping wine, fully stocked, watching the news with zero trust. The media and government just kept going, spitting excuses to keep order. But he wasn't buying it. Not anymore. If he hadn't died and come back to life, maybe he'd be clueless too. But now he was ready for anything. Supplies maxed out, house reinforced, heating system running smooth. He's untouchable, nothing to worry about for now. He was set. Suddenly, his phone started blowing up, buzzing nonstop. The apartment complex group chat was going crazy. Everyone freaking out about the weird weather and the snow. Roads were already blocked. Nobody could move. Most residents were totally confused, just lost, except for one user named Mystery Person. Who even is that? They demanded attention. Said this wasn't just a snowstorm. Said it wasn't normal weather. It was something else. Something deep. Something coming from the Earth's core. Mystery Person told everyone to listen up. This is serious. The Ice Age apocalypse is starting. Fen was shook, reading that he had to wonder, who the hell was this Mystery Person? And how did they know about the apocalypse? After seeing those cryptic messages in the group chat, Fen made a note. He needed to keep an eye on that guy. Meanwhile, the rest of the neighbors kept whining, demanding management do something. Fix this, they screamed. While snow piled up fast, most of them were already running out of food. Screwed. Supermarkets were getting stripped bare. Panic buying. That group chat turned into a total circus, like a chaotic theme park teetering on the edge. Tension was high. Tenants were roasting the property managers, demanding to know why supplies weren't coming. They didn't get it, the roads were gone, even though management wasn't the one to blame. They apologized for not being able to handle the out-of-control disaster, but admitting they were helpless just increased the tenants' frustration. They started seeing management as totally useless. It didn't take long before they started demanding a refund on their fees. Fen was stuck in the middle of the argument. Knowing this fight was completely pointless, humans couldn't handle a blizzard like this. It was insane. Luckily, someone stood out in the chaos. His voice, firm and clear, cut right through the mob's noise. It was the owner of Unit 61. A guy with glasses. He explained that with the storm raging like this, clearing the snow was useless, since it would just pile up again in a few hours. Instead of fighting, he suggested everyone pitch in to help clear it. If they had done that instead of arguing, they could have been out of there ages ago. He added that the property management team were only human, and they were also helpless against such a freak natural disaster. He asked them if they were really just looking for someone to vent their frustration on. The reaction was instant. The mob turned on him, scolding him for having no decency. They even accused him of being one of the buzzed, useless members of the management team. But the guy didn't flinch. He clarified he wasn't speaking for management, but was just being objective and realistic. Pressuring management would be useless and just drag the problem out without fixing anything. Put that way, the tenants started actually focusing on what he was saying, waiting for the next move. He suggested that, given the current conditions, driving to the supermarket would be impossible. Even if they cleared the neighborhood snow, the main roads outside would still be totally blocked. So he proposed clearing a path for pedestrians and walking there to get supplies. Fen was skeptical, but he couldn't help feeling like something about this guy, Gina, was familiar, like he had met him in his past life. He was lively, and his charisma came through even in the group chat. Some tenants agreed with Gina's plan, realizing that complicating things wasn't the best option. Those who wanted to leave should handle clearing the path, and those who didn't should just keep quiet. The argument, which had lasted hours over something as trivial as snow, finally started to calm down when everyone realized how ridiculous the situation was. The chat started quieting down soon after. Another group member volunteered to clear the path, said he needed to get out to see his brother and close $1 million deal. Although Fen had never heard his voice or seen his profile pic, something about the way he talked reminded him of a gangster he knew. As soon as the first volunteer stepped up, more people joined in. Most were running out of supplies, and even a young girl decided to brave the storm, even though she wasn't as strong as the others. Gina claimed in the chat she had been down with the flu for the last 2 days, but still wanted to help clear the neighborhood. Fen, however, wasn't impressed. He suspected her innocent act was just a front. Most of the guys in the neighborhood seemed to know her well, or at least enough to compete for her attention. Some immediately offered to help her, like her request was a command. When a group of her followers joined in, Gina thanked them sweetly, like she was directing a parade or something. She demanded everyone clear the path for pedestrians. Sick of this whole clown show, Fen decided to leave the chat. But he had to admit, Gina knew how to manipulate men like a pro. With just a couple of calculated words, she got them to do exactly what she wanted. While Fen watched her 4D chess moves from afar, he got a direct message from her, from Gina, and it looked kinda personal. She kept pushing to talk to him, hinting that she expected something more from him. She only wanted him to bring her something from the supermarket. The message came with a spicy photo straight from her bed. The image showed a little too much skin, clearly bait to grab his attention. Fen couldn't help but be impressed by her audacity. Even with the extreme weather outside, Gina wasn't stopping her seduction game, using her charm and that provocative outfit as weapons. It was obvious she had the power to wrap men around her little finger. But here's the twist: Fen was bored, totally uninterested in her games, and replied in a way she definitely didn't see coming. Something in his answer triggered her so hard that Gina smashed her phone on the ground in a rage. But Fen, he couldn't care less about the drama. He spent the rest of his time watching videos and scrolling through social media, leaving Gina to deal with her own frustration. The days dragged on slowly, and the lockdown was starting to get to Fen. Even though he had enough supplies to stay comfy, The boredom was becoming suffocating. Loneliness felt like his biggest enemy in this weird apocalypse, especially since his broken leg would need months to fully heal. Looking for something to kill time, Fen stumbled upon a video in a science thread that grabbed his attention. It told a gruesome story about a guy who jumped from the 13th floor and miraculously survived. After the doctors stitched him up, something weird happened. His internal organs and bones started fully regenerating. That sensational news lit a spark in Fen's mind. He wondered if he could use his new powers on himself. Without wasting a second, he activated it. The green light glowed in his right hand as he carefully moved it closer to his broken leg. At first, nothing happened. The light just slowly faded away, leaving his leg exactly how it was before, refusing to accept failure. Fen tried again, this time activating the light with way more intensity. But the result was exactly the same. The green light vanished without a trace of healing. Frustrated, Fen started to doubt if his ability even worked on injuries like this. Just when he was thinking about giving up, unexpected exhaustion hit him like a truck. The energy he used was taking its toll, and sleep slowly took over. He leaned back on the couch, falling into a deep sleep. But when he woke up, he was in the middle of a surreal vision. A weird ceremony was unfolding right in front of him, lit by the transcendent glow of an impossible night sky. Fen was riding on the backs of giant goats, clutching a reddish whip that he swung violently in his hands. All around him, floating goat heads drifted around like ghosts, while the herd charged through a field of intense red grass. Ancient-looking totems stood scattered across the plains, and Fen was loving it, whipping the air as the sharp crack resonated with a supernatural echo. But that high, it didn't last long. Suddenly, he lost his balance and got tossed right into the herd. The impact was brutal. When he finally hit the ground, a sickening crack echoed through his body. His foot was twisted at a totally impossible angle. Pain shot through him like lightning. Going from total freedom to being unable to move, it was a crushing blow. While Fen tried to figure out what was happening, one of the goats walked up and started licking his broken leg, totally freaked out and disgusted. He tried to shoo it away, but the thing wouldn't budge. Then, out of nowhere, the goat shot out its slimy tongue like a frog. It wrapped around his leg with creepy precision. Before he could even react, the beast yanked its head up, dragging Fen's body like a rag doll, while a warm sensation started covering his wound. A green light glowed from the animal's spit, lighting up his broken leg like magic. That's when he woke up, gasping for air and soaked in sweat. He was back in his living room, screaming. That nightmare was so real he could still feel the heavy weight of the herd, and that goat's tongue on his leg. He panted, trying to calm down, but then he saw it. A faint green glow still surrounded his broken leg. Curious, Fen carefully peeled off the bandage and dropped it. Then, trembling with disbelief, he slowly started testing his leg. When he put weight on it, totally fine. No pain. The injury was completely gone. He was hyped. Now he knew for sure that the green light could actually heal him. But then, he hesitated. Did the healing only work while he was asleep? He had to find out. With shaking hands, he grabbed a kitchen knife and held it to the tip of his finger. Quick poke. The blade cut his skin, and blood started flowing. Without wasting a second, Fen activated the green light. He watched the wound close right before his eyes. Relief and excitement made him grin like crazy. Now he was sure he had an insane survival tool in his hands. Meanwhile, outside, the volunteers were still working together, clearing the path in the snow. Glasses guy, charismatic as always, was busy hyping everyone up, praising their hard work. He even politely thanked the oldest guy in the group, Uncle Lou, for his dedication. He even apologized for any trouble that might have come up. Uncle Lou just smiled calmly and played it cool, saying the real heroes of the cleanup were the Jin brothers. Jin King Wen and Jin King Bu had been grinding nonstop. Everyone noticed their hard work as they were finishing up the path. A girl in a pink coat slipped on the ice, causing a bit of a scene. The Jin brothers rushed over to check on her. and kindly told her to be careful. Young Ji Young was known for being super energetic, total opposite of Gina, who made excuses about being sick and hadn't even stepped out of her room. Even though they were busy, the brothers just offered to help if she needed it before getting back to work. Ji Young, he flashed a grin, swearing he could handle it all solo. No sweat. The snow was coming down hard. Like asterisk really times hard. The neighbors heading to the supermarket knew that's when Uncle Lou remembered something. Something weird he saw weeks ago. He hesitated. Not sure if he should spill the beans? Jean saw the look on his face and urged him on. So, the old man started talking. He'd noticed something super sketchy a few days back. One of the neighbors was unloading supplies from a small truck. At first, it just looked like a normal move-in day, but the stuff he was moving, totally weird. Gas tanks and a whole fireplace setup. Maybe just a renovation, nah. Uncle Liu had a gut feeling. That guy was prepping for a winter that was gonna be absolutely brutal. But before they could dig deeper into that, the Jin brothers shouted out. They were done clearing the main road. Finally, everyone let out a huge sigh of relief. Time for a supply run. Uncle Lou thanked the crew for their hard work. But that talk about the mystery neighbor, it hung in the air like a bad omen. Meanwhile, another resident had been lurking in the shadows. Listening to every word, hearing about those secret supplies piqued his interest big time. However, his scheming was cut short. Asterisk splat times a snowball nailed him. Thrown by Liu Yang. That girl has zero chill. He tried to make excuses, claiming he'd been grinding out there alone for hours. But Liu Yang shut him down like he was a bratty toddler. Jean decided to step in before things got ugly. He told everyone the path was clear. It was go time. He told the volunteers to wrap up the shoveling and get ready for the market run. Checking their lists, the Jin brothers were debating what loot to grab. They even planned to snag something special for their mom, thinking ahead about what she'd need. Uncle Lou, who was kinda shy about it at first, holding back his intel, now seemed way more interested in what Jean thought. Specifically, what he thought about that guy hoarding all those supplies. As for Jean, he didn't think it was a big deal. He still trusted the government updates, saying this blizzard was just a temporary thing and everything would be back to normal soon. But deep down, Jean couldn't stop thinking about it. What if this storm doesn't end like they said? And if a neighbor is sitting on a huge stockpile, couldn't that be a massive win for the community? Later, Uncle Lou caught Jean's drift instantly. He praised him for being so sharp. Meanwhile, the blizzard was getting insane, showing no signs of stopping. Jean decided to lead a squad of tenants to the supermarket. He rallied the group, making sure everyone stayed in line, and gave them a strict warning: be back in 3 hours. Tops. If they're late, who knows if the road will even be open. While those brave souls were out there fighting the cold, Fen was totally vibing in his warm, cozy living room, passed out on the couch with soda and junk food, keeping him company. It looked like he was gonna spend the entire day stuck in that food coma. Well, if it wasn't for an annoying voice dragging him back to reality. Eyes heavy, brain still asleep, Fen dragged himself to the door. When he cracked it open, Brother Lee, the guy's famous for showing up when you least expect it. He was holding a twisted but welcome gift, a semi-automatic rifle with a pristine scope, the prize boss Lou promised him. Brother Lee explained he took the delivery job because, unlike the others, he was actually prepped and ready. Didn't need to scour the city, desperately hunting for supplies. Still, Fen made sure to thank him for the grind. But Brother Lee didn't just show up with the rifle. He brought some disturbing news. Last night, someone completely cleaned out a supermarket in the East District. Word on the street, the shelves were totally barren. When Boss Lou's crew rolled through after fighting their way in, Fen listened in total disbelief. Someone clearing an entire supermarket in a single night, that sounded insane. However, before Brother Lee took off, he told him to bundle up and watch his back, leaving Fen alone with his thoughts. Sitting in the silent living room, Fen tried to make it make sense. How could someone take an entire supermarket's inventory so fast? The only explanation he could think of was as surreal as it was possible. Maybe someone had superpowers. Someone capable of stashing unlimited supplies in a subspace inventory, just like in the novels and comics. The possibility was creepy. If he had extraordinary abilities himself, what stopped others from existing too? The idea wasn't just unsettling. It was dangerous. Determined. He grabbed his journal to review what he knew so far. He discovered his power reacted to different types of food, both plants and meat. With his green light, he could speed up plant growth, buff the size of items, and even cook them. However, the taste of these experiments usually tasted awful, and the results were unpredictable. For example, when working with soybeans, the probability of successful germination was barely 10%. With meat, that rate was even lower. While he was thinking about these failures, a soybean exploded in his hand, releasing a nasty green cloud. Instead of a plant, he was left holding a rock. Frustration was starting to take over. The failure rate was way too high, and he desperately needed to master his power more efficiently. Fen vowed to practice intensely, grinding for hours deep into the night. Finally, after countless fails, he pulled off something amazing. He held a fresh, living soybean plant with intact pods. Getting to that win had been brutal. He was drenched in sweat, and his apartment turned into a total sauna, radiating suffocating heat. Totally worth it. Though, this success helped him figure out some key rules to boost his skills' effectiveness. During his experiments, Fen realized the green light energy wasn't constant. It depended on the food type and how long he applied the energy. Timing was key. If he went over, total disaster. The product, it ended up burnt to a crisp, giving off a terrible stench. He realized his power required serious precision, just like in those rhythm games, where you had to smash the buttons exactly on the beat. He visualized the process like a sequence of directional arrows. Every command had to be triggered at the perfect second, identifying the critical point and stopping right on the dot. If he could sync it up with absolute precision, the result was flawless. A single soybean turned into a vibrant, healthy plant. Hyped up by his progress with the veggies, he decided to try something way harder, working with meat. However, this challenge turned out to be way more frustrating. The meat reacted unpredictably, and the slightest slip-up turned it into smelly black goop. Even though the basic principles seemed to be the same as the veggies, calculating the exact energy for the meat was much more complicated. Failure became his new best friend. Chicken legs were exploding one after another, scattering charred scraps and an unbearable stink all over the room. Despite his persistence, every attempt seemed to drag him right back to square one. Fen realized that mastering his power on meat was going to be a much bigger beast than with the vegetables. Fen felt like he was reaching the limit of his patience. The frustration made him scream out curses, venting his despair at how insanely hard this was. Finally, the moment of truth arrived. The last chicken leg. He grabbed it with zero hope, repeating the process like a robot. It all felt like some endless, stupid minigame that required god-tier precision. The tension was unbearable. But this time, something clicked. The energy flowed perfectly, and Fen felt it. He had nailed it. Right before his eyes, the chicken leg grew until it reached a massive size. It was a breathtaking achievement. Exhausted but satisfied, he collapsed onto the kitchen floor. He had finally figured out how to synthesize meat. While he celebrated in silence, the outside world was still plunging into chaos. Days went by, and conditions got worse. The news reported that July 17th marked the third day straight of a catastrophic blizzard hammering the country. This event, labeled a natural disaster of epic proportions, was a once-in-a-millennium occurrence. The authorities, totally overwhelmed, were trying to respond fast by sending supplies and aid to the hardest-hit zones. But the reports always ended with the same warnings: stay inside and don't go out unless necessary. Help is coming soon. That morning, while he thought about the grim situation, His phone started vibrating like crazy. Notification after notification flooded the screen. It was the building's resident group chat. And they were already frantically debating the morning news. Some people trusted the rescuers' promises, while others were super skeptical and talked about taking measures to save their own skins. In the middle of this digital chaos, one voice stood out from the noise. It was old Uncle Lou, who used his harsh tone to openly question if the news was real. He said, if everything was under control, the rescue teams would have arrived by now. But they hadn't. Uncle Lou kept sharing rumors he had heard from his old contacts. According to those reports, the government was moving armored vehicles, tanks, and heavy weaponry toward the capital. This didn't look like a simple rescue operation. It looked like preparations for war. With an unknown enemy closing in, Uncle Lou's words hit the group chat like a lightning bolt. The survivors, already paranoid and bordering on panic, felt a literal chill run down their spines. Questions started raining down, aiming at the old man with total disbelief and fear. Was he for real? Was war actually coming? Fen couldn't help but find this whole war talk fascinating. As it blew up the chat, Uncle Lou sounded like he was fear-mongering. But to Fen, it rang a bell. He'd seen this exact script play out in his past life. But before the chat turned into a total dumpster fire, Mr. Gene stepped in hard, shutting down the noise. Mr. Gene said they needed to make moves right now to survive. He pointed out some owners were already running dry on supplies, and with the government totally ghosting them, he suggested the community squad up to face this crisis together. He pitched it with major hype. Anyone with deep reserves should donate some of their stash to show solidarity. Mr. Gene stepped up first, promising to drop half his own stash for the needy. That got mixed reactions. Some neighbors whispered about it, while others, like this one guy, jumped on Mr. Gene's hype train, promising whatever he could. Then there was Gina. She got called out and looked trapped. This dude Boo-Boo, who she had beef with, tried to flame her publicly, bringing up how she rejected his help back in the day. Forced to clap back, Gina went full submissive mode, apologizing and claiming she was broke on supplies. Of course, her fan club jumped to her defense instantly, triggering a mini riot that almost wrecked the whole plan. Despite the drama, the donations started rolling in, moved by Mr. Gene's tearjerker speech. Piles of food, clothes, meds, and essentials stacked up. Mr. Gene thanked everyone, then pitched a system to manage the loot. He named a provisional committee to handle the resources, with himself as the boss. Fen, watching from his cozy crib, just smirked at the announcement. He remembered these committees popping up in his last life too. What looked like a nice gesture was just a scam to steal everyone's stuff under the guise of solidarity. Time ticked on. July 19th. Day 5 of the apocalypse. Outside temps plummeted to -40 degrees Celsius. A cold so brutal the building's central heating system finally crashed. No heat. So residents were desperate to stay warm. Some started lighting sketchy little fires inside, which just added more danger to the nightmare. It was a horror show, just like in Fen's past life. But he was the exception. Everything at his place was chill. He used the scraps from his failed experiments as fuel for his fireplace. Turns out they burned great, keeping his apartment toasty. On his table sat an ice-cold cola and a delicious strawberry cake. While he chilled, totally ignoring the chaos outside, just chilling, grinding a solo game. But peace, yeah. That wasn't gonna last long. A random call interrupted his session. Fen paused the game. He picked up, sipping his soda. On the other end of the line, a serious voice summoned him. It was the Block 8 manager, saying that in 20 minutes, they were gonna start clearing the paths. They needed bodies in the underground parking lot. Fen wanted to curse out the guy who called him so bad, but despite the frustration, he decided to leave his comfy crib and head down to the lobby. Didn't need any beef with the neighbors. Keeping his secret, that was priority number 1. Plus, The storm already had them trapped in the building. Fighting now would just mess things up. When he got there, the volunteers were already pissed off. The snow had completely buried the paths they worked so hard to clear. Total waste. They checked the main entrance and decided to crack the door open, just to scope out the situation outside. They called Fen over to help push. And after counting to 3, they got it open. What happened next? Total disaster. An avalanche of snow crashed inside. It flooded the lobby in a split second and exposed them to the rage of that storm. The wind was so brutal they couldn't even stand up straight. Fen was cursing himself internally for leaving his warm couch to deal with this nightmare. It wasn't hard to see that anyone trying to go out in those conditions was basically signing their own death warrant. Luckily, the other volunteers realized the same thing real quick. Only a fool would try to go out there. And then the fool appeared. A familiar voice cut through the freezing air in the lobby. Brother Lee, always looking for a fight. He started chewing out the volunteers, calling them cowards, said they were useless for not facing the problem like men, while everyone else was shivering and trying to talk sense into him. Brother Lee decided to play the brave hero. He finished his cigarette in one drag, got ready, and threw himself into the snow. With some crazy energy, he started digging and punching that white mountain, with his bare hands screaming like an anime character while throwing snow left and right. For a second there, it looked like Brother Lee was actually doing it. He dug a body-sized hole in the snow pile blocking the exit, but that reckless bravery, it had consequences. Suddenly, his screams turned into garbled prayers coming from under the snow. The volunteers rushed to pull him out. When they finally dragged him free, his face was purple from the cold. He was shaking like a leaf. That was a wake-up call for everyone on how stupid it was to try and leave in this weather. They decided going out was just impossible and slammed the door shut. Fen walked over to Brother Lee, though, just to make sure he was okay. Even if he thought the guy was an idiot, he couldn't help worrying. The guy might be reckless, but he showed some insane guts. Deciding not to waste any more time, Fen suggested everyone head to the underground parking lot. There, they could find the person in charge. Because dealing with a storm like this, by just using muscle power, that was mission impossible. The underground parking lot was basically the only safe spot left. Mr. GM, the big boss of the defense team, was mobbed by the homeowners as usual. He's practically a celebrity down here. After hearing how bad the lobby was, he made the call. Snow clearing operation paused. It's too dangerous. He announced that from now on, the parking lot is the official drop-off point for donations and for handing out supplies. Fen stayed in the shadows, watching every move like a hawk. This was the first time he actually saw this Jian guy in the flesh, the same guy whose name was plastered all over the group chat logs. Now he knew. He was staring right at the man who would eventually lead the committee. A committee that's gonna be totally corrupt, but insanely powerful. With that nice guy act and polite talk, Mr. Jian was manipulating everyone like a master. It's scary. He had them all brainwashed into thinking this was about unity and helping each other. Mr. Jian made a big scene thanking everyone for the massive amount of donations they poured in, sounding super grateful. He talked about how these supplies would save the needy. He was totally hyping up the positive vibes in the parking lot. The homeowners felt like total heroes, thinking they were all united but Fen knew better. That warm, fuzzy feeling, it's not gonna last. Once this disaster drags on, they're gonna regret giving away their supplies. Big time. Watching from the sidelines, Fen spotted Brother Lee. Dude was still shaking like a leaf after failing miserably out in the snow. He decided to call it a night, giving Fen a grateful wave before he took off. Fen let him go and shifted his focus to something else in the crowd. Someone caught his eye. That silhouette absolutely unmistakable. It was that airheaded nurse he met at the hospital, back when he broke his leg. She was wearing a thick winter coat and awkwardly juggling a huge stack of boxes. She was moving super slow, wobbling as she tried to squeeze through the crowd around the committee. Of course, she tripped right into a group of guys chatting nearby. She lost her balance and was about to faceplant. Without even thinking, Fen rushed in and caught her just in time. Saved the tower of boxes too. The nurse was blushing hard. Looking totally dazed. She started thanking him as she stood up. But when she opened her eyes and saw Fen, her face lit up. She totally recognized him from the hospital. But then, she looked shocked. Like? Seriously confused. She was wondering, how could someone with such a nasty leg injury to move that fast? Oh. Fen realized he messed up big time. He stammered out a lame excuse. Something about having super fast recovery skills. Since he was a kid? Yeah. Right. His nervousness totally gave it away. But luckily, the nurse didn't seem to catch on. She was actually impressed by how strong he was. Desperate to change the subject, Fen offered to help carry the boxes. She tried to say no at first, saying they were way too heavy. But Fen just gave her a confident smile and insisted. She finally gave in and handed him a box. The second he lifted it, Fen felt the weight. Whoa, these boxes were packed tight. Curious, he asked her what was inside. She explained they were medical supplies for the people who needed them most. She admitted she might have gone a little overboard stuffing so much into one box, but she was determined to get them to the drop-off point no matter what. The donation run was smooth sailing. But Fen he was totally captivated by Jiyoung's beauty and kindness. Bro was ready to carry double the weight if it meant staying by her side just a little longer. His hype levels went through the roof when she flashed a smile and said he was stronger than most guys she knew. Despite the ego boost, Jiyoung gently reminded him not to push himself too hard, showing this mix of sweetness and worry that totally threw him off guard. When Fen asked if she'd always been that strong, she tried to dodge the subject, acting all mysterious. Her tone got serious, mentioning there was a reason behind his question. She looked super uncomfortable talking about it. And while Fen was intrigued and wanted the tea, he respected her boundaries. When she apologized for even bringing it up, she casually dropped that something weird had happened to her recently. Something she couldn't explain. As they walked toward the supply drop-off, they chatted about lighter stuff. Suddenly, it hit them. Jiyoung realized she didn't even know his name. Fen politely introduced himself. And she, with a smile that lit up the freezing shelter, told him her name was Jiyoung. That smile, absolutely blinding. Fen was left completely speechless, stuck in a moment that felt like forever. But Jiyoung, totally oblivious to the effect she had on him, snapped him out of his daydream by asking what he did for work. Fen kept it real and said he was unemployed. But there was no time to get into it because, just as they neared the spot, some guy rushed down the hallway. In his rush, he accidentally shoved Jiyoung. She lost her balance and fell right toward Fen. Instinct took over. He used his body to break her fall and managed to catch her before she hit the ground. But the impact pressed her chest right against Fen's arm, leaving him totally frozen. Jiyoung, visibly blushing, pulled away fast and started apologizing while Fen tried to play it cool with some clumsy words, assuring her it was no biggie. But just as things were getting sweet, the moment got wrecked by Gina showing up out of nowhere. That insufferable woman, looking a mess with a spaced-out look in her eyes, walked over like she was in a trance. Zero hesitation. She grabbed Fen's arm like she owned him and demanded, "Who's the pink-haired girl? Is she your friend?" The intrusion made Jiyoung super uncomfortable. So to avoid drama, she quickly took the boxes back from Fen with a quiet apology. In a rush, she explained she just wanted to drop off the supplies and not interrupt what looked like a chat between friends. Fen, totally confused, watched as Jiyoung walked away. Then he turned to Gina and asked, "What are you doing in the parking lot?" Gina said she came down to grab some supplies. Then, with a mocking tone, she added, "I was worried about you, seeing how lazy you've been lately." Fen shook his head, acting unbothered. "I was just about to send a message," he said. But Gina cut him off. That chick smirked and called him a liar, pointing out she saw him chatting up another woman just seconds ago. The accusation I felt like a tactic to mess with him rather than a real complaint. Then, straight up, Gina switched topics, mentioning she was running low on food at home and asking if he could share some of his rations. Fen didn't get mad. Instead, he kept up his nice, helpful guy facade. Smiling, he told her he was running low on food too, but he could spare a little. Then, he added playfully that he'd only share with people who actually replied to his texts. Without waiting, he grabbed Gina by the waist, showing some serious confidence, and asked if she was down to crash at his place for a few days. That bold move caught the witch off guard. She wasn't used to seeing this confident, direct side of Fen. For a split second, she lost her cool, pushing him away lightly while forcing a nervous smile, bouncing back fast. Gina insisted that if Fen wanted to chat, they could do it online. It was a rejection in disguise. But Fen looked totally unbothered. He calmly turned to head back home. As he walked away, Gina, looking suddenly desperate, stopped him with a look meant to be convincing. She asked him to wait, her voice soft and her vulnerability totally calculated. She told him he'd changed a lot lately. Seizing the moment, she added that she'd always been real about her feelings, giving him those puppy dog eyes, trying to melt his heart, choosing her words carefully. Gina said she didn't want people thinking she was only with him for his money. That's why, she claimed, she needed more time before things got serious between them. Fen, seeing right through the witch's true nature, just watched her talk. For a second, he almost bought her act. Her manipulation skills were insane. But he remembered falling for her trap once before, and he wasn't about to make that mistake again. Despite what he was thinking, he decided to play along. He joked that he was just messing with her, leaving Gina feeling a bit embarrassed for overreacting to a simple joke. Finally, Fen told her he'd wait for her text to drop off some food supplies. The next day, Gina, acting all calm, smiled and told him to call if he wanted to chat. As soon as the chick left the parking lot, a wicked smile crept across her face, showing just how much she loved manipulating people. But this time, things were different. With a subtle smirk, Fen realized just how much he enjoyed low-key tormenting Gina. 2 days went by, and Fen didn't contact her at all. Meanwhile, Gina was blowing up his phone with angry demanding the supplies he promised. Fen let the messages pile up unread, casually enjoying a hot meal of steak and soda. He'd finally figured out the perfect way to make the meat deliciously tender, which was a total game changer. The freezing weather outside made that hot meal inside taste even better. While everyone else was miserable in the cold, he was chilling comfortably in his bathrobe, just enjoying his time. But he hadn't been totally slacking off those past few days. He ran some experiments that confirmed 2 key things. First, the meat couldn't expand forever. And second, just like soybeans, the meat could reproduce endlessly. His experiments, pounds and pounds of meat were produced every time a full batch of beans sprouted. He'd replant half to grow more, and feast on the rest. He used the exact same trick on the meat under those red and green grow lights. Just half a steak and a handful of soybeans. Boom. He could turn that into a whole steak. He could produce unlimited steaks. Infinite food glitch. After testing this theory with a bunch of experiments, he realized he was set. No more worrying about good food. Ever. Meanwhile, the TV stations kept sending out reporters to cover the blizzard. Day 19 and counting. Fen was watching it all from his massive home theater. Laughing at the garbage the media was spewing, he knew the real situation outside his base was way worse than what the news was pretending. While he was chilling with his daily glass of red wine, a loud boom from outside made him jump. He rushed to the window and ripped open the curtains. Far off, a building was engulfed in flames. That's the 7th fire in just a few days. Didn't know what started it? But one thing was for sure, that's bad news. Military choppers were swarming the city more than ever. If he was in the dark, the other survivors were definitely clueless. Panic had totally taken over. The residents were huddled up near the underground parking lot, trading supplies and food. Human greed was starting to show. Lots of people were taking advantage of the chaos, causing non-stop fights. And right in the middle of this mess, Mr. Gene was still playing the trustworthy leader, handing out resources to the needy for free. That day, Fen decided to head down to the parking lot where the survivors were gathering. He'd only been out of his house for a few minutes, and he could already feel the bone-chilling cold. He was instantly regretting leaving his cozy shelter, but he had a mission. He came down here to gather intel. If not for that, he wouldn't be caught dead showing his face to these people. Before he started snooping, he remembered the riots spreading through the neighborhood. If he remembered correctly, that rebellion was linked to the people right here in the basement, exactly where he was walking. The ones who were still promising to distribute supplies instead of scamming everyone. Fen decided to play detective. In the middle of all this chaos, watching the long lines for supplies, he noticed families struggling with the shortage. Up at the front, some guy was complaining about the tiny ration he got, even though he donated several boxes of supplies, while Mr. Gene tried to convince him everyone would get a fair share. The guy, holding just a can and a sausage, demanded his donations back, but the committee couldn't do that. The disaster was still ongoing. Mr. Gene asked him to look at the big picture and promised to pay him back once everything calmed down. But a promise of money in this apocalypse that meant absolutely nothing right now. Soon, other people in line started roasting the guy for his attitude, telling him to quit whining and move along. The mob quickly turned against him, influenced by the committee's vibe. Fen knew there was no way the admins were gonna hand out supplies right now, but using the situation to take the moral high ground over the people who donated the most when the crisis started, that was just a shameless move. Speaking of shameless people, someone familiar just showed up. It was Brother Lee. He looked way worse than before, frail, sick, and super skinny. Fen hadn't seen his brother in ages. The guy claimed he wasn't doing times 2 times bad, but it was obvious he was lying. According to him, he was only shaking cause of nerves and feeling helpless, not to mention the freezing cold. Finally, Brother Lee admitted he was having a rough time, relying on just water to kill his hunger, since he was totally out of food. Back when the donation hype was peaking, he gave most of his supplies to the committee. But in the end, his own stash ran out, way before the snowstorm was supposed to end. Plus, the rations the committee gave out were pitiful. If Brother Lee had known this would happen, he would have kept more for himself. Realizing he could help Brother Lee out, Fen pulled him close and whispered a proposal. Lee pulled back, in disbelief, like he couldn't believe his ears. Fen offered him 4 packs of instant noodles and 2 sausages for a simple job. He emphasized that this would really hit his own stockpile hard. But Lee took it like his little bro was just looking for a perfect excuse to give him food. Moved to tears, he promised he'd always remember this kindness. Brother Lee hugged him for real and swore this little favor would be handled. No problem. As for the food, he could swing by Fen's place later. But first, he really needed something to fill his stomach. So he lined up to get rations. Fen felt pretty satisfied with the perfect deal he just made. With just a few packs of noodles and sausages, he wouldn't have to go down to the parking lot personally to get intel in the future. Even though he felt at times little times bad for Brother Lee, nothing was more important than chilling comfortably on his couch at home, eating delicious food and playing video games. Fen would have had a perfect day in the underground parking lot if he hadn't been spotted by a familiar face. Hearing his name called, the next thing he felt was a palm flying at his face. Gina's greeting for the day was a crisp slap right on his cheek. He didn't expect to get assaulted this early and had no clue how to react to this crazy twist. With rage in her eyes, Gina screamed that he was a total disappointment. The chick started yelling at him for ghosting her texts, begging for food, making sure to raise her voice so everyone in the parking lot could hear. Fen was stunned. He just stood there, trying to process what just went down. The girl he used to mess around with just slapped him in front of everyone. He hadn't even settled the score from his past life, and now she invades his space to slap him for no reason. At that moment, with his patience snapping at an alarming rate, Fen realized Gina still saw him as a pathetic weakling she could bully. He stayed silent for a few moments while she scolded him for not replying. She called him deaf and dumb, demanding an answer to her questions. Fen took a deep breath as the air condensed from the cold. Then he decided to put on another show. He apologized to Gina sincerely, explaining that his supplies had been snatched. He said he'd left the food. He was going to give her outside his door for a second to grab his keys. But when he came back, the boxes were gone. Fen told Gina he tried to hunt down the person who stole the supplies, but no luck. Right then, Gina looked totally desperate, like a junkie looking for her next fix, asking him if he still had any food stashed away. Fen told her he barely had enough for a few days, rationing 1 meal a day. Hearing there was still something left, Gina's wild expression lit up with an embarrassed smile. However, when she asked him to share half of what he had left and for him to eat only once every 2 days, so they could both survive, her attitude was just disturbing. Fen could barely believe the audacity that she could make such a selfish proposal so calmly. It was like she saw him only as a tool to get what she needed, nothing more. Despite everything, Fen decided to play along. He gave a warm smile and agreed, acting like he was willing to share his scarce resources equally with her. Gina even asked for the food right then, but Fen preferred to say he'd deliver it at night, explaining he needed time to pack it before going back to his apartment. Gina wished him luck, reminding him to be careful with the flu that was going around. Fen replied without much interest, while his mind was already planning his revenge. At 8 p.m., Gina started harassing him for the food. She was so impatient she even came to the lobby near his room. By 9:30, she was alone in the hallways, shivering from the cold and feeling miserable. Meanwhile, Fen was enjoying his favorite hobby, sending her bait messages, only to completely ghost her afterwards. The elevator was broken due to the cold and lack of maintenance, so if Gina wanted to make a scene, she'd have to climb the stairs. Seeing she had no other choice, she swallowed her pride and started climbing the steps. Halfway up, exhaustion took over, and the cold made her shake uncontrollably. It was a test of endurance, but if it weren't for the food, she probably wouldn't have made all that effort. The fatigue hit her hard, since she hadn't eaten well for several days. Every step on the stairs stole a little more of her energy. Coincidentally, the emergency lights on the upper floors were out too, making her climb even gloomier and scarier. Hearing a strange noise, Gina nervously asked who was there. Just then, a black bag fell from the upper floors, landing right on her head. This left her stunned, unable to react. Then, the emergency lights turned on and white powder covered the whole staircase. The cheerful and confident Gina was completely covered in flour, with the dust spreading over her body. In front of her was Fen. He explained he had fallen asleep, but when he saw her messages, he ran down with the supplies. When the light went out, he dropped it. That flour bag exploded, causing total chaos by accident. Gina tried frantically to wipe the flour and plastic off her clothes, her face twisted with pure annoyance. Her true colors finally showed, revealing just how disgusted and frustrated she really was. Fen, he was loving every second of this. He'd planned this sick prank specifically for Gina, but he wasn't done yet. He lifted another plastic bag and told the girl that he'd packed the rest of the supplies just for her. When Gina checked inside, she realized most of the food was already half-eaten. It looked more like trash than actual food. Pretending he didn't notice a thing, Fen scratched the back of his head, claiming he'd worked extra hard to save that stock. There was even rotting meat mixed in there. Then, flipping the script, Fen acted all offended. He grabbed the plastic bag back and told her to return it if she didn't want it. Terrified of going another day without food, Gina snatched the bag right back, saying she wanted it. Fen looked her up and down and couldn't help but laugh at himself. Right there stood the so-called goddess he used to chase so hard. But now she looked like nothing more than a homeless addict trapped out in the freezing winter night. There she was, digging through a trash bag, trying to find a single edible crumb amongst the garbage. She even greedily grabbed the remaining bag of flour, right out of Fen's hands. Gina celebrated the score, even if it was just half a pack, not caring that minutes ago, she'd been covered in that white powder. Then, Gina walked off without even saying thanks. Fen didn't care one bit. Feeding her his literal trash should be enough to give her stomach issues for a few days. Plus, showering in this weather is impossible, so she'd be walking around with flour stuck to her body for a long time. As Fen happily headed back home, a weird feeling started creeping over him. He played it cool like he hadn't noticed, but something was nagging at the back of his mind. He stayed on high alert, acting natural as he headed to his unit. He left the stairs, walking like everything was fine, but in the distance, a shadowy figure was trailing him. A few seconds later, it was obvious it was a person, because of the snow boots they were wearing. Using the element of surprise, Fen quickly hid behind a door and lunged at the stranger following him. He made sure to grab them hard and aggressive, pinning them to the ground. Just as he was about to punch the intruder spying on him, something made Fen drop his hostility. The person stalking him turned out to be a girl with messy hair, sleepy eyes, and super thick glasses. Fen wondered what the hell was going on. He could only imagine one reason why she would be out there at this late hour. She must have been spying on him, and Fen wanted to know why. But all he got was silence and a blank stare from behind her glasses. She didn't say a single word. Surprised by her attitude, Fen decided to use forceful methods to make her talk. He threatened to strip her coat off right there in the freezing cold if she didn't speak up. But even that didn't make her say a word. He was tired of playing games. Fen decided to let her slide for now. But he figured next time she wouldn't be so lucky. If she wanted to keep stalking him, she'd have to quit the silent treatment and book it home before she froze to death. Just as Fen was about to bounce, he felt a sudden tug on his sleeve. This quiet girl wasn't letting him go that easy. Fen had zero clue what she wanted, but she just stared him down, not saying a single word. Fen was getting seriously annoyed by how awkward this was. He told her to quit staring or he was straight up leaving if she didn't spit it out. But instead of answering, the girl just pointed at something and yanked him along, dragging him right into her room. Even a total moron could tell she was showing him something huge. When they got inside, the room blew his mind. It was totally warm and bright. Fen was speechless. There were stacks of supply boxes everywhere. Some were empty, and the room was kinda trashy. But the fact that she had this much loot, weeks into the apocalypse, was absolutely insane. Fen was totally confused. So he asked her straight up if she knew ahead of time that the ice apocalypse was gonna hit. To his surprise, she actually answered, even though she was acting kinda weird about it. Turns out she had crunched the numbers herself and figured out a new ice age was coming. Fen was floored when he realized she was the same person who'd been posting in the community chat about the apocalypse before it actually went down. Fen didn't get a word she was saying. For a guy like him, it was hard to wrap his head around the fact that you could predict the future just with research and math, without being a returner. But Fen had a gut feeling that wasn't the only reason. She'd dragged him to her room. And he was right. The girl didn't waste any time showing him what she was really after. Her room was decked out with multiple screens, all playing security footage, and every single one of them was watching him. In the first one, he was picking his nose while loading boxes into an elevator. In the second, a delivery guy was dropping off a dozen gas cans. In the third, his brother was handing him a gun case. And it just went on and on. Fen's first instinct was spot on. She'd been spying on him for a long time. After showing him that, the girl seemed to relax. So she just started stripping right in front of him without hesitating. Her body was way too hot to keep wearing those heavy winter clothes, which made Fen totally panic and get the wrong idea, asking her what the hell she was doing. She just answered with zero shame that she was hot. This situation was getting weirder by the second. Even though Fen was confused, he knew he had to stay put until he figured out what was going on. Turns out, She'd been watching him because she was suspicious of his behavior, since he started stockpiling supplies way before the snow even hit. Luckily, the stalking wasn't about blackmailing him, but to see if he was actually smart enough to team up with her. Now he just had to figure out what cooperating meant to her. Since she had trouble communicating, she decided it was best to just show him practically what she wanted. Fen couldn't even imagine what she was planning. After all that rustling around, she dragged a generator out from behind the bed. Fen thought she had some big surprise. But nope, she just needed his help to get it running. Look, this girl was a total tech wizard, but when it came to basic survival skills, she had absolutely zero clue. After a bit of tinkering, the generator was purring like a kitten. Fen prayed that was it. But of course, he wasn't that lucky. She gave him those puppy dog eyes and asked for help again, this time with the water heater. Fen didn't waste a second and got it set up in no time, making sure she'd have hot water 24/7 thanks to that generator. He warned her, don't waste a drop, and always turn the tap when you're not using it. Then, she needed help with the fridge, which was a total disaster zone. Fen actually had to explain that raw meat goes in the freezer, not the fridge, or it's gonna rot in a heartbeat. He even had to show her how to swap out the gas canisters for the stove. He drilled the safety rules into her head and made her repeat every step back to him. From there, things just went downhill. Fen had to teach her how to actually cook over a fire. Finally, when our guy was totally drained, a decent dinner was ready. He told her to dig in while it was still hot. Fen couldn't wrap his head around how he ended up here, babysitting a grown woman all day who couldn't take care of herself. His new friend's survival skills were alarmingly trash, and she didn't seem embarrassed about it at all. Surprisingly, the food actually tasted amazing. Fen realized he had no clue what was going on. He awkwardly stammered an excuse, saying he was just joking about what he said earlier. He was dead on his feet and dreaming of his warm bed. Turns out, he wasn't the only one burnt out. When Fen looked over at the girl, she was already out cold, using the dinner table as a pillow. First time he'd ever seen someone fall asleep mid-chew. He sighed and carefully carried her over to the couch. That night, the blizzard got worse, and the temperature plummeted. Fen had barely woken up when someone came knocking. It was her again, bringing gifts to thank him for helping out. Even Fen was shocked. She brought a serious haul, but after he took the boxes, she just stood in the doorway like she wasn't planning to leave. She dragged the generator back and asked him to teach her again. She clearly didn't remember a single thing from yesterday, so Fen had to start from scratch. After a few days of this, Fen realized she was totally hopeless. When it came to survival, she had zero common sense and no clue about what's appropriate or not. But she didn't quit. Eventually, she managed to cook something that was actually edible. It at least looked like food. Even Fen had to admit her cooking skills leveled up. Before, even a starving dog wouldn't touch her food. But in this frozen apocalypse, people would kill for a meal like this. Feng finally decided to get the girl's name. She introduced herself as the wielder of the demon eye. But let's just call her Hao. She was still a total mystery to him, especially with the weird way she talked and acted. But he wasn't gonna leave her behind. Meanwhile, down in the basement where they were handing out supplies to the needy residents, things were getting chaotic. Starving residents were fighting each other for the scraps that were left. Chaos took over, and supplies were getting snatched, with people arguing that no one could prove who owned what. The weak were dropping, unable to fight back, while the strong tried to grab even more. It looked like the peaceful days in that community were officially over. People, they were fighting for resources they felt they deserved. They guarded what little they managed to get with their lives, and any attempt to steal instantly turned into senseless violence. Mr. Jin stayed calm through the whole brawl. He cranked up the volume on his megaphone, making a screeching feedback noise that stopped the fight dead in its tracks. Everyone covered their ears in pain. But Mr. Jian didn't stop. After a few seconds, the sound finally cut out, and he finally addressed his fellow survivors. He asked if they were done fighting yet. He lifted up one of the beaten and bloody men, explaining that just for these few leftover resources, They were risking their lives. But the crowd was still furious. Mr. Gina was the one who suggested the donation system. And now they only got 1 pack of noodles every few days. If fighting didn't kill them, starvation would. But he pretended to listen to their complaints about the supply distribution, or rather the lack of it. Then he asked them who was really to blame for this situation. First, he urged everyone to think really carefully. The angry mob blamed him for everything. Mr. Gina held up a piece of bread and started working his magic, helping people remember what was really going on. Bread that used to sell for just a few bucks could now only be bought from those with plenty of resources for tens or even hundreds of dollars. The elite had squeezed the unfortunate ones dry. They were going so far as to split a single piece of bread into 5 or 10 pieces just to auction them off, using this disaster to get rich. Meanwhile, those stuck down in the parking garage were already out of money and resources. But they kept fighting each other. Trapped in a system that used to work, they were killing each other, while the elites, who had plenty of supplies, hoarded their wealth and refused to donate. They were the ones maliciously jacking up prices. And yet, here were the poor, starving and fighting to the death. Mr. Gina asked them if that was fair. Sensing that he had the crowd hanging on his every word, he urged everyone to stop fighting and band together to take back the resources that, he claimed, belonged to all the citizens. Starving and furious, they started to process what they had just heard. Convinced that they were being treated unfairly, they wondered why the rich were the only ones getting all the benefits while they, the rest of them, had to fight just to avoid starvation and death. Mr. Gina watched as the pieces of the puzzle fell into place. He had planted a seed of hatred in people's minds. And now, there was only dissatisfaction and rage. The mob started turning, not on him, but on the other residents in the building, watching the violence boil over. The chaos, the desperation. He smiled silently, loving the growing mess he'd caused. But in the crowd, Brother Lee saw right through Mr. Gina's manipulative speech. He watched as people, basically going insane, started plotting darker stuff. Something big was coming. He knew he had to warn the protagonist as soon as possible. In his room, Fen was chilling, pretending to read a book, thinking about how messy things were getting. When an insistent ringtone interrupted him, it was messages from Brother Lee, warning him about the chaos brewing in the parking lot. According to him, Mr. Gina kept riling up the crowd, and things were about to spiral out of control. People started forming groups, going through the hallways door to door, smashing locks and looting whatever they found. They were armed, desperate, and had nothing to lose. Brother Lee told Fen to hunker down and avoid fighting these crazy people head-on. Even though Lee had his own survival tricks, he wasn't sure how long he could last out there in the mob. Fen never guessed things would get this dangerous. Even though he stockpiled a couple of weapons for extreme emergencies, the idea of using them on people really messed with him. However, he knew if the mob found out where he kept his supplies, they wouldn't hesitate to tear him apart. They'd devour him, leaving him and that outcast girl with absolutely nothing. Knowing he had to be ready for anything, Fen grabbed some cables, tools, and a couple of fire extinguishers from his stash. He started rigging up a trap right at his bedroom door, securing the knob with wires and running them carefully across the floor as a safety measure. Just as he was tweaking the final details of his crude defense system, the lights flickered and died instantly. A sudden blackout plunged the whole building into total darkness. From high up, Fen saw that it wasn't just his building, but the entire zone had lost power. Some residents tried to contact management, but it was useless. No one had answered for a long time. Fen figured that with the snowstorm and the excessive electricity use while people tried to stay warm, the blackout was inevitable. Snow was piling up nonstop, covering everything in thick layers, and the freezing temps made it almost impossible to fix the power grid. Under these conditions, Fen feared the power and signal outage would last longer than any resident could handle. Once everyone realized that the electricity wasn't coming back soon, panic would take over. That panic, he knew, would trigger an even more violent riot. That's when the real chaos would start. 30 minutes before the blackout. In a far-off apartment, Gina was wolfing down noodles. Her benefactor, a cunning and opportunistic blonde guy, was bragging about how he stockpiled supplies and sold them at inflated prices, up to 50 times their original value. The desperate poor people had no choice but to sell everything they owned just to survive. With the $500,000 he'd stacked up, Blondie was organizing auctions where the needy fought each other, battling to get just a tiny fraction of what they needed to survive. This cruel method made him rich fast. He stroked Gina's face, smirked, and asked if she thought following him was the right call. The witch smiled, satisfied, looking like she was loving the situation. As for the guy, he was already plotting how to use his wealth to totally control her, convinced money could buy her loyalty. But his moment, we got cut short by the echo of fast footsteps in the hall. Looters, armed with tools to bust the locks, they hit the floor at midnight. Blondie's alarms went off when the group chat started blasting him as the main culprit for the price hikes. While the storm roared outside, looters were kicking and bashing the door to force it open, frozen in fear. Blondie didn't know what to do. The mob, driven by hunger and desperation, was about to break through the entrance. Meanwhile, back at his shelter, Fen was working like a maniac. Wires and tools spread all over the floor, trying to jury-rig a trap to secure his door. The mess around him screamed chaos. But his focus didn't waver. He tied the wires fast, trying to create a working mechanism. But something was off. When he connected the last wires, a sudden explosion lit up the room, followed by little flames eating up the rest of his project. Fen put the fire out fast, but he couldn't figure out what went wrong. Maybe a wire surged at the wrong second. Frustrated, he thought if only the internet was working, he could search for a guide to build a killer trap. But that was a luxury he didn't have. Fen got up slowly and checked the door, peeking carefully through the keyhole. Couldn't see a face, but he saw a small figure with messy strands of hair sticking out. It was the outcast girl again. Her indifferent look clashed with the danger looming in the hall. As always, she was here to ask for help. Fen frowned. Bad timing. He was busy desperately improvising traps to protect himself. Then, a memory hit him. The incident that sent him back to the past. When he got seduced by a witch and attacked by a lunatic. Something about that memory gave him chills. He let go of the doorknob, unsure of what might be lurking out there. He warned the girl, firmly but whispering that it was dangerous. People were smashing down doors and looting supplies without mercy. Instead of letting her in, he ordered her to run back to her apartment. He wasn't opening the door. Not like this. Silence filled the hallway. The girl didn't move. Fen heard her faint breathing, followed by harder knocks to let her in. She insisted, but he stood his ground. Finally, she stopped knocking and slumped to the floor. Trembling, the hallway cold, piercing and cruel, was taking its toll. Meanwhile, voices of the looters echoed closer and closer, filling the 18th floor with threats. They didn't seem to care how many residents lived there. Their goal was crystal clear: smash every door open and take everything they could find. Two rough-looking thugs were the first to hit the hallway. One of them let out a mocking laugh, celebrating the privilege of being the first ones on that floor. They split up the rooms right away to maximize the loot. Just by chance, Fen's door was the closest. One of the guys, armed with a metal crowbar, banged on the door, while shouting that they were just supply delivery guys. Inside the apartment, Fen reacted fast. He grabbed the outcast girl and covered her mouth with his hand, whispering for her to stay quiet. He could feel her shaking. Couldn't tell if it was from the cold or just pure fear. Outside, the looters waited a few seconds. When no one answered, They started breaking in. The doorknob jerked up and down, accompanied by loud metallic creaks, as they tried to pry the frame open with the crowbar. But those looters had no idea how tough that reinforced door was. It had iron plates 5 centimeters thick. The frame was designed to withstand even the most aggressive attacks. After several minutes of useless trying, the men gave up, marking the spot before moving to the next door. Fen was so busy patting himself on the back for reinforcing the door that he forgot his hand was still over the outcast girl's mouth. She sat there, motionless, not making a sound so she wouldn't attract the looters' attention, though inside, her tension was palpable. Finally, when the silence in the hallway confirmed the intruders were gone, she thanked him quietly for letting her in. Before they saw her sitting outside, they decided to wait a few more minutes to make sure the danger had passed. Fen, impatient to get back to his plan, rushed to work on his electrocution trap. He was determined that the next time someone tried to break down his door, they'd get a lethal shock. The girl, watching with curiosity, asked what he was doing. Fen, in a condescending tone, explained it was an advanced defense system. Despite his explanation, he added that she probably wouldn't get it, even if he spelled it out for her. What he didn't mention was that he didn't even fully understand how it worked himself. Every attempt to connect the wires ended in frustration. What Fen didn't know was that the outcast girl was an expert in security systems and voltage manipulation, a field she mastered with ease. From where she sat, she started giving him clear instructions. Cut the power. Carefully wrap the bare wire around the knob. Connect a second wire to the electrical panel. And finally, turn the power back on. Even though he doubted her at first, Fen followed her lead, and to his surprise, the current meter on the knob showed a high level of energy. Shocked, Fen asked how she knew so much about this tech stuff. With unwavering confidence, she replied that the eye of the evil king gave her the power to see the truth behind everything. Even though the explanation made no sense to him, he couldn't help but admire her skills. With the trap finally set up, Fen sighed in relief. But before he could celebrate his win, the girl dumped her backpack onto the sofa, ignoring him completely. Then, with a firm look, she declared she was staying there from now on as the true eye of the evil king. That statement took Fen completely by surprise. Took him a few seconds to process what he just heard. He couldn't believe this girl just unilaterally decided to crash at his shelter. He begged her to go back home, almost desperate. But she just ignored him with absolute indifference. In his agitation, Fen tripped over the cables still scattered across the floor. He tried to regain his balance, but ended up wiping out hard. The impact was accompanied by a flash of purple light wrapping around his hands. Even though the hit should have hurt, he didn't feel a thing. That's when he noticed something weird. The coffee table, solid and rigid a second ago, now looked malleable, like it was made of clay. Fen blinked in disbelief. He wondered if his faceplant was the cause of this phenomenon. He looked at his hands, still surrounded by that mysterious purple light, and started connecting the dots. He experimented with nearby objects, touching tools and furniture. Every single one transformed instantly, turning soft and moldable like putty. He grabbed a hammer, and when he pressed the metal head, it bent easily. The purple light seemed to give him the power to alter the composition of objects. Totally absorbed in this discovery, Fen didn't notice the girl watching him, in complete silence, analyzing his every move. Finally, she broke the silence with her usual tone flat, but loaded with meaning. She commented that Fen was also a chosen emissary of the true eye of the evil king. Fen, still baffled by this strange situation, decided to just play along with the outcast girl. He unenthusiastically took on the role of the evil king's chosen subordinate, although he preferred not to reveal what he had discovered about his new power. She suggested they help each other out, which implied, obviously, sharing the apartment. Fen was about to flat out refuse, but before he could say a word, the girl was already heading into one of the rooms, acting like it was hers. End of discussion. To her, they were building a shelter worthy of the evil king. Fen sighed, giving up. In the end, it wasn't that big of a deal. The most important thing right now was figuring out how that purple light coming from his hands actually worked. The first thing he remembered was that moment he tripped on the cables and almost face-planted right onto the coffee table, which had reacted in an impossible way, turning soft. Intrigued, he tried to recreate that same sensation. He concentrated on the image of the purple light wrapping his hands, and after several tries, he managed to summon it again. Now he was starting to understand how to call on that power more consciously and automatically. The first object he decided to manipulate was the cables, the same ones that had triggered the discovery. Then, driven by curiosity, he tested something more challenging, a kitchen knife. He activated the purple light, and with a murky flash, the essence absorbed the sharp blade. To his amazement, the steel turned so soft that the knife felt like jelly, molding around his hand with ease. Fascinated, he continued experimenting with other household materials: wood, plastic, ceramics, even glass. Everything succumbed to the touch of the purple light, becoming malleable, as if they had lost their structure. However, the power seemed to have a limit. Aside from softening objects, there were no other significant effects. As it stood, the purple light was pretty useless and impractical. But then, an idea hit him. What if he combined his new purple light with a different one? Remembering old theories about polarity and energy, Ten fired up a green light too, or rather, he imagined it existing right alongside the purple one. He grabbed the squishy knife and let both lights flow into it. The result was instant and shocking. The blade snapped back to its original shape, turning solid, rigid, and razor sharp. It even reflected light like it had been, polished to perfection. Pumped up, Ten started testing this new theory on other stuff. He found a crumpled tissue box and blasted a piece of toilet paper with the light combo. Instantly, the thin paper got so hard he could barely even bend it. Mixing green and purple lights didn't just fix things. It boosted their hardness to insane levels. Ten stared at the stiff paper in awe, though a cold thought made him frown. He wondered what use this actually had. Sure, he could harden materials until they were basically indestructible. But in a world where chaos was already loose, what good was it? While he thought about his powers, outside the apartment, the vibe was getting way more intense. The looters who had taken control of cabins, other people's supplies, were acting way more selfishly. They didn't want to share their loot with women, old folks, or anyone else. Fear of running out of supplies made them greedy and ruthless. But they had to be low-key. If word got out, they could face a riot. While they were plotting, one of the looters noticed something weird on the walls of the 18th floor hallway. At first, it looked like just a shadow. But when he shined his light on the surface, he couldn't believe his eyes. The concrete wall was moving. A face started pushing out of the solid concrete. Like something trapped inside was trying to break free. The wall twisted and crinkled, taking on impossible human shapes. Ghostly arms joined the figure, reaching out into the void like they were grabbing for something. The scene was inexplicable and terrifying. The looters, hardened by their crimes and used to facing human threats, just froze. Suddenly, a total blackout plunged the floor into pitch darkness. All they could hear was the wind roaring outside and their own pounding hearts. They panicked instantly. Without thinking twice, the group of looters bolted, tripping and shoving each other as they fled to the lower floors. They couldn't explain what they just saw. The supernatural had come to life, and the 18th floor seemed more like a death trap than a place to loot. Meanwhile, Ten was fighting to breathe as he tried to push his way through the soft walls with his face. It was exhausting and desperate work. He had to get out of that clay-like mess before he ran out of oxygen. For the sake of the experiment, he picked one of the walls as a testing ground for his combined purple and green light powers. But applying these lights to the entire wall turned out to be totally exhausting. After a serious grind, he finally got massive amounts of light to fuse and blend together. The process was grueling, but in the end, he got a wall that was even tougher and more durable than before. To test it out, Fen grabbed a sledgehammer. He stood in front of the reinforced wall, feeling a mix of hype and determination. He raised the hammer with all his might and smashed it right into the surface. With a solid blow, he kept hitting it over and over, until his hands were shaking from exhaustion and he could barely hold the tool. But all that effort was totally worth it. The wall turned out to be insanely tough. Even with all his strength, he couldn't leave a single scratch on it. Meanwhile, down in the underground parking garage, a bunch of raiders had returned to turn in their loot. One nervous guy scratched his head and apologized for bringing back so little. Just barely some food. He was clearly tense. And when someone tapped his shoulder, he freaked out even more. The guy who touched him was one of the Jin brothers, who instantly slammed him to the ground, locking his arms tight and demanding he tell him where he hid the rest of the food. The raider swore he didn't have any more supplies, but Brother Jin had clearly seen him carrying 3 big bags before handing over just one tiny one. Despite the pressure on his arms, the raider kept denying he hid anything else, since he didn't seem ready to talk with just a little pain. Brother Jin figured a good beating would make him confess, but right when he was about to smash the raider, a hand stopped him calmly. It was Mr. Jin, who suggested in a chill voice that they let the raider go. He said if there was really something else to hide, it would be handled another way. Mr. Jin listened closely to the food theft situation, which was supposed to be shared equally among everyone, and decided to handle it his own way. Finally, Brother Jin agreed. Let the raider go and shoved him to the ground. When the raider looked up, he saw Mr. Jin, offering him a friendly hand. Mr. Jin's smile could calm anyone down, though there was always something creepy about his kindness. After a few minutes of talking, the raider confessed and pulled out 2 extra big bags of food he had hidden. Feeling ashamed, he explained he had 5 people at home and the standard ration wasn't enough for everyone. Hearing this, Mr. Jin took his own portion of food and generously handed it to the man, even though the rules said everyone had to turn in their loot to get fair rations based on the number of people in their homes. Mr. Jin understood the struggle of those fighting to survive. The raider was so touched. He almost burst into tears, thanking him for his generosity. Ashamed of his own greed, he swore that if Mr. Jin ever needed anything, he would be right there for him. Then, Mr. Jin turned to the crowd lined up, urging them to grab their rations quickly and get back to their homes. The Jin brothers, curious as hell about what went down, they just had to ask how he managed to make the looter return everything so easily, and why he even shared his own rations with him. Mr. Jin just calmly replied that he didn't do anything special. He simply helped the man learn a major lesson. But since the Jin brothers kept pushing, Mr. Jin started telling them a story about his home country. He explained how, multiple times, riots and rebellions were triggered by clashing interests between different social classes. But, he explained, those riots weren't just because of one person's greed, but a whole collective social phenomenon. He added that in situations like that, if someone wasn't stopped right away or didn't face judgment in court, justice usually got twisted by mob pressure. Mr. Jin made it crystal clear to that looter that if he broke the rules, the group would turn on him and treat him like a common criminal. Plus, when this disaster is over, he wouldn't just face the full weight of the law, but also the revenge of the people he stole from. Off in the distance, Uncle Liu watched the whole scene like a bystander. He knew Mr. Jin had purposely left out one little detail. In any group of looters, there's always a leader who guides the group's actions. In times of crisis, both heroes and villains tend to rise up, and Uncle Liu could see the potential in that guy. Meanwhile, Fen was still busy swinging his sledgehammer against different parts of his house, making sure they were basically indestructible. This workout was draining him more than he thought. But hey, at least now he had invincible windows. With the whole house reinforced and the stress tests done, he could finally chill. But, and in 10, right at that exact moment, Someone started banging on his door again. These kinds of interruptions were getting way too common. He crept softly across the floor, wondering if it was those resource-stealing neighbors again. When he got to the entrance, he looked through the peephole to see what was going on. And, to his total surprise, it was none other than Gina, banging on the door, calling his name with tears in her eyes. Shivering in the cold. The scene was insanely familiar. Gina started speaking with a broken voice about how she couldn't betray the feelings he had for her, saying that only in hard times can you truly understand someone's heart. She said only someone who truly loved her would invest in her unconditionally, and that if he opened the door, she'd be happy to open her heart. Fenn's mind flashed back to that fateful night he died, ambushed in his own room. He vividly remembered how that witch and her partner tricked him, making him look like a dead fool. Now this woman was repeating the exact same words she said to him before he died. This could only mean one thing. Outside that door, there was a man, waiting to deal a killing blow if he fell for the trap. Fenn's first thought was to get revenge right now. He'd go grab his weapon and kill that pair of traitors, with zero mercy. But he stopped halfway. There was no electricity at the moment, which meant his enemy hiding in the dark would have the advantage. If he didn't land a one-hit kill, he'd be totally exposed. He could end up dead. And he couldn't just rely on his electric shocks either. Getting two people to trigger a trap at the exact same time. Yeah, basically impossible. For now, Fenn took a deep breath to chill out. He even cut the generators to kill any extra noise. He only had one shot at this. He couldn't mess it up. He needed to analyze the situation with a cool head. Gina wasn't the real threat here. That witch at the door was nothing. The real danger was the guy hiding in the dark. He had to pinpoint his location and deal a fatal blow. Luckily, Fenn already knew exactly how this was going to go down. He'd lived through this before. If he remembered right, the killer should be hiding in the blind spot right behind the door. He estimated the guy's position through the wall and gripped his sledgehammer tight. Then, he had an idea. A risky plan. And sure, but maybe his best shot. Touching the wall's surface, he gathered purple light in his hand, letting it glow faintly while he waited with resolve. Gina, on the other hand, kept acting like a damsel in distress, screaming desperately for him to save her. The guy she brought along to kill and loot Fenn was starting to doubt the plan, but she kept insisting that Fenn, that total loser, was sitting on tons of resources. She talked about trucks loaded with supplies delivered just one day before the disaster hit. For them, stealing those supplies meant securing food and gear for days. But they made a fatal mistake. They picked the wrong target. This guy had superpowers. Suddenly, the wall behind the killer started morphing, moving just like clay. A bulge shaped like a hammer started popping out, extending right from the wall. The killer heard some weird noises around him, but Gina was too focused on her acting to notice. By the time the guy realized the noise was coming from behind him, it was already too late. The hammer, coated in soft cement, smashed into his jaw with insane force. He didn't even have a chance to react. The impact sent him flying like a rag doll, shattering bones and leaving him totally still on the ground. Gina jumped back with a gasp, horrified to see her partner in crime, lying there shaking from pain and cold. Between sobs, Gina managed to stammer out something about what just happened, but her partner was in no condition to answer. That's when the door, which seemed impossible to open a second ago, started to slowly creak. Fenn burst out of his room with a fire extinguisher in hand and a sly little smirk on his face. Gina, that haggard witch, looked at him in terror, unable to hide her shock. Before she could say another word, Fenn blasted the fire extinguisher, covering her in a thick cloud of white foam, while she screamed in pain. Gina was a good actress, though. Even in the middle of all that chaos, she managed to keep a soft tone while begging Fenn to stop spraying her. But she made the mistake of inhaling some of that extinguisher stuff. Big mistake. And she immediately started coughing violently. The extreme cold from the chemicals was starting to get to her, weakening her bit by bit. When she finally managed to open her eyes, she saw her partner, that blonde guy she brought to rob Fen, writhing on the ground, convulsing and desperately begging for help. But unfortunately for him, Gina wasn't in any shape to help anyone. Suddenly, Fen's hand reached out from the white mist of the extinguisher, reaching for her with precision. Gina reacted fast, but he managed to grab her hair and scarf at the same time. Must have been the adrenaline pumping through her body. But Gina managed to break free, although she left behind a good chunk of her hair in Fen's hand. She scrambled to her feet and booked it, screaming at the top of her lungs, begging for help. Fen clicked his tongue, pissed off that she escaped. That witch had fled way too fast. But you couldn't say the same for the guy he'd smashed with the hammer, who was still struggling to get up, fueled by pent-up rage and frustration. Fen walked up and kicked him in the stomach, just as the blonde tried to stand up. The hit knocked the wind right out of him. And when Fen was about to finish him off with a stomp, the man raised a hand, begging him to wait. Then he asked Fen if he knew who his father was. Said if he touched him again, he wouldn't live to tell the tale. Fen didn't answer with words. Instead, he threw a solid punch that landed square on the blonde's face, making his answer crystal clear. He didn't give a damn who his father was or what influence he had. His only goal was to inflict as much pain as humanly possible. Seeing that threats weren't working, the blonde tried to change tactics. With a trembling voice, he treated Fen like a brother and said this had been a misunderstanding. Said there was no beef between them. Then he whined, asking why he was doing this, saying it was unfair. But those words just threw gas on the fire of Fen's fury. Memories of his past life echoed in his mind. The night they betrayed and killed him, when he was simply minding his own business. Enraged, Fen grabbed him by the neck and smashed his head against the floor with force. Then he got on top of his chest and started raining down blows without mercy, each one loaded with all the resentment and rage he'd been bottling up. Between punches, Fen started screaming that they treated him like his life was worthless, like he didn't matter in the slightest. The blonde, now with his face wrecked and his jaws completely useless, could barely sob and cough up blood. Fen stood up slowly and let out a deep sigh. His gaze locked onto the modified baseball bat lying on the floor, the same weapon that had ended his life in the past. He picked it up firmly and held it, feeling the familiar weight in his hands. He looked at the helpless man lying on the floor, moaning through tears and coughing blood. Fen, full of fury, raised the steel-spiked bat and brought it down, with all his strength, right onto the blonde's face. The crunch of broken bones echoed in the hallway of the 18th floor, accompanied by the splatter of blood hitting the walls. The act was final. The revenge he'd been waiting for. It was finally done. He had finished the man who in another life had doomed him to an unjust fate. The adrenaline was still racing through his veins, but it was starting to fade. The metallic stench of blood and the grotesque sight in front of him made him realize the magnitude of what he'd done. His stomach churned violently and, although he tried to hold it back, he ended up turning away to empty the contents of his stomach in a corner. As he pulled himself together, a noise broke the silence. A slight throat clearing caught his attention. Fen turned around with his pulse still racing and saw the outcast girl sitting by the door. She didn't seem fazed by the brutal scene she had just witnessed. She was just casually toying with the blood pooling on the floor, like it was nothing more than a harmless puddle. She'd been there the whole time, watching, and now she wants to help clean up the mess. Something about her felt totally off. Being that calm in the middle of a bloodbath, it seriously creeped him out. He didn't trust her or her weirdly chill vibe. But she didn't look like she was budging. She just stood there, totally unfazed, like she was 100% safe, like nothing could touch her. Her stubborn attitude was starting to tick him off. Fen tried to warn her it wasn't safe to stay, that the next few days were going to be even more dangerous. Death could drop on them at any second. No warning. But she didn't even flinch. Instead, she slammed her glass of orange juice on the table like she meant it, like a silent statement of exactly what she was planning. The girl stood her ground, convinced something was watching over them. To her, the chaos around them was just a temporary speed bump. Fen was exhausted, sick of trying to figure out her mysterious game. He decided to end this nonsense. He grabbed her arm tight to stop her from locking herself in the room. He wasn't playing around. He needed her to listen, to stop running away with this crazy, unpredictable behavior, and pay attention to the nightmare heading their way. She didn't even blink. Just pointed at the door, confused. Fen paused, then gave in. He turned the knob and slowly cracked the door open. What he saw left him stunned. The underground parking lot was pure chaos. Dozens of people were lined up in a total mess, pushing and shoving, desperate to get their hands on rations. In the crowd was Gina, that woman who managed to escape after her attack failed. She was lined up with the rest, head down, shrinking into herself. No one left to suck up to. No one to use as a shield. She had no choice but to give her name and apartment number, just to get her ration. A single piece of bread was slapped into her hands, holding that tiny prize. Her anger boiled up. Nothing had gone according to plan. The guy she brought to pull off the job, he never came back. Vanished into thin air. Fen definitely set some kind of trap, something she didn't see coming. Gina couldn't stop obsessing over what she saw. Before everything went to hell, that flickering light leaking from inside the apartment and the warm breeze that brushed her face. But that wasn't enough. She needed to know what else Fen was hiding in there. She was so lost in her rage and frustration that she bumped right into a guy who was also waiting in line. The guy recognized her instantly, and right then, a dim, mysterious light seemed to shine her way. This guy was part of that troublemaking crew that caused drama with the neighbors a while back. With a creepy grin, he invited her to the lobby of Building 5, where he and his boys had a fire going to stay warm. It was obvious. He was barely hiding the fact that he wanted to get close to a hottie like her. Gina clocked his vibe immediately. She had no time for losers like him. She scoffed and turned him down, saying she'd rather freeze alone at home than waste a second with guys like him. But before she could walk away, he grabbed her arm. Fake nice. Trying to force her to stay, promising her food rations and a cozy shelter to crash for a few days. But his true colors showed up fast with a creepy stare and a nasty grin. He admitted he'd always been into her, but just for a quick fling. Sick of this gross treatment. Gina tried to break free. She smacked his hand away, screaming to let her go. Still acting all high and mighty. She claimed she'd never stoop low enough to eat the trash a guy like him offered. Her words really pissed him off. Furious, he tightened his grip and screamed that she couldn't fake being innocent anymore. After what she did, he swore he saw her stealing supplies, pretending to be someone else when no one was looking. The fight started drawing a crowd. Slowly, everyone got curious about the drama, whispering and pointing at Gina. Her good girl mask was starting to crack, and that totally freaked her out. All those suspicious looks were enough to make her feel like her world, all that effort just to keep up appearances. Desperate, she smashed the food right into the guy's face, hitting him hard enough to shut him up for a second. But that just made him even madder. He raised his flashlight, ready to teach her a lesson in front of everyone. He was spewing insults, totally out of control, while the crowd watched, too scared to step in. But before he could touch her, someone stepped out from the crowd. A strong hand smacked the guy so hard he flew back against the wall. The sound of the impact echoed through the room, leaving everyone dead silent. Totally shocked, the one who threw the punch stepped up. It was Nurse Young, standing tall and confident, glaring down at the guy on the floor. Young pulled a card from her pocket and handed it over. It was her nurse contact info, promising help if she ever needed it. Gina barely even glanced at the card. She didn't care about saying thanks or making friends. She just wanted to get the hell out of there. Before anyone else tried to drag her into their drama, the vibe got tense fast. The guy Yeong had decked snapped awake, still raging from the humiliation, eyes burning with rage. He lunged at her and tackled her to the ground. Hard, he roared in anger, blaming her for ruining his fun. He raised his fists, ready to beat her senseless without mercy. Suddenly, Another figure jumped out of the crowd to stop him. It was Brother Lee to the rescue, moving fast and sure. He grabbed the guy and slammed him into the ground. Lei, who's known for hating scumbags that hit women, stepped in without a second thought. He looked at the attacker with pure disgust, making it clear he wasn't having it. The scene caught everyone's attention. Just then, Chief Gene arrived, pushing through the crowd to see what was going down. His scary, calm aura was enough to make the guy on the floor try to pull himself together. Voice shaking, he started making excuses, swearing he saw Gina with some rich guy. He accused her of being the one sneaking him illegal supplies. Then he insinuated that she was the one rigging prices on essential items. That is messed up. Brother Lee was watching the whole drama, getting seriously annoyed. To him, this accusation made zero sense. The guy was being a total coward blaming Gina after he just attacked her. Talk about adding insult to injury. But before Lee could step in, Chief Gene grabbed the guy by his coat and got right in his face with total boss authority. Gene shut him down. He reminded him that this committee was built to protect the weak and share food fairly with everyone who needed it. Causing a scene like this was a betrayal of everything they stood for. The aggressor, crushed by Gene's death stare, had no choice but to fold. He nervously admitted he messed up and swore he wouldn't cause any more trouble. As the tension finally cooled off, John turned to the crowd, apologizing for the show and promised them that everything was under control. To smooth things over, he tried to recruit both Brother Lee and Ji-young to the committee, hinting they'd be huge assets. But Brother Lee didn't even hesitate. He turned around and walked straight out of there. He didn't need to say a word. He'd rather starve to death than team up with a bunch of looters pretending to be heroes. Nurse Ji-young wasn't interested either and turned down the offer, but she was way nicer about it. Before she left, she told them to come find her if they ever needed medical help. As they walked away, Gina saw her chance. She prowled over to Chief Gene, turning on her classic helpless girl act. Looking all sweet and submissive, she started buttering him up. She faked total admiration, saying she had always respected him but never got the chance to say it. And now, she claimed she wanted to make up for lost time with him. But Gene wasn't buying it. He gave her a cold stare and shut her down. He told her straight up that she was seriously confused. If she thought that act would work on him, he dropped a truth bomb. Lee can fight and Ji-young can heal, but she brought zero value to the group. The rejection was brutal and humiliating. Gina was fuming. For the first time ever, her charm wasn't working on a guy, but she wasn't giving up. Gina cooked up a new plan. She fixed her face and played her ace card. She offered intel on hidden supplies stashed over in Fen's apartment that they definitely want. Things got even crazier when Ben saw Hal's power with his own eyes. Right in front of him, she unleashed her special ability, a hole in space that seemed to suck up any object like it was nothing. That dark void, looking like a glitch in reality, acted like a pocket dimension where you could store stuff forever. Ben was totally hyped by this power, so he just had to ask her to pull something out of that mystery dimension. But he soon realized that was easier said than done. Even though Hal could stash an insane amount of loot, getting it back out was a whole different struggle. Her accuracy was trash. She kept pulling out random stuff she didn't even want. Burning with curiosity, Fen eyed the strange hole, trying to figure out what the heck it was. He just went for it and stuck his head right into the void. What he saw, no way. He was speechless. The inside was totally packed, stacks of loot everywhere. Like an entire supermarket got dumped in there overnight. But the craziest part, the space seemed to go on forever. Infinite storage. Even with all that stuff piled up. But that wow moment turned to pure terror real quick. Something was wrong. He couldn't breathe. Zero oxygen. It hit him instantly, like he was floating in deep space. And then, this invisible pressure started crushing him, literally sucking the moisture right out of his body. He couldn't even process it. Gasping for air, fighting to pull back, Fen yanked his head out of the hole, finally gulping down the fresh air in the room. While he was catching his breath, Hao just stared at him, totally confused. To her, the hole was just a weird storage locker. She never felt anything weird on her hand when she grabbed loot. It never even crossed her mind that sticking your head in there was a death sentence, while Fen was getting his act together. Hao kept digging for the item she needed, found it, but she didn't stop there. She also pulled out a ton of other supplies she'd hoarded. Without hesitating, she started dumping the whole inventory into Fen's apartment. In seconds, boxes, bags, and random loot cascaded out, flooding the room like a literal avalanche. The place was completely packed. Supplies everywhere, stacked up to the door. Meanwhile, outside, a squad of guys was creeping up the stairs. It was the same crew, those raiders who tried to take this place before. But this time, they were terrified. They vividly remembered what they saw that night. A monster, something that made them run for their lives. One guy, the dude with glasses, just laughed at them, mocking them, saying how stupid it was to believe in ghosts in the 21st century. He said Boss Jian gave a clear order: steal Fen's supplies. Failure wasn't an option. But his men were still shaking, convinced Gina had played Boss Jian, just like she played every other guy. Annoyed by their hesitation, Glasses ordered them to move. Mission first. Scared later. Inside the apartment, Fen and Hao were watching the whole thing on a phone. Fen saw this coming miles away. He'd set up surveillance cams all over the building. The feed showed the looters creeping up, looking nervous and clueless. Fen, totally chill, told Hao the plan. He had a plan B ready, just in case. He told Hao to be ready to move on his signal. Timing was everything. If they messed this up, it was game over. Fen started the timer. And right then, the raiders heard a noise coming from the stairs right in front of them. Some of them froze, totally freaked out. The memory of that ghost was still haunting them. And the terror came rushing back. But what they saw down the hall wasn't some ghost. It was a bunch of tiny lights flickering on all at once. They froze, totally confused. It was just toy cars. They were zooming straight at them like some mini mechanical army, but they had no clue those toys were strapped with homemade bombs. Once the cars got close enough, boom, the charges blew. It wasn't enough to kill them, but it unleashed a massive cloud of chili powder, straight up DIY pepper spray. It blinded the looters, burning their eyes like crazy. Choked screams and coughing filled the hallway while they stumbled around, clawing at their faces. But this was just step one. With everyone in chaos, Fen initiated the next phase of the plan. A drone hovered above, carrying a way bigger explosive. Locking onto them, the looters were dazed, but they spotted it fast and started scrambling, desperate to get away from the drone. Hao was ready to make her move, asking Fen if she should fire. He was totally locked in, telling her to get a little closer to guarantee a clean hit. Precision was key here. One slip up and they'd lose their advantage. But then everything went south. The guy with the glasses, the leader of the pack, he stopped running. He went totally berserk and charged the drone, smashing it with whatever he could grab. The drone wobbled in the air. Fen panicked and ordered Hao to step in. But the guy wouldn't quit. He kept attacking until he managed to bash the left side of the drone. It stopped responding and started dropping fast. Hao fought to keep control, but the damage was done. The mission was falling apart. Then suddenly, the fireworks Fen had set up as a distraction went off. A crazy chain of lights and explosions lit up the whole building, turning the chaos into a total riot. The blasts shook the drone even more, killing its stability, and it started drifting down. Fen saw the drone was critical and screamed at her to find a spot to land. Hao did her best, steering with precision even though the controls were shot. She finally guided it to a window near the stairs, where she brought it down for a rough landing. But the danger wasn't over yet. That spot was risky, exposed to the freezing cold and the looters. The drone could be destroyed any second. Fen had no choice. He had to run out there and get it. But before he could move, Hao's voice stopped him cold. She said, "Wait." She spotted a body near the stairs. Fen froze. A chill ran down his spine. And it had nothing to do with the cold outside. He quickly checked the camera feed, looking where she pointed. There, lying on the stairs, was a familiar face. The camera zoomed in. It was Brother Lee. He was totally unconscious, looking like he was on his last breath. Fen wondered if the looters jumped him, or if he was just starving to death. Determined to find out, he geared up to head out, warning Hao not to open that door without him. Before he heads out, she hands him a communicator so they can stay in touch 24/7. But Fen, he's feeling sketchy about it. He hopes he won't have to use that thing, even though he suspects she gave it to him thinking about the apocalypse. Still, he doesn't want to rely on it. Flashlight grips tight and strapped with weapons. Fen steps out and starts heading down. Meanwhile, House is scanning everything, making sure every single floor he passes is clear, acting like a general in an FPS game. According to the drone, temps outside are hitting nearly 50 degrees below zero, which means a normal person would turn into a popsicle in less than 30 minutes without the right gear. That's why Fen's gotta move fast. If he stays out in that deep freeze too long, he is totally done for. Meanwhile, back at the neighbor committee, the guy with glasses is snitching to boss Gene about everything he saw. Gene's taking notes while barking orders to hand out 3 warm coats as a reward. Plus, he tosses in some food bags just to prove he takes care of his own, which totally wins over his goons. From the corner, Gina asks, terrified, if she can join his crew. But Gene shuts her down. Again. First off, they haven't confirmed if her buddy was actually involved in the mess. And second, if it wasn't for Uncle Lou, he never would have believed someone was actually hauling supplies up to the 18th floor. Basically, up until now, Gina's been all talk and no action. She hasn't proved a thing, so she's useless to them. That's why Gene orders his boys to gear up for a raid and hands a tool to Gina. He's not sure if she's lying, but he decides to give her one shot to prove herself on this mission. Gina sees this as her big comeback, but the second she grips that steel pipe, she realizes this is going to be brutal. If she's useless to Gene's plans, her chance at a good life is gone forever. Before they start the hunt, Gene reminds the crew that every single one of them is a key player in the committee. They can't afford to get hurt, so they need to watch their backs on the way up. With that, the squad starts their trek to the upper floors, creeping up the stairs as a pack. Once they get high enough, they spot Brother Lee's body lying there. They rush him some hot water to wake him up, but the water is scalding hot. It burns his mouth, waking him up instantly. As he snaps back to reality, he realizes the mess he's in, and all he can say is that he's got rotten luck. One of Gene's goons gets ticked off by Brother Lee's ungrateful attitude and orders him to thank Gene for saving his life. But Lee, he snaps back at them, screaming that, if anyone should be grateful, it's the guys who stole his supplies. To him, they're just villains playing hero. This makes the goon even madder. But Gene stops him before a fight breaks out. He uses the moment to ask Lee one more time to join them so they can survive the freeze together. Something Brother Lee rejects again, just like he's done 1,000 times before. Gene's guy keeps calling him an ungrateful jerk. But Lee is done dealing with them, so he tries to walk away. He knows for a fact they can't force him to join right now. Gene grabs his shoulder tight, staring him down with a challenge, asking if he's got a problem. Jean swears he only wants to recruit him so the weak have a shot at survival, thanks to his strength. Brother Lee is getting seriously ticked off by Gene's persistence. He snaps back about them only offering food every 3 days, which, to him, is basically just letting them starve to death. Plus, Lee doesn't have any family they can use to manipulate him, so there's no way he's falling for their traps. While this is all going down, Fen is listening from the stairs above, confirming his suspicions about Gene. That guy isn't interested in helping people, only giving rations every 3 days. Looking closer, he realizes Gene's plan is to recruit young guys for labor, while accepting the elderly just to play the hero. What a fake. Jean's thug grabs Brother Lee by the coat, telling him if he doesn't join, he better get lost and leave them alone. But in response, Lee smashes him with a headbutt, determined to stand his ground. However, Jean orders everyone to attack him with weapons, even surrounded. Brother Lee stays tough, and he's ready to fight them all. But Fen knows, in that condition, he'll collapse from exhaustion any second. He has to step in, but he knows there are way too many enemies for just the two of them. No matter how hard they try, neither of them can take on a mob like that right now. Still, Fen can't just stand by while Brother Lee, the guy who's helped him so many times, gets beaten to a pulp. He has to save him somehow. So he decides to use his last resort. He pulls that thing times out of his pocket, even though he really doesn't want to. Meanwhile, Lee is cornered by Jean's men, who are acting all tough. But then, he hears something from above and feels like things are about to change fast. Suddenly, a gunshot rings out, blasting a hole in the stairs and dropping the guy fighting Brother Lee. Not just him, everyone freezes, shocked by how close that bullet flew, immediately on high alert, trying to figure out what just happened. Everyone knows it's a firearm, something that shouldn't be possible, since guns are banned in this country. In the chaos, Fen appears, aiming right at them and ordering them to freeze. The tension goes through the roof, not because of the cold, but because Fen might pull the trigger again. Every single one of them knows a bullet could end them at any moment. Even Brother Lee can't believe his friend is holding a gun at a time like this. From the crowd, Jean watches everything, totally calm. On the other hand, Gina can't believe Fen dared to come out, let alone with a gun, while everyone is paralyzed with fear. Fen tosses his house keys to Lee, signaling him to slowly back up toward his home, without taking his eyes off the looters. The thugs look at Jean, asking what to do, since they can't let them bail. The plan is to jump them when their guard is down, but then bang, another shot forces them to ditch that idea instantly. Fen clocked exactly what they were planning. He orders them firmly, don't move, unless they want to eat lead. He knows he can't trust these guys to just let them walk away. He commands them to drop the weapons and get on their knees. Slowly. The looters are terrified, so they obey, kicking their guns out of reach and hitting the dirt. Total surrender. This is the perfect chance to bolt. While Brother Lee scrambles up the stairs behind Fen, Fen keeps his eyes locked on the looters, constantly reminding them, try anything, and I shoot. In just a few minutes, Fen and his buddy manage to escape the scene, heading back to base and leaving Jean's crew in the dust. Once the coast is clear, Jean grills the group about the protagonist. Who is that guy? Gina recognizes him immediately. Time to act like a big shot since she has intel. She knows him. After dropping his name and saying they were heading to his house, one of the looters grabs her by the throat. Why didn't you tell us Fen was packing heat? But honestly, Gina is just as shook. She had no clue Fen actually owned a gun. For once, she's telling the truth. Typical. Jean steps in to break it up. After watching everything go down, he figures he can trust Gina. Well, at least a little bit. He starts breaking it down. If Fen has a gun, he definitely has other supplies. Slowly, the gang realizes Jean is spot on, but some of them start suspecting that Fen was the one hiking up prices before the end. Jean starts buying into that theory too. One of Jean's goons asks, do we stick with the plan? You know, threatening to blow Fen away if he gets too close. Jean chills him out. Relax. If Fen really wanted to smoke us, he would have done it back there. Besides, they can't hide in that room forever. Still, he knows they're screwed if they fight right now. No chance of winning, so he orders a retreat. Fall back. We need to prep defenses against Fen. They'll come back later. He hypes them up to get into position as soon as possible. Finally, Fen and Brother Lee make it to the apartment. But Lee struggles to open the door because it's freezing cold. Luckily, nobody followed them, so they can breathe for a second while Lee manages to open the door. Whoosh. Intense heat hits him in the face. He's stunned. Fen snaps him out of it, Get inside, hurry. Before someone sees us. They rush in. Lee's jaw drops. He looks around Fen's place in total awe. From the generators and the fire pit to the room stacked with supplies. This place is literally built for the ice apocalypse. It's something, brother. Lee never expected to see at his buddy's crib. While they're talking, Hal pops his head out, demanding his drone. Fen realizes, oops. He forgot to pick it up. Brother Lee is totally lost. Drone what? But after about 2 hours. The three friends are eating in the living room. That's when Lee finally gets it. He realizes how Fen and Hal managed to predict the blizzard. It makes him wonder, is studying even worth it anymore? Fen apologizes to Brother Lee. Sorry, I didn't tell you about the shelter sooner. I was terrified the info would leak and everything would go wrong. He just felt grateful because Fen saved him from the looters. Fen said he was grateful to Lee too, since he'd helped him out plenty of times, and that's why he could stay with him for a while. After agreeing, Lee warned him that the situation in the building had changed a lot since the blackout. He told him how Gene started looting houses and distributing the supplies among everyone. Although some follow him, others like Lee refused to join his group. When some people left, Gene seemed not to care. But it wouldn't take long before he sent his men to eliminate them and crush any threats to his power. Gene's most loyal followers are the Jin brothers, who follow every single one of his orders. It was one of them who confronted Brother Lee on the stairs. Fen finally understood how Gene's committee grew so fast. Using dirty tactics like that, Lee saw it coming that this would have consequences, especially for trying to recruit Sengao, a middleweight boxing champion, who gave them a really hard time. Finding this out, Fen couldn't believe the committee was defeated so easily by just one person. Although, it makes sense, considering Sengao is a boxing champion. Lee explained that Gene is too proud to let things go, so he keeps sending people to face Sengao, which only made things worse. Every battle was more brutal and violent than the last, but always with the same result. The boxing champion came out victorious. His strength was so insane that people recognized him, and he gained several followers. 2 of them are particularly famous and feared. One of them is Yanggu, a longtime fan of Sengao, known for his speed and for fighting in underground rings for years. The second is a massive guy named Sonsai, who has superhuman strength and an imposing physique that totally matches the rumors about him. With the popularity and respect he's earned, Sengao formed his own group among the neighbors, with the main characteristic being their hatred for the hypocritical way Gene acts. Brother Lee found out about all of this, and as a result, John was plotting to distract the mob from all the infighting by baiting them to raid Fen's stash. That explains why he tried dragging himself up those stairs to warn him about the attack. But he passed out from exhaustion first, and we know how that ended. Fen finally gets it now. He realizes why Gene came at him out of nowhere. With all the recent beef and chaos, John's losing control. And that is exactly why he tried to recruit Lee as his muscle. But right then, a noise at the door puts everyone on edge. But how she's way ahead of them. She taps into the cams, showing the squad that the raiders are right outside, and they are way more strapped than before. Fen sprints for the door to trigger the electric trap. But Hao stops him cold. She smells sulfur. And that only means one thing. It's gonna blow. Right at that second. Boom. An explosion rocks the room and knocks everyone down. Fen's annoyed, cause she was right. But Hao says chill out, because those explosives were just shaped charges, meaning they're weak sauce. Ignoring the fact that she knows way too much about bombs. The guys check the feed and spot Gina and Gene among the raiders, clearly working together. Just when Brother Lee is about to rush out to face them, Fen warns him to get away from the door and hooks up the generator, flipping the switch on the security system. Instantly, the system electrocutes the looter trying to open the door. Zap. Seeing this, Jean orders them to plant explosives right at the joint between the door and the wall. But this time, with double the charge to try and blow it down. The explosives go boom just like he ordered. But try as they might, All they manage to do is crack the walls a little, since the door remains totally intact. Analyzing the situation, Jean realizes the problem isn't the explosives, it's Fen's door. He gets that Fen had already prepped for this way in advance, and he's not about to surrender. Just like Lee said, Jean is way too proud to let it end like this. That's why he orders them to place 3 charges of explosives on specific spots on the door. And if that doesn't work, they'll keep trying until that door falls. Breaking into Fen's house tonight is top priority. Meanwhile, inside the apartment, Fen and brother Lee pile all the furniture against the door to stop them. As time ticks by, the explosions get louder and stronger, until the whole apartment is shaking like an earthquake hit it. And the pressure from the noise is so insane they can't even hear each other. Right then, the 2 friends realize the door is still standing, but the wall has started to crack. Fen knows if this keeps up, the door won't give. But the concrete around it definitely will, which will finally open up the entrance. He just got a sudden idea. But the problem is they've piled way too much stuff in the way. And by the time they finish moving it, Jean and the crew will already be inside. How? Always on high alert. Shoves everyone aside. And even Lee doubts this will help. She activates her wormhole, sucking up everything around her, and clearing the path in mere seconds. This leaves Lee completely terrified. He's never seen anything like this before. However, the surprises aren't over. Now, it's Fen's turn. Using his purple light to soften the material, just like he did last time. His plan is to use the same method. But to make it even tougher, to pull this off, he needs to coordinate the process perfectly. Otherwise, the remodeling will take way too long. Luckily, he's managed to master his skills a bit more, allowing him to control the green and purple lights way easier now. Fusing both lights, Fen doesn't just reinforce the wall, he repairs it too. Watching all this, Lee starts thinking Fen is a mage or something. But right now, there's no time for questions because the explosions are still coming. Looking at the wall, Fen notices more cracks popping up, which is weird after he just reinforced it. How quickly figures out it's happening because now the explosives are detonating from the floor, a spot Fen didn't reinforce. Realizing this, Fen understands that no matter how many times he reinforces the wall, it's gonna fall eventually, so he decides to try a risky idea. But he needs his friends to trust him on this. Fortunately, both brother Lee and Hao are sure he'll find a way to save them, so they decide to back him up. After a while, Jean and his team manage to, after smashing through the apartment's defenses and kicking down the door, they storm in behind police riot shields. Jean orders them to grab every supply they can find. But to stay sharp, he knows Fen might be planning a sneak attack any second. The looters start tearing the apartment apart, but they find nothing but a box of seeds. No way. Not even the fire pit or Fen's tools are anywhere. One of the Jin brothers starts getting suspicious, thinking Gina played them. She swears she didn't, screaming that Fen must have hidden everything somewhere else in the house. The looters keep searching, totally on edge, scared they'll open the wrong door and catch a bullet. Suddenly, they crack a door open and Bam Yi flies out, kicking the shield and knocking the guy flat. She steps out with Fen, both ready for a fight. Fen locks and loads his weapon, aiming right at the looters, but they hide behind those bulletproof shields. Fen, cold as ice, orders them to get the hell out of his house before he loses his temper, warning them that if they stay, he won't be so nice. Jian calls him out, saying he's never seen Fen be nice anyway. Then, he switches to his Mr. Nice Guy act, claiming that Fen has been hoarding supplies and ignoring the neighbors' suffering, letting them starve. Jian claims they're here for justice, taking everything for the greater good. With every word, he tries to twist everyone's mind, making Fen look like the villain. Fen, knowing exactly what Jian is doing, playing the hero while manipulating everyone, doesn't buy it for a second. He knows right now, these people are like wild wolves looking for blood. So Fen decides to make a move. He shows everyone he has nothing, pointing out the place is empty. Then, Gina screams over the crowd to threaten him, reminding everyone that last time she was here, there was heating. She warns them that if they keep asking about his stash, they'll all end up attacking him. Fed up, Fen fires a shot at her, cracking her shield. With a furious look, he yells at her for tricking him, saying because of her, he traded all his supplies for seeds, and now he's got nothing. That shuts everyone up. They all turn to look at Gina, wondering if she played them, but Jian, cool as ever, breaks the tension. He's still got a plan. Jian orders his guys to search the rest of the house, saying if Fen is telling the truth, he won't mind a look around. But when they check the other room, nothing but trash. And there, in the middle of the crowd, is little Hao. She suddenly rushes at Fen, hugging him tight, acting like a scared, starving little kid. Fen instantly plays the part of the big brother, looking all worried about her. Seeing this, the looters lose their nerve. They think they totally messed up and judged Fen wrong. Jian turns to Gina, pissed off, demanding an explanation. The whole group starts blaming her, threatening her for this huge screw-up. But Gina is just as confused. She saw it with her own eyes. Fen was totally prepped for the apocalypse. But now, somehow, his plans failed and nothing she saw is there. Furious, Gina realizes Fen must be behind this, losing her mind with rage. She charges out of the crowd and attacks him, blinding him with her. Gina uses her flashlight to disarm him and demands to know where the supplies are. She screams for the truth or she'll shoot. But Fen, he's ice cold. He tells her all the food was already stolen by her. That answer makes Gina panic. But she doesn't back down. Before she can pull the trigger, the raiders turn on Gina. They start beating her up for lying to them. She swears she didn't do it. But nobody's buying it. In the chaos, she drops the gun. Fen dives for it. But Gene is faster. He grabs it and stops one of the guys from crushing Gina just in time, playing the good guy again. He gives Gina one last shot to redeem herself. Then, he actually hands the gun back to Fen with a calculated smirk. He invites our MC to join his crew. But Gene isn't pressing for an answer. So he just walks away with his whole squad, letting Fen decide later. As Gene and his minions leave, Lee turns to Fen, looking super worried, checking if he's okay and not hurt. Luckily, Fen's fine. He actually looks relieved it's finally over. He couldn't handle one more second in that freezing cold outside. With the raiders gone and zero evidence left behind, they head back to chill in Hao's apartment. It's safer there. Plus, they've got way more room. Lee is shocked. The MC handled everything so fast. But Fen admits it was all thanks to Hao's storage powers. Then, flashback time. We see exactly how Fen and the squad set up the trap. Before the raiders showed up, Fen hid all the loot in Hao's pocket dimension. But just hiding stuff wasn't enough to sell the lie. He got Lee to crack the windows so the temp would drop to freezing levels. It made it look like they'd been out of heat and supplies for ages. Plus, they barricaded the storage door tight, so the raiders would waste time and energy trying to break in. Back in the present, Fen breaks down the strategy for his friends. Jean is using this whole show to keep control over the community. If the raiders found out that Fen, if he really came up empty-handed, they would have walked away totally indignant. And that frustration, it would have led them to blame the weaklings. Like Gina, Lee, even though he's impressed, can't help but voice his worry. He thinks the plan was way too risky. Because even with a gun, facing that many people is dangerous. He points out that the looters actually managed to snatch the weapon from Fen at a critical moment, which could have gone seriously wrong. Fen admits that would have been the absolute worst-case scenario, but adds that taking the gun back forced Gene to keep up a peaceful act just to protect his image as a benevolent leader. And then he raises a new concern. What if Gene decided to turn the weapon on them? But Fen chills him out by revealing the gun only had one bullet, which he already used. This makes Lee think Fen planned the whole thing in advance, even allowing them to take the weapon. Fen clarifies that, yeah, it was part of the plan, but he had zero intention of letting the looters keep it. In an apocalypse like this, firearms are way too valuable to lose. Lee suggests they should keep pretending to be poor while secretly stocking up on resources. But Fen rejects the idea. His true goal is the goal: take down the neighborhood committee fast. Meanwhile, the neighbors are gathering at the usual spot, forming a huge line to beg Jean's committee for supplies. It's obvious they're down to their last food rations, and that is causing some serious desperation among the crowd. Some people couldn't wait any longer, so they managed to sneak into the supply depot, while two bandits took the chance to steal what little was left. Not far away, Fen and Lee watch from their hiding spot. According to Lee's intel, the first 4 floors of the committee building are totally empty, but the 5th and 6th floors house the logistics crew. But he couldn't get into the 7th or 8th floors, so they have zero clue what's up there. They suspect the supply stash has got to be on one of those levels, so they decide to move out. Lee suggests taking the lead, in case they run into guards, distracting them so Fen can knock them out with a club. Lee insists they shouldn't use the gun, since they have barely any ammo and a gunshot would alert the whole committee they're here. As they creep up the stairs, they notice the floors are deserted, which is super creepy. Finally, they reach the 7th floor. Lee, starting to doubt his own intel, suggests splitting up to cover more ground. Fen agrees and heads down the hallways, thankful that for now, the scouting mission is quiet and fight-free. Before they started this mission, Fen had explained the plan to his friends. The committee is in charge because they control the supplies. If they can empty out the warehouse, that faction will collapse from the inside, because without resources, they'll lose the neighbor's support. While exploring, Fen finds a door with a sign that clearly says warehouse. And get this, the key is already in the lock. But this feels way too easy. And when checking the knob, they spot a metal wire connected to it, signaling a security trap. Realizing it's rigged, Fen decides they should leave that door for later and check the upper floors first. The plan gets messy when they run into a group of looters. They both bolt before getting caught. But in the chaos, Fen protects Lee from an attack, using his arm to block the blow. They manage to escape to the stairs, but Fen's arm ends up fractured, and they need to find a place to hide. Before they can catch their breath, a mysterious figure appears right behind them. Lee tries to warn Fen, but it's too late. A hand grabs him and drags him inside the 8th floor. The door slams shut, locking Lee on the outside. Desperate, Lee pounds on the door, trying to break in and save his friend. The mysterious man looks at Fen with pure disgust and asks what they're doing there. Fen tries to explain, claiming they only came up looking for supplies. But the man doesn't believe him. With a sudden move, he stomps on Fen's hand, making it clear he's not easily fooled. He knows they avoided floors 5 and 6 on purpose, which proves they know something about the committee and how it operates. Fen, his face twisted in pain, realizes this man has been tailing them from the very beginning, but the stranger denies it. He explains that the 8th floor isn't unprotected like it looks. Quite the opposite. It's actually a trap for anyone trying to break in. Looking closer, Fen notices a bunch of unconscious looters scattered around the room. They all tried to steal food from the warehouse, but this man stopped them with ease. Now he claims it's Fen's turn, as fear starts kicking in. On the other side of the door, Lee gets spotted by a group from the committee who start chasing him down the stairs. The older man clicks his tongue in annoyance and heads to the window, throwing it wide open. Fen watches him, totally confused, while the man explains that the snow has covered the first few floors of the building. Technically, they're on the 4th floor landing. If they jump from this height, the snow will cushion the fall and they'll survive. The man tells Fen it's his chance to escape. He's got 2 options. He can go with him, or stay here and let the committee catch him. Fen has no time to hesitate. The committee men burst into the room, breaking down the door. Without a second thought, Fen runs toward the window and throws himself into the void with his purple light, ready to save himself if needed. He lands in the snow intact, and the guy sees that Fen has followed him down to the ground too, but there's no time to celebrate. The committee men have spotted them and start chasing them again. The old man doesn't waste a second. With an elbow strike, he shatters the window of a nearby building and points to the entrance. Fen follows him without wavering. He quickly gets inside. The committee men burst in after them. But despite kicking down doors and searching rooms, they can't find them. Meanwhile, Fen and the man warm up by a fire in an abandoned apartment, accompanied by another mysterious figure. Fen, still trying to process everything that happened, recognizes that this man is way more cunning than he looks. If it weren't for him, he'd surely be trapped by the committee right now. The man reveals his reasoning. Instead of keeping on going down, as would have been logical, he warned him to go up to the 5th floor. This totally threw off the looters. They assumed the group would try to bail by heading down, which just raises the risk of getting ambushed on the lower floors. At first, Fen was sketchy about following the old man. His strategy went against all common sense, and trusting a weirdo like that wasn't exactly easy for him. While they're warming up by the fire, the old man breaks the silence to ask Fen why he looks so scared. Blunt as ever, he points straight at the frozen body lying next to them and clarifies, "It's not a person, it's just the corpse of someone who ran out of luck." Fen, looking visibly uncomfortable, takes the chance to ask him why he's helping him if they don't even know each other. The old man replies cold as ice, saying he doesn't actually want to help him. If it were up to him, he'd rather take him out right now while he has the chance. The only reason he decided to let him and Lee live was because they managed to dodge the warehouse trap, proving they know something about the committee. That intel is what the old guy is really after, and he's willing to do anything to get it. If Fen refuses to talk, he promises he has some creative and painful ways to make him confess. Fen feels a chill as he realizes just what kind of person he's dealing with. Assessing the situation calmly, he concludes the old man is probably there to steal supplies, or maybe he's got beef with the committee. Either way, he just showed up at the wrong time. Careful now. Fen decides to ask the guy straight up if he's got issues with the committee. The old man doesn't even deny it. He admits he's got unfinished business with them and mentions that Gina is hiding a secret. That grabs Fen's attention instantly. But it was a total trap. Seeing the MC's interest, the old geezer confirms he actually knows something about the committee and threatens him. Talk. Spill everything, or end up as the second frozen corpse in this apartment. A bit later, Fen's swapping info with the old guy. He talks about his clash with the committee and how Gina tried to rat him out, leading Jean and his goons right to his house. He complains bitterly about how they planted explosives and looted all his supplies. Then, to back up his story, he grabs his gun and explains the plan: hit the warehouse, steal food and supplies, then head back home. He claims it's all revenge against the committee. But Fen, he's not being 100% honest. He's mixing truth with lies, hoping to win the old man's trust and get him on his side. He's betting the gun is enough to back up his story, at least for now. However, the old man, he isn't impressed. Nope. He looks at the gun with pure disdain and tells him that old piece of junk is no threat to the committee. If Gene and his men didn't take it when they raided his house and left him alive, it's because they don't see it as a threat. Still, the old guy seems to buy Fen's story. Kinda. For now, the MC seems safe. Intrigued, Fen asks the old man why Jean didn't take his gun, since he seems to know more about how the enemy thinks. The old man thinks for a second before giving two options. One, Jean made that call to keep up his benevolent leader image, pretending he wouldn't hurt a fly. But the second option, Way creepier. Gene just didn't need the gun. That means he might have access to a massive amount of way more powerful firepower. With a sarcastic tone, the old man concludes that Fen and his buddies are probably looking to get revenge on the committee or just get rid of it. He says this might calm things down for a bit. Fen, remembering how it all started, admits that, at first, the committee seemed like a solid solution, offering supplies to those who needed them most. But over time, under Gene's rule, things changed. The committee started following the ruthless law of the jungle, and humanity was completely lost. Fen thinks destroying the committee is the only way to restore some kind of peace. But the old man, he mocks that idea. He asks what happens after destroying the committee, arguing that this world has always been ruled by survival of the fittest. If the committee disappears, things will go back to being just as chaotic, only this time without any structure to guide people. Fen, unable to answer, stays silent. Before they can talk more, the old man suggests they ask the person spying on them from behind a nearby door. Suddenly, someone tosses a bag through the opening. The old man reacts fast. He strikes back. But the person manages to grip his fist tight, just as the fight is about to start. Fen stops them when he recognizes the intruder, the nurse. Ji-young. She identifies him too, and the tension drops instantly. After clearing things up, Ji-young offers to patch up Fen's arm. She explains she wasn't spying on them on purpose. She had gone to the apartment to return the supplies she received from the elder. That was the frozen corpse they found earlier. When she got there, she realized it was too late to save him. She planned to head back home. But when she heard the noise of someone forcing the door, she decided to hide in another room for safety. The old man doesn't miss the chance to mock Ji-young, calling out her naive idea that she can save everyone. He even accuses her of being indirectly responsible for what happened to the old guy. However, Ji-young doesn't back down. She shoots back that whether it's her fault or not, her only faith lies in surviving and helping as many people as possible. Her words, even though they were simple, shut the old man up and surprised Fen even more. Ji-young reveals she received special permission from Gene himself to move freely between the zones controlled by the committee. Plus, Gene gave her a massive supply of resources she couldn't refuse, since she had no reason to. Ji-young also mentions that Gene has been kicking out sick elderly people to make the supplies last longer. Even though the girl found out what happened to the old man, it was already too late to step in. The old man, looking thoughtful now, points out that Gene's decision makes sense. Kicking out those who can't contribute ensures the survival of the strongest group, which reinforces his power and control over the resources. Fen remembers there's another, the faction that also opposes the committee, and concludes that Gene is probably getting ready to go to war against them before it's too late. This explains why he's been abandoning the elderly and anyone he doesn't consider useful, plus his willingness to use explosives without a second thought to secure resources. Looking at the big picture, Fen realizes that Gene's planning the final showdown. And if that's true, they gotta find his stash ASAP. The old man, sounding sarcastic as usual, asks Fen what the hell he's gonna do even if he finds the loot. I mean, he's just one guy, going up against a whole organization. But Fen, he's locked in. He swears he'll handle it, even if he has to do it solo. The old man doesn't try to stop him, just leaves him with a warning. Even if he pulls this off, it's just one fight in a world gone to hell, where only the last one standing actually wins. Dropping that truth bomb, the old man walks off, leaving Fen to think. Now that they're alone, Ji-young, she's shaken by what she heard. She begs Fen to let her help. She's pissed about everything he's been through and can't just sit there doing nothing. Fen can't say no to that kind of sincerity. He agrees to let her tag along, realizing he might actually need backup for what's coming next. Together, they decide to move out and get the jump on the committee. Meanwhile, the committee is scrambling to find Fen, him vanishing into thin air, plus those recent escapes. It messed up everything. Now they're scared something huge is about to go down. But before they can even make a move, bam! Fen shows up right in front of them. Moments later, Fen gets absolutely wrecked by one of the Jin brothers, who gives him a dirty look, reminding him that boss Jian had already let him off the hook once. But Fen had the guts to cross him again by stealing supplies. Hog-tied on the floor, Fen can't do anything but take the beating, while the guy threatens to crush his other hand so he'll never dare to steal again. Just as the thug raises a bat to deal another blow, a second guy bursts into the room. He stops the punishment, saying that boss Jian has summoned both of them upstairs. They bail immediately, leaving Fen lying on the floor, battered and covered in bruises. Seizing the chance now that he's alone, Fen fires up his green light ability, letting the energy surge through him and heal the worst wounds. Though the pain still lingers, he mutters, weak and gasping, that despite everything, he finally managed to infiltrate the enemy base. Now, with whatever strength he has left, he's got to focus on finding the supplies and arsenal that Jian is hiding. Time is ticking, and he can't afford any more delays. With sheer determination, he uses his purple light to snap the ropes binding him, but the effort nearly knocks him out, and he sits there gasping for air. He notices that while he fixed his broken arm, the treatment drained way too much energy, leaving him dangerously on empty. He realizes he needs to find a more efficient way to recover. Otherwise, burning out like this could get him killed next time. Suddenly, a noise at the door snaps him out of it. Fen quickly slumps over, pretending he's still wrecked. A group of guys enters the room, dragging someone else in, ignoring Fen completely. They dump a second prisoner's body and take off. Once their footsteps fade down the hall, Fen eyes the new prisoner closely. As he gets closer, his heart stops. It's Brother Li, who's also been beaten to a pulp. Fen decides to free Brother Li, waking him up with a hard smack that jolts him right awake. Although grateful, Li points out that his face was already messed up enough, without taking more hits. Once he gets his bearings, he explains how he ended up in this mess after getting cornered. He'd found an electrical room where he managed to shake off his pursuers for a bit. Inside, he discovered a small hole leading downward. Out of options, he decided to slide down some cables. He meant to hit the parking lot on the first basement level, but dropped into the second instead. Finding no one there, he stumbled upon a massive warehouse stacked with hermetically sealed boxes. Curious, he popped a few open and found something totally unexpected. They were objects shaped like giant sausages, as thick as a forearm. He was just about to check one out when he felt a presence behind him. Before he could even react, he got clocked and blacked out. Now he realized the committee was hoarding massive amounts of resources, while ruthlessly looting survivors. Fen mulls over the committee's cruelty. If they're sitting on that many supplies, it makes no sense for them to use such violent tactics to strip people of their scraps. Something doesn't add up. The boxes didn't have any labels. And what Li described, it was like nothing Fen had ever seen before. A plan starts clicking in his head. That hidden warehouse, it's the key to Jean's whole scheme. While they're figuring it out, a noise at the door puts them on high alert. Jean's goons are back. They're talking about their boss's orders. The order to take out Li, the same guy who was almost part of the committee. Hearing them talk about silencing him hit hard. They were in serious trouble. The guys kick the door open looking for prisoners, but nobody's home. One guy says to check under the bed. Meanwhile, Fen and Li are hiding, watching their every move. Zero hesitation. Li seizes the moment and lunges at one of them. They team up and take the intruders down, tying them up tight to secure the room. Fen knows the answer is in that warehouse Li found. If Jean's killing anyone who gets close to it, it must be important. Fen says he's got a plan. But first, there's something urgent. Yao buzzes in on the earpiece, interrupting him to ask if he's seen his sister nearby. Confused, Fen asks why. Yao says he saw her, lurking around his room. And remember, that woman, Gina, she didn't just try to steal his gun before. She threatened to kill him. Fen gets a quick flashback of Gina. Panic hits him. He screams into the comms, "Do not open that door," warning him she's crazy dangerous. But then, static. The line cuts dead. It's an emergency now. Fen tells Brother Lee they gotta find Yao fast, 'cause he's in serious danger. They move through the building carefully, checking the halls, listening for anything. Then, loud noises. They peek out and see a bunch of guys storming up the stairs. It's Jean's committee crew, led by one of the Jin brothers. Orders are clear: separate the women, the old, and the injured from the men. The guys are gearing up for a fight, hidden in the shadows. Fen and Lee figure it out. Sengao's group started the attack. The chaos, it's the perfect cover. They masked up, trying to blend in, with the massive mob jamming the stairs. It was packed tight. Impossible to move. Then a scream up ahead grabbed everyone's attention. Some guy got absolutely wrecked and hit the floor. Fen and Lee watched close, confirming it. The attack had started. Sengao's crew was going all out against Jean's men. Things got dangerous fast. Lee, totally freaking out, grabbed Fen's arm, begging him to run before they got trapped in the chaos. Meanwhile, somewhere else in the building, Gina was spying through a peephole right outside Fen's room. She was trying to see if anyone was home. Dead silent. She figured the place was empty. But right then, someone showed up in the hall. It was Nurse Ji Young, asking what she was doing there. Gina flashed a sharp smile and said she was just hunting for food. The nurse was surprised. But then she saw what was behind Gina. A bunch of armed goons were staring her down from the shadows. Gina, curious about Ji Young, asked her the same thing. The nurse coolly replied she was there to treat a patient. That made Gina suspicious. Maybe Fen was sick. She remembered those two knew each other. Right away, she started whispering orders to her crew. Ji Young watched them, curious, realizing something was definitely wrong. Seconds later, the guys tried to take her down. The nurse reminded them Boss Jian promised she wouldn't be bothered while she was working. But Gina, grinning like a villain, hinted that if they grabbed Ji Young, Fen would be forced to open up. One guy apologized while he was tying her hands, but before they could react, the nurse warned them cold as ice if they kept going. She wouldn't hold back. Suddenly, Ji Young grabbed the two guys, holding her sides, and lifted them into the air with insane strength. Smashing them into each other, Gina and her crew were shook. They couldn't believe their eyes. The nurse made it clear she didn't care what they were up to. But nobody interrupts her work. Gina got super annoyed and pulled a knife from her pocket, pointing the blade right at the nurse. She called her a monster and tried to back her off. It happened fast. The blade slashed Ji Young's coat, sending little feathers floating into the air. Gina, watching her reaction, warned her team to be careful, 'cause that woman had inhuman strength. Before the group could jump Ji Young again, Fen's door suddenly flew open. Then, something weird happened. All the blades they were holding started shaking mysteriously in their hands. Gina looked terrified, trying to figure out what was going on. The weapons floated in the air, like an invisible force just snatched them away. They quickly realized the source of that crazy power was Hao, who just walked out of Fen's room looking dead serious. Hao made a hand sign, like he was casting some special technique. His dimensional storage ability kicked in, sucking up every weapon. Gina was shaking in her boots. She felt something invisible yanking at her clothes. No way. The guys with her? They totally lost it. Panic mode on. They had no clue what was happening. They started screaming. "We're being attacked. It's a ghost," they yelled, running for their lives. Meanwhile, down in Basement 1, the brawl between Jian's crew and Sengao was still raging on. No timeouts here. Fists flying, sticks cracking skulls. Zero mercy. Just straight-up violence, using the chaos as cover. Feng and Brother Lee were weaving through the mess. But guess what? They weren't alone. This massive dude was right on their tail, and he was furious. Brother Lee looked at Feng like, "Are you serious right now?" He couldn't believe this guy just wouldn't quit chasing them. Talk about obsessed. The big guy, rocking a huge bruise on his face, roared with pure rage. He swore he'd end them if he got his hands on him. Our MC could barely believe it. He knew he'd buffed his hands. But he didn't think his strength had leveled up times much, but there was no time to think. A bunch of guys spotted them trying to escape with Lee. They started chasing them instantly. Feng's heart was pounding out of his chest. If they got caught again, that's it. Game over. Dead meat. Our MC looked at Lee and yelled, "Stick with me." How? Meanwhile, he'd take care of drawing the enemy's attention. They'd link up later at the rendezvous point. Lee hesitated at first, but Fen insisted. He had to. Our MC sprinted to a car and leaped onto the roof, grabbing everyone's attention. No time to waste. He clicked on his flashlight and beamed it at the ceiling, mocking them. He announced at the top of his lungs that he was the one who jacked up the supply prices on purpose, leaving everyone on the brink of starvation. His words instantly lit a fire under the crowd. Screams of rage echoed through the parking lot. And in seconds, a massive horde launched at him, screaming for revenge. While running, Fen assessed the situation. The parking lot entrance was sealed shut, but if he could just release the pressure of the snow piled up outside, maybe he stood a chance. But suddenly, his plan was cut short. By a brutal punch to the gut, the impact knocked the wind out of him. He collapsed, coughing violently while his body shook from the pain. When he managed to get up, he saw he was surrounded. Dozens of men glared at him with fury, ready to finish him off. But just as he planned, his hand was resting on the parking lot entrance, focusing the little energy he had left. He triggered his purple light. The glowing energy coated the door, causing everyone to freeze in confusion. The glow vanished instantly, plunging the place into a creepy silence. With a defiant scream, he dared them, "If you want to catch me, come get me." That's when the door glowed again. But this time, the intensity was insane. A crack echoed, followed by a terrifying boom. In the blink of an eye, and the avalanche of snow smashed into the parking lot, unleashing chaos. People screamed in desperation, trying to outrun the white tide that was crashing down on them. Some managed to flee, but many were trapped under tons of snow. When it was all over, absolute silence took over the place. A moment later, from the snow, a hand emerged slowly. It was Fen, coughing hard, covered in frost. Our MC reflected on what just went down. His ability had leveled up big time. Before, it took major effort to soften a small surface. But now he'd affected a huge area, with barely a flick. As he tried to get up, a voice echoed in the dark, asking if he planned to stay there and die. Fen looked up in surprise. Surprise saw that same old man from before. For some reason, this old guy kept showing interest in him. Before he could answer, another voice piped up from under the snow, asking if the avalanche had stopped yet. The second the old man heard that, he didn't waste time. With shocking strength, he grabbed Fen and dragged him away from there. In a hidden corner of the underground, Fen caught his breath and turned to the old man, demanding answers. He asked who he was and why he was helping. The old man introduced himself straight up. His name was Lee Sengao. Fen asked if he was really the same Sengao waging war against Boss Gene. The old man nodded and extended his hand, saying yes. Fen eyed him with suspicion. Was it really him? So he had to have a hidden agenda. Cautiously, he asked what the guy actually wanted. The old man's answer was straight-up cooperation. Fen froze. Before, Sengao had rejected any alliance. Now, he totally flipped the script. Watching the old man's expression, Fen couldn't help but be suspicious. A switch that drastic could only mean one thing: he was plotting something. Sengao made it clear it was just a trade of interests. No loyalty, no promises, just a common goal. The kid knew that with Sengao's help, his chances of beating Gene would skyrocket. But he also understood a guy like that doesn't help without expecting something back. After a few seconds of silence, he sighed and made the call. Even though he didn't trust the old guy, their goals aligned. He hoped this team-up would pay off and not end in a betrayal. Down in the parking lot's second basement, the sound of engines echoed in the gloom. while Boss Gene inspected every detail. Heavy machinery and armored vehicles were being prepped for the imminent exit. By his side, one of the Jin brothers reported the convoy was ready, just waiting for the order. The boss nodded with indifference when told the first basement door had given way under the snow pressure, unleashing chaos on the crowd. Plus, Fen and Lee had vanished in the mess. But for Gene, that wasn't even an obstacle. Not far away, hidden in the shadows, Fen and Sengao watched cautiously. Surprise was written all over the MC's face when he discovered those military vehicles. Sengao, on the other hand, understood their origin. Those men had arrived from the outside with the intention of doubts hit Fen immediately. If the whole outside was covered in snow, he wondered where they planned to take them. But the old man didn't seem interested in guessing games. Without warning, he launched the attack. Certain he'd get answers about what was happening, his goal was clear: face Boss Gene head-on. While the faction leader ordered his men to prepare to move out, a loud boom shook the place. Shouts of alarm broke the tension. Before they could react, a man was brutally slammed to the ground, while his teammates stared in disbelief. Panic spread as the shooting started, but Sengao's reflexes were inhuman. Moving with impossible agility, he dodged bullets with calculated moves, taking down his enemies one by one with the devastating force of his fists. Amidst the chaos, an order rang out among Gene's men: protect the boss at all costs. However, before they could regroup, a gun appeared right at the back of the boss's neck. But instead of fear or surprise, Boss Gene reacted with a creepy calm. Like he'd been waiting for this moment, his own words confirmed it. Fen's confusion was obvious. If Gene knew beforehand he was coming for him, he wondered why he hadn't taken precautions. One of the Jin brothers looked worried, but with a simple wave of his hand, Gene dispelled the fear. For him, everything was still under control. Gene explained to Fen that before the catastrophe, he had stockpiled a considerable amount of supplies. At the time, he believed a close contact had helped him out, but he soon discovered he was wrong. Then, with a slight smile, he signaled Fen to check under his weapon. When he inspected it, the discovery left him frozen. There was a tiny mic stuck to the bottom of his gun, the one he completely missed. Ever since Gene gave the gun back after the raid on his place, holding a radio, Gene mocked him for being so naive. He asked if Feng really thought he'd give the gun back for no reason. Thanks to that little bug, he heard every single move and plan. The truth hit Feng hard, but he stood his ground. Just because Gene knew the plan didn't mean he could stop it. Still, he couldn't help worrying about the people they were gathering. In a calm voice, Gene assured him that if he wanted him dead, he would have done it ages ago. Instead, he was offering a chance. He thought Feng was a smart guy. He believed Feng could still join the cause. As long as they kept sending people to those guys, survival was guaranteed. Feng shut him down immediately. Gene just let out a resigned sigh, like he knew that was coming. Then, without wasting a second, the door of an armored truck flew open, and from inside, Special Forces soldiers poured out. Seeing those men, fully geared with next-gen assault rifles, sent a chill down Feng's spine. But there was no time to think. Without hesitating, the soldiers raised their guns and fired with deadly precision. Feng reacted instantly, sprinting as hard as he could. But then, Old Man Sengao appeared out of nowhere. He grabbed his coat and yanked him out of the bullet's path at the very last second. Still shaking with adrenaline, he yelled at the old man to stop standing around like nothing was happening. As for Sengao, he didn't look worried at all. To him, it was just 3 soldiers. No big deal. Shrugging it off, the old man launched his attack, unarmed and unprotected. He called out to get the soldiers' attention. The response was instant, a hail of bullets that should have killed anyone. Sengao's movements defied all logic. With superhuman speed, he dodged every single bullet, like he knew where they'd fly before the trigger was even pulled. Closing in on one soldier, he slapped the rifle aside with one hand and delivered a brutal punch to the gut, knocking the wind out of him. From his hiding spot, Feng watched in total disbelief. That guy wasn't human. His skills were unlike anything he'd ever seen. Meanwhile, Gene didn't waste any time. He ordered an immediate evac in one of the trucks, getting his people out first. Hiding behind a pillar, Feng activated his purple light. He slammed his hand onto the ground. Right behind the truck, the ground started to soften under the wheels. Gene frowned and demanded to know why they hadn't moved yet. Brother Jin nervously explained the situation through the rearview mirror. Gene saw the collapsed ground and realized Feng was messing with their escape. The protagonist realized that overusing the purple light was limiting his range. He only managed to sink one side of the truck. He got snagged for a split second before he could even fix his footing. Suddenly, a voice boomed out, and boom, a grenade appeared out of nowhere. Someone tossed it from the car. The guy smirked and adjusted his cap. Looking all triumphant, the grenade landed right in front of Feng. He froze a total deer in headlights. He only had time to watch it blow up in his face. The explosion was massive. Feng got launched through the air and slammed hard into the ground. Ouch! Everything went pitch black. Then he felt something weird. A little itch. Then a wave of relief washed over him. He slowly peeled his eyes open, and there it was, a goat staring right at him. He was back in that freaky dream again, but this time he wasn't alone. Dozens of goats were swarming him, licking him everywhere. It actually felt kinda nice, until he felt something huge and wet on his face. He looked up and tensed up. It was a giant freaking goat. It had a massive tongue and loomed over him. Before he could even move, the thing wrapped him up in its tongue. He was screaming as it trapped him. Then the tongue started glowing green. That same light covered him completely. He felt weightless, like his body was fixing itself. Healing factor activated. Back in the real world, Feng was lying on the ground. But something was different. He was glowing with that same green light. He was auto-healing while he was out cold. Meanwhile, inside the armored vehicle, the crew was getting ready to roll out. One of the Jin brothers let out a sigh. He was like, "Thank God for this engine, or we'd be stuck here forever."
But he celebrated too soon.
A glowing red hand popped out of nowhere. It grabbed the window and ZZT. The metal just melted away like it was nothing. It disintegrated like it never even existed. And guess who did it, Feng? He was standing right there, absolutely furious, staring down Jian and Brother Jin. They were frozen stiff, totally terrified. But even then, the kid didn't back down. With eyes full of rage, he pointed his gun at Feng and cursed him out. Feng was in a total frenzy. He watched his opponent shaking like a leaf, then reached out and grabbed the gun barrel. That red aura around him flared up, and right in front of Brother Jin's shocked eyes, the gun started disintegrating in seconds. The power was so insane. Even the guy's clothes started breaking down too. You could see pure terror on his face when he realized what was going down. Boss Jian sensed the danger instantly and screamed at his men to bail out of the vehicle right now. But it was too late. That armored hull started crumbling like it was made of sand away. Brother Jin lost his coat and couldn't move. The extreme cold hit him instantly, freezing him solid. He tried to hold onto some heat with his hands, but it was useless. He was finished. Before he completely checked out, he tried to call for help, but his body gave up. In seconds, he went totally rigid, eyes wide open, frozen in a silent beg for mercy. His twin brother saw the whole thing and let out a gut-wrenching scream, totally losing it. He rushed at Feng, cursing him out. He went straight for the kill. He swung a steel pipe, ready to smash Feng. But before the hit could land, the kid just turned and swiped his hand and vaporized that weapon instantly. Meanwhile, Jian barked orders at one of his men, telling him to get upstairs right now and find backup, ignoring the twin who was still cursing him out. He turned his attention to another armored truck. The guys inside were getting ready to run him over. But the kid walked forward like he didn't even care. That purple light flared up in both his hands. Once he got close enough, he unleashed his power right onto the vehicle. The guys inside barely had time to realize something was wrong. A second later, the armored metal started melting like wax in a fire. Total panic kicked in. They tried to get out, but the truck was dissolving way too fast, leaving them trapped inside. Suddenly, a bullet grazed Feng's head. Just a scratch. He didn't even flinch. Just let the green light heal him instantly. He turned around to face his attackers, ready to throw down. But one of them, hands shaking and voice cracking with fear, mumbled he was out of ammo. Terrified, the men made a run for it. Fen went right after them, watching them scramble desperately through the parking lot. Suddenly, more gunshots rang out trying to stop him. More soldiers swarmed the parking lot, moving in to take out Fen and protect Boss Jian at all costs. Sengao watched from a distance, realizing Fen wasn't the only target. They'd marked him as a threat, too. Seeing all these heavily armed guys made him wonder what Jian was actually planning. Fen kept dodging bullets with crazy agility. As the purple light got brighter in his hands, he quickly touched the ground, triggering an instant reaction in the parking lot structure. The concrete shook underneath the soldiers, throwing them off balance. It was the perfect opening. He rushed them without hesitating and grabbed their assault rifles. In seconds, the guns started disintegrating right in his fingers, until there was nothing left. But he didn't stop there. He channeled his energy. He reshaped the leftover material into a metal spiral, turning it into a lethal weapon. With his new weapon in hand, he charged at the soldiers, moving at a speed they couldn't even track. The shock on their faces only lasted a second before he wiped them out without mercy. Even with the massacre, Fen's frenzy was starting to wear him down. Exhaustion hit him hard, and his breathing got ragged. Right then, one of the Jin brothers showed up, eyes bulging with rage. He got ready to attack instantly. Fen seemed to snap back to reality for a second, but he was at his limit. His body gave out, and he hit the ground, totally vulnerable. Brother Jin didn't waste the chance. Face twisted with rage, he raised his bat and lunged right at him, trying to end him once and for all. But before he could hit him, a brutal impact sent him flying through the air. Sengao stepped in at the last second, wasting no time. He slung Fen's unconscious body over his shoulder. He checked him for a second, looking totally unsure of what to do. But he didn't have time to figure it out. A loud crash warned him. He turned and saw Boss Jian's imposing figure coming with a fresh squad of backup. Jian moved forward carefully, gripping his gun tight. He told his crew to stay sharp as they headed to where the soldiers used to be. When they got there, the scene was a total nightmare. The soldiers' bodies were just lying there, lifeless on the ground. One quick look was all Jin needed to see one of them was missing. His goons confirmed it fast. One of the Jin brothers had frozen to death. A bunch of guys were still trapped inside a vehicle that was now just a twisted pile of metal junk. One guy, looking shaky, asked what the move was. But Jin answered immediately. Without the soldiers, the plan was a bust. The only option left was to retreat. So, just like that, he ordered everyone to head back home. Later on, somewhere unknown, a scream tore through. Feng woke up gasping for air, still haunted by his last memories. When the fog cleared, he looked around, totally suspicious. He didn't recognize anything. Feng was still dizzy, trying to figure things out. Last thing he remembered, they were in the second basement of the parking lot. Now they were somewhere totally different. Sengao didn't explain anything right away. If he didn't know himself, he couldn't exactly give answers. But about the boss's plan, Jin had some clues. Suddenly, the scene switched. The missing soldier, now under Sengao's control, had no choice but to spill the beans. Straight up, Sengao demanded answers. He wanted to know what kind of deal they had with Jin. The guy stuttered out the truth. His group traded weapons and food in exchange for residence. Hearing that, Feng had to ask. He asked what they needed people for. The answer came fast. The captives were used to build the base. But that didn't add up. In the middle of a freezing apocalypse, survival meant rationing supplies and cutting down the population. But instead of getting rid of mouths to feed, Feng frowned. That excuse sounded totally fake. With a steady voice, he demanded the truth. The soldier tried to make excuses, claiming that this was all about rebuilding civilization. He insisted their goal was to save humanity, like they weren't the bad guys here. Sengao was done being patient. Without a single warning, he grabbed the prisoner's hand and snap. He broke his finger in one fast move. didn't even give him a second to recover. The old man pressed him with another question. What happens if you soldiers fail the mission? The guy's face was twisted in agony. He barely choked out an answer. If we fail, they'll just send more people. Sangao did the math. Sooner or later, they'd send the freaks individuals with special. The guy looked away, playing dumb. Swore he didn't know what Sangao was talking about, but his vibe gave it away he was lying. Meanwhile, Fen was thinking hard in silence. If these soldiers were protecting secrets that desperately, then it wasn't crazy to think they had people with superpowers back at their base. That meant dangerous enemies could pop up at any second. But one thing was becoming crystal clear in his mind. Sangao wasn't just ruthless. The guy had absolutely zero respect for human life. The MC let out a breath and asked the old man, "Is it really necessary to kill him?" With a cold vibe, he reminded him that clinging to the hero complex and trying to save everyone would only make him weaker. He told him straight up those guys were just another faction, looking out for themselves. No one knew what they planned to do with them if they got caught. It was a total mess. Sengon wasn't exactly wrong, but there were still things he needed to hash out with the squad. Finally, decision made. He announced he was heading back to his group to talk it over. Creeping through the dark hallways of the building, he checked every corner for an ambush. Even though his mind was still spinning with doubts, Sengun was a wild card, and his minions probably weren't any different. If what that soldier said was true, finding a secure base might be their only shot. Reaching the second underground basement, his steps got way more careful. He remembered this level had military jeeps and an excavator. Now he just had to pinpoint exactly where they were parked. Fen sensed he wasn't alone. A shadow was moving silently in the dark. Instantly, he realized he'd walked straight into a trap, cursing under his breath. He didn't waste a second and spun around, feeling a fast presence closing in from behind to attack. He instantly triggered the purple and green combo, throwing his hand up to block. The hit didn't even scratch him, and he was shook by what just happened. He never expected that power combo to be that OP. Before he could make another move, a voice screamed to stop. They were allies. It was Brother Li, blasting a blinding light on the MC and Nurse Ji Young. Once the tension chilled out, Fen filled them in on everything. He broke down what happened with Chief Jean and why he was hunting for a way out of the complex. Brother Li heard it all and stood his ground. Jean couldn't be trusted. On the flip side, Ji Young was anxious, but suggested that if people were taken to a shelter, it couldn't be that bad. Right Fen gave her a harsh dose of reality. He explained, the soldier said they needed bodies to build their base. And if it was really as sweet as it sounded, Jean and his crew, it would have already done whatever it took to get to that base without all this drama. Plus, why would they need armed escorts glancing at a nearby snowplow? To the MC pointed out there were too many red flags to ignore. He summed it up, he couldn't totally dismiss them. But they definitely couldn't trust them either. They didn't even know if this base actually existed. Brother Li, looking worried, asked what happens if more soldiers show up. Fen thought for a sec and said they'd cross that bridge later. Right now, priority 1 was snagging a vehicle. Cause without wheels. They were stuck. Fen told them to scour the area for anything useful, and they all split up to explore. While Fen was up on the snowplow, he realized the keys were snatched. Just then, Brother Li shouted from a distance. Rushing over, Fen saw Li had found a crate full of guns. With a determined look, he told him to get Hao to stash the weapons in his dimensional storage. He promised they'd come in clutch later. Brother Li tried to radio Hao, but got zero response. Fen, staring into the distance, wondered what the girls were up to. So they decided to go investigate right away. They spotted a huge area hidden behind a curtain. Nurse Yang looked super sketchy and said she heard weird noises coming from behind the fabric. Fen locked in and asked Hao if anyone had a high-power flashlight. Hao popped her dimensional space and confirmed she did. The squad got into position while Hao beamed the light at the hidden spot. After a sec, they ripped down the curtain. What they saw Absolutely insane. Behind the curtain, a massive door stood tall, revealing an underground ice tunnel. That was the ultimate proof. The base those soldiers talked about, it was real. Fen stared at the huge structure, thinking hard in silence. Digging something this massive under the complex, without anyone noticing, no way normal people did this. The soldier's words echoed in his head. No doubt about it now. This place was officially unsafe. While the crew checked every corner of the sector, Brother Lee called out urgently. He found something unusual, a drainage pipe going deep down, connecting straight into the complex. Without thinking, Hao stepped up to go in solo, but Fen stopped her cold. He warned her not to go in without backup. They had zero clue what was on the other side. So he decided they needed to head back and gear up properly before pushing forward, because they couldn't afford any screw-ups. A bit later, the gang regrouped, with all the loot for the trip. Shovels, flashlights, rations, even dynamite. Judging by their stash, they seemed to have everything essential. Then he asked Hao for some seeds, and a chunk of raw meat she kept in her dimensional space. She handed it over, and asked if he needed anything else. But Fen shook his head, watching her use her ability so naturally. A small smile crossed his face. Hao was mastering her powers. Accessing her inventory was a breeze now. Before leaving, Fen assured the girls their room was totally hidden, and he'd reinforced the walls and door, so nobody's breaking in easily. The girls came out to say bye, but Fen told them not to stay out long. The cold was still a brutal enemy. Nurse Yi Yang was super worried about Fen and Lee, but Hao tried to chill her out. She said since they follow the Great Demon King, meaning herself, they'd always be safe. Meanwhile, the boys moved out, and the MC was deep in thought. He knew right now, Boss Jean wasn't the only threat. They also had to worry about what might come from the other side of that tunnel. If the complex wasn't safe anymore, maybe the only play was to break through that passage and find a new shelter. Anyway, overthinking it wouldn't help. First, they had to scout. Fen thought being underground would make it a bit warmer, but it was just as freezing as the surface. He wondered how they managed to build this when everything's frozen. Brother Lee just wanted to keep moving, trying to ignore the extreme cold of the trek. The trek through the tunnel turned out to be way harder than they thought. They navigated a literal maze, climbing over tight spots and squeezing through tiny gaps. After hiking for nearly an hour, they stumbled upon a manhole, but it was totally frozen shut by the snow. Brother Lee tried to budge it, but no luck. It looked like nobody had opened it in ages. With no other choice, they had to keep moving. Lee admitted he was completely lost, but Fen told him if they just trailed the pipes, they could figure out where they were. They pushed through the narrow passages, shining their lights in every corner, keeping their heads on a swivel. Suddenly, Lee spotted something and called out to the MC. It was a full map of the sewer system. He was shocked and said that, after all that walking, they were still under the same complex, but they were getting close to the stadium. Suddenly, Fen froze and told Lee to kill the light. The distant rumble of engines started echoing toward them. It was vehicles speeding through the dark, frozen tunnels. The MC and Lee ducked into the shadows to avoid getting caught. They waited in dead silence until the noise faded away. Only then could they finally breathe. Brother Lee said that judging by where the trucks were headed, they were going straight for the complex. Fen confirmed they were military trucks, probably the same squad from earlier. Lee asked if those were the same trucks they used to haul people off to that mysterious unknown base. Fen nodded. If they could tail them, maybe they'd find some intel, though it wouldn't be a walk in the park. Brother Lee, with a crazy look in his eyes, told the MC he had a plan. He knew a shortcut. He remembered a year ago, an old lady fell into the sewer here, and he personally helped her get out through a secret exit. Fen, totally skeptical, asked if he could actually remember the exact spot after so long. But Lee puffed up his chest and said, of course. He had a photographic memory. After all, he was a star student back in high school. But, unluckily for them, When they got to Lee's spot, the whole area was frozen solid. Fen hid, defeated, and suggested they keep moving to try somewhere else. Lee didn't give up. He said maybe there was a small detour they could try. They checked a bunch of manholes, but ice had sealed them all shut. Fen took the chance to roast him, asking, "Aren't you supposed to be the genius star student?" Brother Lee teared up not because of the roast, but from pure joy. Finally, he found a manhole that actually opened carefully. He peeked out to make sure the coast was clear. Then he boosted Fen up, and they continued their investigation in stealth mode. Fen told Lee to keep it quiet. Cause one slip-up, and they were busted. They moved silently through an underground parking lot. And that's when Fen saw something horrifying. Bodies were scattered on the ground, totally mangled. He whispered that it looked like the fight had reached here too. Creeping closer, they realized that up ahead, there was a group of people working. They were smashing up part of the parking lot, while armed soldiers watched them like hawks. But Brother Lee and Fen caught wind of some grumbling. The guys were whining about being sent to watch, since way before the tunnel was even finished, and they weren't even getting decent rations. Fen, feeling uneasy, figured the people living in that compound had also been subjugated by the military. Meanwhile, Brother Lee spotted something weird and signaled Fen to look. Suddenly, a massive tremor shook the whole place. Soldiers screamed at the workers to clear out immediately. They were about to breach the tunnel connection. One worker, climbing down the scaffolding, froze when he saw a wall starting to crack. A split second later, the whole structure violently collapsed, sending the man flying through the air. From the other side, a sinister shadow emerged from the rubble, followed by the imposing figure of a massive, hulking man who had smashed through the wall using nothing but his bare fists. Suddenly, it all made sense. No wonder a tunnel this huge had appeared in their community, without anyone hearing a sound. With that kind of raw power, it was obvious this guy had special abilities. Staying here was way too risky. If they got caught, they were totally screwed. The massive guy was grumbling about being hungry, asking where his snacks were. One soldier tried to calm him down, explaining the tunnel hadn't been cleared yet, so there were no rations for him. That just made him snap, sending him into an uncontrollable rage. The big guy started screaming that he wanted food, stomping the ground so hard it caused a mini earthquake. The ground shook and a dust cloud rose into the air. The alarmed soldiers screamed at him to stop. Fen and Lee watched the whole scene, terrified by what they were seeing. Without wasting another second, Fen ordered Lee to pull back immediately. They both tried to sneak away by crawling on the ground. But then something unexpected happened. The dust cloud kicked up by the big guy's tantrums was accidentally inhaled by Brother Lee. He couldn't hold it back. He sneezed. Fen froze the instant he heard the sound, wearing a look of total disbelief. The soldiers, alerted by the noise, spun around toward them and ordered their immediate capture. Lee, full of regret, apologized while gasping for air. He tried to hold the sneeze in, but he just couldn't. Fen yelled at him to stop talking nonsense and focus on running. The big guy, also alerted by the noise, started charging toward them with heavy, rapid steps. His footsteps thundered, closing the distance between them in seconds. Suddenly, he slammed both hands onto the ground and, with a roar, generated a devastating tremor that shattered the pavement in its path, knocking the guys off balance. Fen and Lee fell, shaken by the shockwave. Still, our protagonist reacted fast. He screamed at Brother Lee to keep running, saying he'd try to slow down the big guy. Without hesitation, Fen activated his ability. A purple light started wrapping around his arms as he placed both hands on the ground. Immediately, the ground beneath the big guy's feet started to soften. The big guy, realizing he was sinking, stared at the ground in surprise, not understanding what was happening. His massive body began to sink, trapped by the unstable surface. but he managed to grab a nearby wall with both hands to stop himself from being completely swallowed up, realizing that Fen was packing some serious power too. The big guy lunged to grab him. Fen triggered his green light, and instantly, the fatty howled in pain. He was gripping his leg, cursing under his breath. Our boy had used his ability, combined with the purple light, to solidify the ground beneath him, locking the dude in solid concrete. The guy, absolutely furious, screamed at Fen, swearing he was gonna end him. But the MC knew he couldn't hold on much longer. That giant was breaking free with every move, and he couldn't control the terrain forever. Watching from the back, Brother Lee was freaking out. Seeing Fen was in deep trouble, he frantically looked for a weapon. Fen noticed the big guy seemed to have lost some of his strength. Just a little more effort, and he might trap him completely. But before he could try, someone rushed past him. It was Brother Lee, wielding a massive steel pipe. Without a second thought, he charged the enemy and smashed him right in the head with full force. It was a solid hit, but barely did a thing. With a deafening roar, he screamed he was gonna kill them both. Fen's jaw dropped. He couldn't believe how tough this guy was. Realizing they were screwed, Fen and Lee had no choice but to bail, running for their lives. Luckily, the chaos and tremors from the fight caused part of the tunnel to collapse behind them, blocking the path and giving them a chance to run. While scrambling through rubble, Fen screamed at Lee, calling him a total idiot. He told him to run, not jump into the fight. But Brother Lee wasn't sorry. He said he couldn't bail while his brother was fighting. When the collapse stopped and the dust settled, Fen was still on edge, asking if he was okay. Luckily, Lee was unhurt, but they knew they couldn't relax. With that kind of power, the big guy could pop out any second. Lee, still acting cocky, said it would take that dude a while to dig out. They had to keep moving. Grinning, Lee told Fen not to worry, claiming his sense of direction was god tier. He kept walking confidently, swearing he memorized the subway map and Fen just had to follow him. Fen kept his mouth shut while following Lee, but he couldn't help noticing they were walking in circles. After 40 minutes of aimless wandering, the MC slumped to the ground, while his buddy wondered why they were still stuck there. Then, something caught Fen's attention. A light breeze grazed his face, coming from a different direction. He jumped up and signaled Lee to check it out. He said the wind was coming from above, and when they looked up, they saw a faint light in the distance. A possible exit? Lee didn't waste a second, rushing ahead all excited, and started climbing the rocks confidently. Fen followed close behind. The ground was unstable and slippery, so they had to tread carefully. One slip, and it's over. Finally made it to the top. But the view absolutely insane. Hard to believe how much the world changed in just a few days. The glacial apocalypse is real. The snowpack had hardened, letting them walk without sinking in. That's when Fen recognized a building ahead. Massive structure. The tallest thing within 5 kilometers of his base. Seeing it, instant realization, they messed up. Their whole trek took them in the exact opposite direction of the complex. To make sure his buddy got it, Fen pointed out a landmark. Look there? We are totally lost. Judging by this mess, the only way back to base was over land. Our realistic MC figured, making it back today, no chance. But Lee was all confidence. Tried to chill him out. Swore that once they hit that zone, he had connections everywhere. Said they could grab grub and crash. No problem. Bragged he was a pro at walking on ice and snow. Said it was easy peasy right before vanishing under the snow with one wrong step. Fen hauled him out and told him to slow his roll. Under that snow, pure ice. Deadly slippery. And the snow started dumping harder. Smart move. Find shelter for the night. ASAP. So, they kept pushing through the brutal wind and freezing cold, refusing to quit. Lee tried to hype them up, saying it was just 3 kilometers away. Just 1 more hour. Bro. Then we rest. But the snow was relentless. Freezing wind cut right to the bone. If they didn't hustle, they'd literally freeze to death. They were tough. But even Lee was starting to crack. Then they saw something that made them stop dead in their tracks. Two bodies, half buried in the snow, still had their gear. But they weren't moving. Frozen stiff, clearly didn't have food or the right gear for this weather. They got caught in the storm. Couldn't find shelter. No supplies. Zero chance of survival. Lee got real serious and told Fen, "Storm's getting worse. We need to find a spot to crash tonight before moving on, or we end up just like them." The MC nodded grimly. He knew it was life or death, picking up the pace. After a brutal trek, Fen and Lee finally hit a residential zone. In the distance, on the high ground, massive mansions looked solid enough to tank the storm. Perfect spot to hunker down. But the MC couldn't help wondering, who's living there luckily? It looked like the villa hadn't been swallowed by the blizzard yet. While they scoped it out, Lee suddenly tensed up. He sensed it. Someone was following them. They spun around fast. Fen, totally skeptical, asked, "Are those the famous connections you wouldn't shut up about?" Not 100% sure. But he didn't rule it out. With his usual recklessness, Lee decided to check it out himself. But the MC told him to wait, saying they needed to ID the target first. But in a split second, Lee's silhouette vanished into the blizzard. Fen sighed, honestly. Nothing surprised him anymore. He thought Lee was a total idiot. Nothing good comes from two strangers showing up in a storm like this. And just as the MC feared, he was right. Brother Lee had been grabbed by two guys looking to rob them. Fen saw it and tried to move in quiet, reaching behind his back to grab his piece. But one of the attackers, it was too fast. He fired a shot right at the ground, inches from Fen's feet, gun pointed right at him. He warned him not to try anything. The other guy smacked his partner upside the head, annoyed at how impulsive he was. But the shooter defended himself, claiming he suspected Fen was hiding something and didn't want to take any chances. The gunman walked up, gripping his pistol tight, and aimed it right at the MC's forehead, demanding he hand over everything. With the freezing cold barrel pressing against his skin, Fen analyzed the situation. He knew that even if he took a bullet, he'd probably survive thanks to his healing factor. But he wouldn't be so lucky. If he wanted to keep Lee alive, the smartest move right now was to surrender. The robbers chatted, looking satisfied. One of them said he was right all along. No one would be out here at this hour without a good reason. And, sure enough, they were packing heat. The other guy nodded. Admitting it was good, he stayed on guard. Fen tried to reason with one of them, pointing out they'd already stripped them of all their supplies. But the guy had zero interest in negotiating. With a cold look, he made it clear they had their own reasons for taking them in. Next to him, Brother Lee looked just as confused. Fen started running the numbers. He wasn't sure, but a dark thought crossed his mind. Maybe they were planning to use them as emergency food rations. The thought made Lee shudder. He didn't even want to imagine going out like that. The terrain gave them a perfect view of the entire urban area. From up there, you could see almost everything, confirming this spot had major strategic value. When they got to one of the houses, one of the guys hit a button on a remote, and the gate popped open instantly. The shock on Fen's face was obvious. In the middle of a total blackout, having electricity could only mean one thing: a private generator. As they walked through the neighborhood, Fen noticed the houses were pretty new. Everything pointed to this villa being built recently. A moment later, both he and Lee froze at an unexpected sight. The house was surrounded by solid fortifications. It didn't look like something two people could pull off alone. Definitely not quickly. Fen realized that if they could break free, this place could be a real fortress. With his skills and Lee's help, this place could be the key to surviving the frozen apocalypse. But getting lost in thought cost him. One of the men saw his expression, took it as a threat, or a joke, and slammed him in the head as a warning. After that, they forced them to dig a ditch. They promised that once it was done, they wouldn't just let them go, but they'd give them supplies too. The warning was clear, though, if they tried anything funny, there'd be no mercy. One guy went to rest, while the other was stuck on guard duty. Totally reluctant, the guy left behind started whining about his bad luck, taking out all his frustration on the prisoners. He screamed at them to work faster, waving his gun around like a maniac, and threatening to shoot if they showed any weakness, even though they were handcuffed. They had zero choice. They just had to shut up and keep digging in the freezing snow. Lee asked Fen, "Do you seriously think they're gonna let us go once we finish this job?" But Fen just said, "I don't know." Their only move was to follow orders. But then something caught his eye. There was this weird pile of snow nearby. He wondered, why is that even there? He looked closer and no way. It was full of dead bodies. Regular people, soldiers, just piled up near the house. The scene raised way more questions than answers, leaving this creepy feeling about what went down here. Fen quietly signaled Lee to look at that snow pile. He had to see this. Lee asked why, but when he looked, he started screaming at the sight of the corpses. But Fen immediately hissed at him to shut up and keep it down, or they'd get caught. Lee asked Fen, "What the hell is going on? Did those guys do this?" Fen replied, "It's possible, and that's exactly why we can't just sit here, or we'll end up just like them." Then Fen leaned in and whispered a plan into his ear. A moment later, you could hear Fen and Lee screaming and cursing at each other, and that definitely didn't go unnoticed by the guard. Lee was complaining that Fen kept throwing snow right where he'd already finished digging, but Fen just yelled back, "I don't care, I'll do whatever I want." The guard pointed his gun at them. "Why are you guys making so much noise?" They both started blaming each other. The guy realized it was pointless, so he decided to ignore them. "Argue all you want, but you better finish before sunset, or you're both dead meat." The second the guy turned his back, Fen and Lee knew it was go time. Inside the house, the other guy was chilling in the living room, cranking the heat and reading an adult magazine. Suddenly, he felt eyes on him. Fen and Lee were staring right at him, remarking that even if he was having fun, what he was doing was pretty gross. A few minutes later, both him and his buddy were handcuffed, kneeling on the floor, after Fen and Lee grilled them. They found out these guys came here just to loot the place. Lee frowned and asked about the bodies outside, but the men denied everything. They claimed it was just a coincidence and they weren't responsible for the deaths. Fen told them, "Since you didn't kill those people, we won't treat you like cold-blooded killers. So, I'm gonna let you go." Lee whispered to Fen, "Are you serious? You're really gonna let them walk?" Fen's face suddenly changed. With a dark smile, he replied, "Of course I'll let them go." But what those guys didn't expect was that Fen would kick them out. Totally naked, he told them, "Better run home fast. Better put something on or you're gonna freeze." Brother Lee watched, thinking Fen was a straight-up demon. Then Lee asked the kid what the move was. Fen told him they had to get back to the girls. Like, right now. The plan was just to check the tunnel and find a safe zone. But all these setbacks wasted way too much time. He didn't know the situation at the base, but he just hoped everyone was safe. Meanwhile, back at the complex, the girls and the old man were waiting for the MC. Nurse Ji Young was stressing out because it had been way too long, but Hal was chill, saying Fen wouldn't die that easy. Seng Gao told them instead of worrying about the boys, they should look at their own situation. He pointed out the vibe was weird. It was too quiet. No tension at all after Fen went into the cave. An army marched out of there, and among them was this huge, terrifying guy who could manipulate the earth. Chief Jean seemed tight with them, and now everyone in the community was obeying them like sheep. Their squad had just become public enemy #1 for the whole settlement. The old man was sure Jean was already mobilizing his goons to find them, but he thought the residents were idiots. They thought the military was there to save them, but didn't even realize they'd been sold out. How? barely keeping her eyes open. Mumbled that it didn't matter anymore. She said choosing to obey bumps up your survival odds. So she got why people did it. The girl sighed, all tired, and finished by saying that's just how humans work. Then she passed out on the sofa. Nurse Ji Young tenderly covered her with a blanket so she wouldn't catch a cold. The old man watched the scene, thinking both girls were total burdens. He went to the window, thinking about what Hao said, about choosing to obey to survive. That's when a flashback hit him hard. He remembered his boxing days, fighting opponents in the ring. His coach, a brutal and demanding guy, was constantly screaming at him for not doing what he wanted. Sangao watched his rivals beat him without mercy, leaving him flat on the floor. In his mind, he heard the coach yelling, demanding he get up, saying if he didn't, he'd go back to his old life. Back in reality, those memories left a deep scar on the man. Without another word, he spun around to the girls, warned them to pack up immediately, because Jean's people and the soldiers were searching house to house. Staying there any longer was way too dangerous. Almost like his words were a signal. A brutal impact shook the door. A split second later, it was completely destroyed in a single hit. The two of them froze, shocked at how fast they'd been found. Hao jumped up at the boom, waking up from her nap, totally confused. A cloud of dust filled the room, blinding them. The old man could barely process it. He didn't get how they found them so fast, totally clueless to the chaos. Hao mumbled, half asleep if it was lunchtime yet. A massive hand appeared in the doorframe. Through the dust, a familiar figure emerged. The same fat guy who chased Fen and Ollie. Meanwhile, somewhere else, voices were heard. It was a group of men loading stuff up, supplies loaded on several trucks. Inside an office, one of the guys reported that the refugee count was finished. The total head count was 97 people, and they had 126 boxes of emergency rations. The commander, a guy with a scarred eye and a cigarette dangling from his mouth, ordered him to make sure every single thing was loaded up to haul back to the base. Then, voice rock steady, he asked Jean about the 3 soldiers he had assigned to him earlier. Jean was sweating bullets. He swore he had nothing to do with it, but said the 3 of them got taken out by a guy named Fen. The commander was intrigued. What kind of person could wipe out 3 special forces soldiers? He didn't buy Jean's story and demanded a better excuse. Terrified, Jean explained that Fen had these insane abilities, and plenty of people saw him melting metal with some kind of purple light. Before he could say another word, the commander cut him off cold. He told him to quit spouting garbage and shut up. Jean, totally cornered, told the commander he had nowhere to run and 0 reason to lie to him. To his shock, the man rested a hand on his shoulder and, with a creepy smile, told him he wouldn't kill him that easily. After all, he had just handed over a massive stash of emergency food. Keeping that dark vibe, the commander promised he would send someone to hunt down this Fen guy and ask him face to face what went down. He warned him he better not be lying, or he's a dead man walking. Back at the apartment, that fat guy who chased Fen before was drooling while sniffing the air. He could smell fresh meat, living people. With a deep, gravelly voice, he asked which one of them was named Fen. Zhengo reacted on instinct. He grabbed Hao and shoved both girls behind him, screaming at them to get back. He could feel something off about this creep watching him. The old man realized this guy didn't just smash through Fen's reinforced door in one hit. He was giving off a savage aura, like a bloodthirsty beast. Zhengo elbowed the window behind him, trying to smash open an escape route, but the glass didn't even crack. He felt the bones in his right arm snap, face twisted in agony. He asked Hao why the heck the glass was so hard. The girl, still half asleep, explained that Fen reinforced that too, fighting the pain. The old man said he would try to keep the fat guy busy so they could run. But then, plot twist, the nurse, showing 0 fear, walked right up to the giant and told him firmly there was nobody here by that name, and he had the wrong place. Unexpectedly, the big guy paused, looked at her, and apologized for the trouble. The nurse, Zango, and everyone breathed a sigh of relief. For a second, they thought they were safe, but that hope vanished instantly when the fat guy turned around, checked the apartment number, and realized it matched exactly what he was told. He let out a euphoric scream, yelling that they were all liars, and tried to trick him, voice exploding with rage. He dropped a threat. If Fen didn't come out of hiding, they were all gonna pay. Out of nowhere, he slammed the ground, triggering his quake ability. Xingao reacted fast. He yanked that window open in one go. He grabbed the girls and screamed, "Go, get out of here. No time to waste." He tossed them right out the window. Jigong screamed, seeing him stay behind as bait. But the old man didn't flinch. That fat freak was right in his face. Furious, he raised his arms, ready to smash him flat, voice raspy with hate. He growled, "I hate liars more than anything." Meanwhile, Fen and Li were gliding across the residential zone. They were literally riding on skis. It was Brother Li's idea. And Fen was totally shook. He was so impressed by the creativity. He started seeing the guy in a whole new light. The guy was laughing, explaining how handling million-dollar orders meant taking clients to ski resorts all the time. Didn't take long to reach the community building. They needed a way in. A window. A crack, anything to sneak inside. But then boom, a massive noise from above cut them off. They looked up just in time to see two bodies falling from the sky. Fen stared, confused. What the hell is happening now? How didn't hesitate. She triggered her ability in a split second. A huge pile of mattresses materialized right under her and the nurse. It cushioned the impact perfectly. No broken bones. Nothing. Fen yelled at Brother Li, "Move, get back," before the snow cloud swallowed him. Both girls landed safe and sound. They were dazed. But Fen rushed over to check on them. "What happened?" he asked. Jigong, still shaking, gasped out that some huge monster had busted into the room. "He was looking for you." Hal looked up and saw the giant following them, dropping from the sky too. Bam! Another impact shook the ground. That fat freak landed so hard, the snow rattled. Fen barely reacted before something yanked him back hard. It was Ji Young. She grabbed him, and how to get the hell out of there. Behind them, the fatty stared with glowing green eyes, muttering, "I'm a good boy, Fen is the real monster." Then he chased them with terrifying speed, like a beast out of control. Nurse Gigong was exhausted, panting, "I can't carry everyone. Run on your own." While sprinting, they knew Fen had to do something fast. The giant was drooling, mouth wide open, mumbling about them being his next snack. That's when Fen snapped into action. He had to stop him. He signaled the others, "Don't look back, keep going," while he held him off. He whipped out a hidden bag, focused his energy, and his right hand glowed green. He threw that bag right at the guy's face. The big guy, totally clueless, caught it in his open mouth and swallowed it whole, realizing they were soybeans. He savored the taste. Tasty, shocked by how delicious they tasted suddenly. The unexpected happened. His cheeks started puffing up, and blood gushed out of his nose and mouth. The scene wraps up with the seeds triggered by Fen's energy germinating violently. They were growing out of control, leaving the guy in absolute torture. Even though the giant was shaking as roots tore through his insides, it wasn't enough to stop him. With a furious roar, he grabbed the plant with his right hand and ripped it straight out of his mouth. He pulled with so much force that blood sprayed through the air in every direction. His face was twisted with rage, veins popping out, looking totally disfigured from the pain. But when he looked up to find his prey, nobody was there. The spot in front of him was completely empty. Like a frustrated little kid, he started throwing a tantrum, smashing the ground in a blind rage, realizing the cowardly brat had managed to escape. Right then, heavy footsteps started getting closer. A squad of well-armed soldiers appeared, surrounding the big guy while he was still on his knees. They got into formation, and the commander walked through them with a confident stride. Seeing the fat guy covered in blood, the commander asked, "What happened to you?" Still gasping for air, The guy explained he ate the beans that the kid threw at him, and they literally grew inside his mouth. Intrigued, the commander picked up a root and examined it closely. Interesting, he said. If they could use Fen's power, maybe they could actually solve the food shortage. He grabbed his radio and ordered them to bring down the prisoner they captured on the upper floor. Meanwhile, not far from there, Fen was watching from a building window. He was wrapped in a blanket, trying to fight off the freezing cold seeping through the walls. Fen watched the others closely, trying to figure out what went down and why. Sengao wasn't with them. Jigong, still breathing hard, explained that after they escaped, Chief Jean had collaborated with the soldiers and sold them out, guided right to his location. Everything pointed to a leak, letting them find Fen and sending that massive brute to capture him. That thing smashed through the armored door. Fen had reinforced himself like it was cardboard. For him, that was impossible. Not even a bomb should have cracked that. Jigong, on the verge of tears, remembered how Sengao saved their lives, throwing them out the window and staying behind to face the intruder alone. Since then, they had no clue if the old man was even alive. To Fen, death was final. A person's sacrifice only mattered if you made it count. So, to him, the smartest play was to run and not let that effort go to waste. But Jigong and Hao weren't having it. They both insisted on going back for Sengao. In their hearts, they believed he was still out there. Even the brother backed that idea, convinced they were bonded as family now. And loyalty meant you don't ditch your own. Fen wasn't refusing because he didn't care, but because of logic. For him, facing that monster again, the one that almost wiped them out, was total suicide. Meanwhile, on the street, the soldiers had brought out the hostage. Old man Sengao was alive, badly hurt, but alive. They'd bandaged and stabilized him before dragging him out in front of the building where they knew Fen was watching. The commander grabbed a megaphone and announced that everything that had happened was just a huge misunderstanding and they weren't looking for a fight. Inside the building, the second Ji Young realized Sengao was still alive. She tried to rush out to save him without thinking, but both Fen and the brother managed to hold her back. To them, it was obvious that this was nothing more than a carefully set trap. Peeking out from the building's window, Hao could clearly make out the captured old man. There was no doubt that it was Sengao, and he was completely surrounded by armed soldiers. In the center of the formation, the commander spoke to the supposed hidden observer, declaring that his organization needed exceptional individuals just like Fen. If he agreed to join their ranks, his supposed family, wife, kids, and even brothers would all receive officer ranks. The others were totally shocked by the man's words and asked the protagonist if he actually had a wife and kids. The guy, looking totally confused, replied that obviously he didn't. Minutes passed, and when he didn't get a response, the commander switched tactics. He turned directly to Sengao, insinuating that if his brother didn't act, then he'd have to accept that he was leaving him to die. The old man, with a calm expression, denied being related at all, claiming he had only known Fen for a few days. Annoyed by the old man's attitude, the commander smacked him upside the head, unable to understand why anyone would risk so much for a stranger. But Sengao insisted that Fen didn't have a wife or kids, and the others were just simple acquaintances. The man's frustration grew even more intense. The lack of real ties made his strategy useless, and in a fit of rage, he unleashed a kick on the old man, sending him to the ground. Despite everything, the guy didn't give up on trying to manipulate the situation. He used the loudspeaker again, this time appealing to baser desires. He promised that if Fen enjoyed pleasure, he wouldn't run out of women at their base. He hoped that offer would tip the scales in his favor. Fen, without showing much resistance, hinted that now he might actually. That statement freaked everyone else out. Ji Young and the brother tried to hold him back, convinced that accepting a deal like that would be like signing his own death warrant. Hao, sick of the chaos, let out a sigh. The situation had made her lose faith in everyone. But she still had one last resort. She claimed to have a plan to rescue Singao and asked if the others were willing to collaborate. Seeing her determination, the others watched her in silence, anxious to hear her. Meanwhile, down below, the old man was still on the ground, writhing in pain from the commander's stomps. The commander watched the old man with confusion, surprised by his caution and the way he avoided answering his questions. It was hard for him to believe that someone so reserved could be the good person he appeared to be. Ignoring the other guy's words, Sengao questioned the real reason why they were so desperate to capture residents, especially in a world where food was scarce. He wanted to know what they were really after. The commander, putting on a noble facade, claimed that helping others was his responsibility. According to him, selfish people like Sengao or Fen would never understand such a high mission. The old man wasn't fooled and called him a liar straight up. Annoyed by the accusation, since the old guy was basically knocking on death's door, he figured why not spoil his real plan, blowing out a cloud of smoke. He asked the old man if he knew which animals were swarming all over modern cities. There's tons of them, but nobody ever dared to eat them. That's when it hit Sengao. He finally realized how sick this whole operation was. These soldiers weren't just capturing people, they were eating them. With a twisted grin, the commander jammed the barrel of his gun right into the old guy's mouth. He said the living eat rations, but the dead, they become the rations. Just when it looked like it was game over for the old man, something insane happened. From high up in the building, the soldiers saw stuff raining down from the sky. It was packs of smokes, booze, real food, fresh veggies, and meat stuff nobody had seen since this frozen apocalypse started. To these guys, it was like a gift from the gods. Like a total miracle, they stampeded to grab the loot. Even that massive giant guy joined in. The commander, realizing he was losing control of his squad, fired a shot in the air to get them in line. But nobody gave a damn. Seeing the chaos, he knew if his troops completely lost it, Fen and his crew would use that chance to attack. Suddenly, a massive boom shook the whole area. A crazy loud noise blasted from the buildings. The snow-covered windows started shaking until smash. They exploded outwards. Out of the debris came something totally unexpected and huge, a gigantic snowplow. It burst right out of the building, shattering the glass. Behind the wheel of that beast, Fen was plowing through, challenging the enemy with his explosive entrance. Now, rewind a bit. Before this started, Hao had laid out her plan. The idea was to toss out a bit of food, just enough to lure in the hungry sheep. Ten was the one who broke down what that actually meant to the others. The goal caused total chaos among the troops who were desperate for grub. Hao figured that would be the perfect moment for Fen to burst out in his steel beast and rescue the lost kids, taking them to a new home. To him, that just meant, in the middle of all that mess, he could smash through the crowd, get to Sengao, and then get everyone out of there. Honestly, I didn't get how Fen figured out the girl's plan, but he just said that over time, you just become an expert. How, acting like the leader she thinks she is, said everyone had to follow the evil king's orders. Yeah, she meant herself. Fen was confused, but he just grabbed his hat without saying a word about her totally unhinged plan. But he was wondering where the heck he was supposed to find a vehicle. Then, surprise. Surprise. Hao claimed she'd already found a steel beast before she joined the team. Back in the present, Fen realized this promised beast wasn't just some car. It was a massive snowplow. Still, the huge machine looked way too cool to pass up. Without wasting a second, he steered that machine right at the soldiers who were still grabbing the loot. After revving it up for a second, our hero slammed the gas, mercilessly ramming anyone standing in his way. Soldiers and food went flying everywhere under the crushing force of that plow. The commander, seeing what was going down, immediately ordered them to stop and capture Fen. Beside him, the giant raised both arms, ready to stop that snowplow with nothing but brute force. As he stood in front of the machine, he kept telling himself no one was stronger than him. From inside the plow, Fen floored it while staring down the giant. Blocking his path seemed absurd. For someone to try and match their strength against that beast of a machine, only a total lunatic would try that. In a split second, the big guy got slammed violently and went flying through the air, spinning out of control until he was buried in the snow. The commander, not wasting a single second, jumped back in shock and aimed his gun. His threat was crystal clear. If Fen didn't stop right now, the old man was gonna pay the price. But the kid didn't flinch, ignoring the warning. He kept moving while throwing out a sarcastic taunt, like he hadn't heard a single word. With pure determination, Fen drove the snowplow straight at the commander. Consumed by rage, he could only watch the machine coming at him, veins popping out on his face. At the very last second, he dove to the ground to avoid getting crushed, cursing the kid to hell. Zeng, on the other hand, didn't have time to react. The vehicle hit him and dragged him through the snow while he screamed his lungs out. But, to his surprise, the front of the snowplow had been softened by Fen's purple energy, so he didn't get badly hurt. As soon as they stopped, Fen shouted at the old man to hold on tight, because they were about to keep running. Zeng, still recovering from the scare, couldn't understand what the hell was happening or where Fen had learned to drive so recklessly. Without wasting any more time, the kid spun the machine toward the building and parked right under one of the windows. Just a few seconds later, Li Hao and Ji Young jumped onto the vehicle. Once aboard, they yelled at Fen to hit the gas and get out of there as fast as possible. Multiple bursts of bullets slammed into the back of the snowplow, and from above, they warned him the soldiers were already catching up. The commander, leading the chase from an armored transport, desperately ordered them to fire non-stop. He insisted they couldn't let them escape, that they had to do whatever it took to catch them. However, the driver warned him the snow was too thick and the tires were skidding, not getting enough traction to speed up. Furious, the commander couldn't figure out where they got such a massive machine. They didn't even have anything like that at their own base. The driver, taking a closer look, mentioned that snowplow looked like part of the advance team's gear. Hearing that, the commander's face twisted even more with rage. He didn't care where it came from anymore. The only thing that mattered was not losing their trail. He screamed that, no matter what happened, they had to follow the tracks left in the snow. But suddenly, something caught the driver's eye. He alerted the commander, who, looking ahead, could only curse his luck. In front of the lead vehicles, multiple objects started falling out of nowhere. Among them, several large gas tanks, creating a makeshift barrier. This stopped the whole convoy dead in its tracks. The commander and his driver got out to assess the situation. He couldn't figure out where all this crap had popped up from all of a sudden, or how something like this went down without anyone noticing. A little further ahead, Hao was shrinking her dimensional portal with a nasty, triumphant vibe. And inside her weird delusions of grandeur, she proclaimed the time had come for the soldiers to witness her true power. However, an unexpected sneeze totally ruined her attempt to look cool. Meanwhile, the group continued their escape through the snowy streets, speeding along inside the sturdy snowplow. Fen was complaining about the position where Hao had ended up right on top of him inside the vehicle. Everyone started exchanging a few words. Seng Gao, with a raspy voice, expressed his thanks for being rescued. Hao commented that her snot was so cold it had already frozen solid. Li, full of hype, declared she wanted to drive the snowplow, while Ji Young asked what their next destination was. Fen took the chance to explain that, along with Li, he had found a cozy cabin on the hill, referring to a villa inside a residential neighborhood. He thought they could hide out there for a while if the others were cool with it. Singo told him to do whatever he thought was best, and Li kept insisting they let her drive to the villa. Hao nodded without objecting, but Ji Young interrupted when she noticed something worrying on the machine's dashboard. The gas had run out completely. The warning made Fen scream in surprise. Freaked out by the sudden situation. Wasting no time, he asked how if, by any chance, she had gas stored in her weird storage space. The girl nodded and, opening her dimensional portal, pulled out several bottles of a yellowish liquid. But the moment Fen saw them, he realized the mistake. What Hao had brought wasn't gas. It was cooking oil. At that exact instant, the snowplow's engine stopped completely, leaving them stranded. Lined up in front of Fen were 7 big bottles of high-quality olive oil. The guy, hand on his head, couldn't help but point out that what he asked for was fuel, not gourmet oil. Hao, unfazed, activated her dimensional skill again to look for the right thing. But something was wrong. She was taking way too long to find what she wanted, and nothing was coming out of her portal. Fen, getting alarmed, asked her what was going on, looking visibly nervous. The girl admitted that, apparently, she had thrown out all her stuff earlier. Among them, she mentioned the fridge, the sofa, and even the generator. The silence that followed was heavy, and everyone looked at her, dumbfounded. Fen, on the verge of a breakdown and super pissed, explained to the girl that he had gathered enough fuel to last a whole year, and she had thrown it all away like it was trash. Trying to fix her screw-up, Hao then pulled out a bottle of natural gas, as if that could be useful to them. Fen, rubbing his face in despair, assured her that if she couldn't get the vehicle working, he'd call her parents to come pick her up. The girl, still trying to make up for her mistake, showed an old bucket that Fen had filled a long time ago with some mysterious black rocks. The MC took one in his hand, looking at it with disdain. It seemed like useless trash. But suddenly something sparked in his memory. He remembered that unknown substance, similar to coal, that his failed plants transformed into, and that it was flammable. Also came to mind that black liquid the meat produced when he still didn't know how to control his powers well. And he wondered if it could also burn fast. He asked Hao for an empty bucket and a piece of meat. He dropped the bucket and beamed his green light right onto the slab of meat. The meat instantly melted into a thick black sludge. It was so effective that Fen looked pretty pleased with himself. The bucket filled up fast. But right then, everyone slammed their hands over their noses. The stench coming off that goop was absolutely unbearable. Fen ignored the funk. He just whipped a lighter out of his coat and said it was just a little experiment. The second the flame touched that black sludge, it caught fire instantly. He grinned, totally satisfied. That weird liquid doubled as fuel. Crazy, right? Sengao couldn't help but ask if he seriously planned to use that gross stuff instead of gas. Fen answered casually. They were out of options. If they didn't try this, they'd have to ditch the snowplow and hoof it all the way to the villa. Without another word, they dumped the sludge into the vehicle's tank and turned the key. Against all odds, the engine roared to life, and the snowplow actually started moving. Brother Li and the crew cheered for Fen's genius, while Sengao just stood there, confused, wondering how that junk actually worked. The vehicle pushed through the freezing night. As the blizzard got worse, it was getting colder by the second. But at least they were moving. Inside the cabin, Hao popped open her dimensional portal again and offered Yi Yang some snacks. She showed off an insane variety of treats, leaving Yi Yang totally speechless. Sengao got curious and asked how much stuff she had stashed in that space of hers. He'd heard rumors that someone completely cleaned out a supermarket the other night. Now he suspected it was her. Meanwhile, Fen kept his eyes glued to the horizon. Suddenly, he told everyone to focus. Right in front of them was the slope leading up to the villa he'd mentioned earlier. The group cheered when they saw it. And without wasting a second, Fen floored it to get there fast. But the moment he stomped on the gas, a massive boom shook the vehicle. Smoke started pouring from the exhaust, followed by a sickening crunch. The engine had blown from the strain. Dead silence. Everyone just stared at the smoke billowing from the hood. As fire started eating the engine, Fen groaned in frustration. They were so close. They had no choice but to continue on foot, trudging uphill, moving slowly through the brutal weather. In the middle of that freezing trek, they passed two familiar figures. It was the same guys who'd captured Fen and Brother Lee a while back. Fen had taken their coats as punishment. Now, they were frozen stiff, like statues. Finally, after what felt like an eternity, the group reached the villa, though they barely made it. Practically frozen to the bone. If they'd taken any longer, none of them would have survived. Inside the house, they huddled around a massive wood-burning heater. They were shivering violently, but slowly started to warm up. Sengao looked around and realized this spot where the villa sat was actually perfect. The wind pushed the snow downhill, keeping it from piling up. The houses stayed completely clear. It wasn't buried in snow, making it super hard for anyone down below to climb up. Easy to defend, hard to raid. The old man turned to the crew and asked if they were planning to make this their permanent base, but nobody said a word. They were too busy dragging the couch over to the heater. Sengao let out a resigned sigh, especially when he saw them unboxing a giant screen TV and a next-gen console. Apparently, even in the apocalypse, priorities are priorities. While everyone got comfy, Fen took the chance to slip away into another room. He still couldn't believe how lost the generator. Good thing the previous owners left one behind with some fuel. Otherwise, they would have been totally screwed. He fired up the generator, and after a few seconds, the lights flickered on, bringing power back to the house. After surviving that chaos for so long, the guys could finally catch a break. Fen hyped everyone up, asking if anyone was hungry. He wanted to cook a massive feast to celebrate them still being alive. Hao ignored the question, walked up to Fen, and showed him a water heater. He said he wanted a hot bath and asked Fen to figure out how the thing worked. But the second he said bath, the vibe changed. Nurse Jiang's eyes lit up instantly. Blushing, she walked over to Fen and whispered that she was dying for a bath too. She hadn't washed since the blizzard started, so hot water sounded like a dream. Fen, being the shameless guy he is, couldn't help picturing Jiang in the shower, which left him totally dazed for a second, snapping out of it. He immediately said he'd fix it right away. A bit later, Fen and Hao went to another room to handle the hot water situation. Inspecting the heater, Fen explained the pipes had frozen and burst, making the thing totally useless. So they checked the bathroom, which was also frozen solid. No surprise there, the pipes were completely busted. But as long as the tub was intact, they still had a shot. Fen suggested bringing in a heater and filling the tub with snow. Hao started pulling stuff out of his dimensional storage, item after item, until he finally found something useful. It was a high-powered heater shaped like a rod attached to a long cable. They placed the device into the tub and turned it on, powering it with the house generator. The ice started melting, but it was slow, and they were shivering from the cold. Fen stuck his hand in to check the temp, but it was still freezing. He wondered how long it would take. Suddenly, he felt a shock shoot through his hand and yanked it out. He complained about the bad wiring, realizing electricity was leaking into the water. But then something caught his eye. For a split second, right before he pulled his hand away, he thought he saw a faint red glow on his trembling skin. Hao touched the water with the tip of his finger and realized, surprisingly, it was already hot. He wondered what just happened and thought that maybe, just maybe, that red light he saw on his hand had something to do with it. With the tub finally ready, the girls started getting ready for their bath. Ji Yang was absolutely buzzing, stripping down with a relieved smile, finally getting to wash up after forever. Hao watched her, raising an eyebrow at the hype, asking if she wasn't being a bit extra. Blushing a little, the nurse admitted, yeah, she was just way too happy right now. Hao reached into her dimensional portal, pulled out some bath salts, and asked Ji Young which scent she vibed with. The nurse was shook. Staring in awe, she didn't just have salts, but an insane stash of shampoos, essential oils, and every self-care product imaginable. Overwhelmed with joy, Ji Young couldn't handle it. She tackled Hao in a hug, suffocating her with her massive chest. She confessed she adored her, calling her the absolute goat. Soon, they both dipped into the tub. The water was perfect warm, relaxing. For a second, it felt like actual paradise. Giggle laughing. Ji Young told Hao she was tiny and adorable, but Hao got serious, snapping back not to treat her like a kid, dropping the bomb that she was actually 21. The nurse giggled, saying 21 was still a kid. But then the math hit her brain. Her face changed instantly. She screamed, no way, asking if she was seriously 21. Because she didn't look it at all. Hao claimed it was the power of the demon eye keeping her young forever. Ji Young was speechless, seeing her face. Hao cracked, admitting she was just messing with her. She just had a baby face. That's all. Outside, Fen, like the perv he is, was listening to everything in total disbelief. Just then, Brother Lee walked by, asking Fen why he was creeping by the bathroom door. He was calling him for games. Smirking, he teased, implying Fen was definitely peeping on the girls. But Fen defended himself fast, swearing it wasn't like that. He was just passing through. Lee wasn't buying it, trying to open the door, claiming a real man looked straight on, offering to show him how it's done. Fen, panicking, stopped him before he did something stupid and dragged him to the living room for games. They settled in front of the TV and started gaming. Old man Sengao watched them from the couch. Looking totally confused, he commented that the world was ending. Total chaos outside. And here they were gaming like nothing happened. But the boys, totally chill, replied they already had all the supplies to relax, so they had to enjoy it while it lasted. Fen added they planned to base here long term, so entertainment was a must. Then he asked the old man if he was staying or going to find his squad. Hearing that, Sengao went silent, deep in thought. With the vibe relaxed, Brother Lee, blushing and acting all flirty, proposed to Fen that they shower together to save water. Fen looked at him in horror and shut that down hard. No way was he bathing with another dude. But later, Li's plan won out. Fen ended up in the tub with him, completely against his will. The MC noticed a weird smell, and suddenly bubbles floated up. Lee couldn't hold it back and apologized he'd let one rip. Later on, they had a massive feast. The table was stacked with delicious food and drinks, stuff they hadn't seen in ages. Finally, they could sleep easy. No guard duty, no fear of dying. Over the next few days, Fen focused on fortifying the base. He upgraded the walls, the roof, and reinforced the outer perimeter too, the villa to beef up security. Plus, he built a sauna on the top floor, so everyone could chill out and enjoy a little taste of luxury in the middle of this apocalypse. While they were munching on watermelons in the new sauna, Fen was scoping out the mountain area through his binoculars. That's when he spotted something weird. A lone figure, struggling up the slope. Suddenly, the person just collapsed, face planting into the snow. Wasting no time, the guys rushed out to save him. Back inside, the man was lying on the couch, totally wiped out. Fen turned to Brother Lee and asked if he really knew this guy. Lee nodded, explaining he was one of Boss Liu's men, asking Fen if he didn't remember. At first, had no clue who he was. Then Lee reminded him it was the mobster who helped him score his weapons. That's when it clicked for Fen. It was the guy who gave him that pistol and hooked him up with the sniper rifle. A bit later, the man on the couch woke up and shot up straight. Seeing him awake, Lee asked if he was okay, but the guy snapped back, yelling that he was a loudmouth and asking what the hell he was doing there. Fen introduced himself, but the guy just stared. Recognizing him, he called him the brat who came to buy guns, using a kinda mocking tone, but not totally hostile. Once he calmed down, Lee asked what happened. The man explained that a few days ago, Boss Lu's HQ got raided by soldiers. The ambush was brutal, and they took heavy losses. Lee, visibly shaken, immediately asked what happened to Boss Lu and if he was still alive. The guy, Chen Zi, explained that thanks to the tip Fen gave them, they managed to stockpile a ton of supplies. That prep didn't just help them survive the start of the chaos, but also let them save hundreds of residents. But everything changed when a group of soldiers showed up out of nowhere. They didn't just loot the warehouses. They started slaughtering residents without mercy. To protect his people, Boss Lu faced them head-on. He fought to the bitter end. And even though many of his men died or got badly hurt, he didn't give up. During the fight, he took a bullet to the leg and got captured by the soldiers. With no other choice, the survivors scattered with the places, promised to meet up at another spot where they still had supplies left. Chen Shi had spotted a dim light burning in one of the houses in the residential zone. Now Fen understood why that guy had shown up at the foot of the mountain. He thought he'd reunite with his crew there. Brother Lee grabbed Chen Shi by the shoulders and asked if he really believed Boss Lu was still alive. Chen Shi nodded. Certain that they were keeping him alive for a reason, tears rolled down Brother Lee's face as he remembered how much he owed that man. If it wasn't for him, he probably would have died a long time ago. Without a second thought, he grabbed Chen Shi's arm, demanding they go rescue him together. Chen Shi looked at him like he was crazy. He didn't know how much firepower the enemy had, but he knew for a fact, trying this alone, impossible. Lee begged him not to quit. If there was even a 1% chance Boss Lu, it was still alive, it was worth the risk. But Chang Zi shoved him away, calling him a psycho. He wasn't about to get dragged into that suicide mission. Sengao spoke up. Wait, are you guys seriously talking about rescuing Mr. From the Gila Brotherhood? Lee was shook. You know the boss. The old man spilled the tea. Back in his glory days, fighting in underground boxing rings, it was Boss Lu himself who saved him, gave him his freedom back, holding his injured hand. Sengao got serious. If you're going to try and save him, count me in. Bam! He ripped the bandage right off his broken arm, swearing he had tons of contacts in the city, ready to help them out. That's when it clicked for Chang Zi. He realized exactly who this old guy was. It was the infamous Wild Dog, the crazed maniac of the underground betting circuits. An undefeated legend with 30 straight wins. Fen heard the name and cracked up, but the old man looked embarrassed. The people gave me that name, not me. Brother Lee and Cheng Ji rushed over to hype him up, thanking him for stepping up. But Seng Ao was like, please, don't call me by that old nickname. Fen watched them in silence. He couldn't wrap his head around it. Was this Boss Lu really such a saint that everyone was ready to put their lives on the line for him? This whole thing was way too dangerous to just dive in blind. Right now, he had to put his own survival first. Feeling a bit guilty, our MC told them, look, everyone's hunting for me right now, so I better lay low this time. Can't risk drawing attention. Brother Lee looked worried when he heard Fen wasn't coming. But the kid promised, I might not be going, but I'll hook you up with all the supplies you need for the trip. Before they left, Fen warned Sengao and Lee, don't say a word about my powers, or about how. Then he invited Chang Shi to eat. Don't rush, he said. We've still got plenty of noodles left. Later, he set up a room with a heater. Simple and plain, just like the dinner. He had to keep things low-key to avoid suspicion about his special abilities. Fen handed over a massive stash of supplies, weapons, and ammo for the road. As Cheng Zi carefully packed everything, he admitted Fen was insanely prepared for this catastrophe. But Fen just had to ask, Why so many cigarettes? The man explained that, these days, money is worthless paper. Now, when trading between factions, cigarettes are the real currency. Senggao, Brother Li, and Chang Ji were ready to roll. They said their goodbyes to Fen, promising they'd be back soon. Don't worry about a thing. Chang Ji bowed with deep respect. He told our MC that the Ji-La Brotherhood would be forever grateful to him and his family. Nurse Ji Yong, looking confused, asked Fen, "Do you have a wife?" since Chang Shi had thanked his sister-in-law? But how? Cut in. He meant you. Ji Yong turned beet red, stammering that it was a huge misunderstanding. I'll clear it up next time. Fen and Hao just stared at her, totally clueless. After that weird scene, our MC decided to boost security. He installed cameras all along the road too, heading up the mountain with Ji Young's help. Fen set up cams all around the safe house to spot any sketchy movement outside. After that was done, life went back to chill mode. No big worries. Until the day a new nightmare began. A blood-curdling scream came from the kitchen. Fen was like, "What the heck?" Ji Young came sprinting out, knife in hand, totally freaking out, screaming that something terrible happened. She was stumbling, barely able to speak, gasping for air. She just said Hao's name. The disaster. That girl ruined the very last cabbage. They had no way. Fen rushed over, grabbed her shoulders, and asked if there were any veggies or fruit left. Hao was like, "Yeah, we got tons." But her answer left the MC totally shook, even though they looted a whole supermarket. Hao only grabbed random stuff, because she hates veggies. When they checked the stash, he realized they'd been burning through reserves for a while. If this kept up, they'd have nothing left. He was sweating bullets, since his skill only let him grow wheat, soy, broccoli, and meat. Every other fruit and veggie attempt had been a total fail. Holding the last cabbage, he said he had to figure out how to clone it. Ji Young told him, "Our future happiness depends on you." Fen pushed a shopping cart full of the remaining food over to the couch to run experiments. He cut a piece of cabbage, fired up his green light, and prayed it would work this time. But sadly, the moment he used his skill, the leaf turned to ash and totally disintegrated. Fen cursed his luck. But he wasn't giving up that easy. He grabbed another piece and kept trying. But no matter how hard he grinded, every single test ended the same way. Fen tried other plants too, like radishes, chilies, and potatoes, while Hao and Ji Young watched from the corner. Nothing worked. Fen wanted to die. He couldn't grow a single edible plant. Ji Young walked up all worried and asked if he was okay. Frustrated, he was like, "If I can't grow veggies, we're screwed. We'll never eat fresh food again." That's when Hao opened her dimensional portal and asked, "Why not try cucumbers?" She had a ton of them. She added that skipping veggies won't kill them, and vitamins were enough. But Ji Young asked, "Why don't we try growing our own veggies?" Fen shot back that, with the freezing cold outside, it was literally impossible. But the nurse explained that she grew veggies on her balcony all year round, as long as temp and light are controlled. Indoor farming is totally doable. She said they needed a proper grow rack, soil, nutrients, and LED lamps for sunlight. Fen and Ji Young got hyped immediately. But Hao killed the mood by asking, "Where are you going to get all that stuff?" They both looked at her and were like, "Don't you have that in storage?" Later, the MC and the nurse were outside trying to dig through the snow with a shovel. Fen said the ground was frozen solid, impossible to dig. But Ji Young, totally determined, she told him to chill and let her times handle the heavy lifting. But check this out, even with her insane strength, one swing and the shovel head went flying like whoosh times, nearly took Fen's head off. She looked super embarrassed, asking, "What now?" Fen was like, "It's freezing out here, so let's head back to the shelter and figure out plan B." Back inside the base, they asked how many planters she'd prepped for the veggie garden. The floor was absolutely covered times in cut-up plastic bottles. She told them. I haven't been slacking off, clearly. She'd been grinding. Fen took a look. Even though they didn't have legit flower pots. With all those bottles, it was enough to start farming. Ji-young hyped Hao up, calling her totally capable. But Hao puffed out her cheeks, telling them to stop treating her like a kid. Then she dropped the question, where's the dirt you guys were supposed to bring? The two guys looked away. Totally awkward. They admitted the ground was frozen solid. Literally impossible to dig. Without a word, Hao reached into her dimensional storage and pulled out a heater bar to melt the ice. But Fen shook his head. He explained the ground was too hard to stick anything into. Ji-young sighed, saying, Man, if only we could just insta-melt all that ice. Hearing that, Hao went into full delusional mode and told Fen that as the apostle of the bathwater domain, it was time to show his true power. He knew exactly what she was hinting at, sitting on the couch with a bucket of water. Fen started thinking. He remembered a last time he heated water. This weird red light glowed on his hand, and the water boiled instantly. He stuck his hand in the bucket, convinced that if he could trigger that red glow again, maybe he could melt the frozen earth. But 20 minutes passed nothing. He couldn't figure out the trigger. What was different last time? That time in the tub, wait, he got electrocuted by accident. He asked Hao if she had anything in her stash to shock him with. She pulled out a power strip and said if he stuck his fingers in, it'd be instant death. Fen looked at her like, I don't want to die. I just want to recreate what happened last time. So, Hao pulled out what she called a super magic lightning wand, which was basically just a low-voltage stun baton. Fen, feeling a bit sketchy, remembered those things pack a pretty nasty punch, and asked if it was actually safe. Hao showed him the gadget, swearing the voltage was weak. He grabbed the baton, pressed the button, and said, I'm trusting you on this. Asterisk zap times electricity surged through his hand. The red light reacted to the current, creating a flow. Fen shivered. But to his surprise, it actually felt kinda good. Back outside, he crouched down, hand on the frozen dirt, stun baton buzzing in the other. He didn't get the science behind it. But if it works, that's all that matters. He channeled the shock through his hand, and times boom. Times the frozen snow around Fen started melting instantly. He could feel the slushy melted snow and the wet dirt in his hands. He grabbed a handful with a grin and whispered, We did it. Inside the house, every single cut-up plastic bottle was already packed with that fresh dirt. They just dug up. The makeshift pots were ready for action. The MC asked Hao to fork over every seed he had, no matter what kind. But then Gi-yoon stepped in, pointing out that it was freezing inside, so most veggies wouldn't stand a chance. The girl checked the stash Hao brought and noted that some of them didn't need super high temps. So, they decided to haul all those makeshift pots down to the basement, since it trapped heat way better. Gi-yoon was still worried though. She warned that if they didn't hit the right temp, the seeds wouldn't sprout. But the guy shot back, saying if his green light worked on these seeds, they could grow straight up without relying on the environment. He told her, let's just try it. After all, they had plenty of seeds to burn. With a bottle full of seeds in his hands, Fen fired up his green light, locked in like he was playing a rhythm game like Osu. He controlled the energy flow with total focus, precise, zero mistakes. And boom, the seeds started growing instantly right inside the bottle, hyped by the success. He kept testing it out with different types of seeds, swapping out the duds as he went. In the end, he got dozens of sprouts popping up in the bottles. Success. But the victory lap didn't last long. A few days later, everything froze. Dead. Gi-yoon checked the thermometer. Even with 4 heaters blasting, the temp was barely hitting 10 degrees. She told the MC they had to find a way to jack the temp up to at least 20 degrees. The guy suggested throwing in a couple more heaters, but she warned him that without better insulation, it wouldn't do squat. Fen figured that out of the whole house, the basement held heat the best. The deeper they dug, the better the insulation. So he pitched a plan: dig deeper. Maybe that would fix the temp and give their crops a fighting chance. Nurse Gi-yoon was all in immediately, totally trusting her strength. Fen, looking a bit skeptical, asked if she was seriously gonna dig a massive hole by hand. Before she started, he said, "Wait, let me try my powers first," to see if they worked on the stone. Fen knew his green and red lights were useless on rocks, but the violet light, that could soften stuff. However, even though the ground looked like mud under the light, it was still hard as a rock. He tried mixing all three lights, tweaking the energy rhythm, but nothing worked. He knew that every time he failed, plants turned into black solids and meat turned into dark sludge. But the stones just stayed the same. Days later, frustrated by all the failures, something crazy happened. He discovered that if the red light went past a certain intensity, it could actually destroy stone. He placed both hands on the floor and cranked the red light to the max, spreading the energy as wide as possible to see what would happen. The result was instant. The rocky ground started disintegrating right before his eyes. The red light actually turned out to be super effective for smashing and digging up the terrain, but the cost was insane. Just using that intensity level once was enough to leave him totally wiped out, lying on the floor, foaming at the mouth. His face was pale from the effort. He mumbled that he didn't even know how many times a day he could actually use that skill over the next few days. Fen handled the digging bit by bit, using his ability, while Jian hauled away the dirt and rocks in a cart, taking them outside. After 7 days of non-stop grinding, they finally managed to dig out a whole room, an underground spot, over 10 meters deep. They fixed it up with care, and finally, it turned into their underground greenhouse, strictly for growing veggies. They were both dead tired, but super satisfied. They high-fived to celebrate the win, celebrating their little achievement. Fen thought that now came his favorite part of the day, heading back to the surface. Just like always, Jian climbed up first, and he followed close behind. No doubt, that view was a total win for everyone. Jian explained that if everything went right, in a couple of months, they could start harvesting the first veggies. Fen, carefully looking away, tried not to think too much about it. Since they started the farming project, more than half a month had already passed. The vegetable stockpiles they stored had totally run out. They'd spent the last 4 days eating nothing but broccoli. If he had to keep eating like this for 2 more months, he was sure he wouldn't make it. He wondered if his green light, which could duplicate broccoli and sprout seeds, could also speed up crop growth. If that was possible, maybe they wouldn't have to wait so long. Just then, Jian turned around and said if they grew bean sprouts, they'd be ready in just 3 days. But the turn was so sudden that she lost her balance, and she slipped off the ladder leading to the surface. The MC heard her scream, and when he looked up, the only thing he saw were 2 massive peaches coming straight for his face. Like any self-respecting guy, he used his face to break the nurse's fall, a heroic feat that came with a massive nosebleed. Back on the surface, Jian was apologizing over and over, totally worried, asking if he was okay. Fen, with his face bright red and nose bleeding, tried to play it cool while desperately covering up his face so she wouldn't see him in that state. The nurse kept insisting, blushing hard when she noticed the guy was bleeding, but he refused to let her see. Because rather than the hit, he was bleeding for times another times reason. Gian kept insisting, begging Fen to let her check his wound. She remembered she was a nurse, after all, but he insisted he was really fine. Suddenly, Fen noticed the living room lights were off, and something didn't feel right. Gian asked him if something was wrong, but he didn't answer right away. In the middle of the room, there were candles lit everywhere, and a summoning circle was drawn on the floor. In front of it, Hao was doing weird poses, like he was in the middle of a ritual, with a computer right in the center. The MC, watching from the corner, feeling a mix of secondhand embarrassment and confusion. He wondered how someone his age could be putting on such a show. Hao, with total seriousness, She was begging the great evil eye to descend in its ultimate form to help her mission. Fen and Ji Young walked up. And times he asking her what the hell she was doing. The girl replied she was doing a summoning ritual to bring back the evil eye, pointing at the computer. She explained one of the eyes had gone rogue, so she was planning to summon it again. The guy took a closer look and realized she was talking about a surveillance cam that died at the foot of the mountain. On one side of the slope was the villa and the cliff, and on the other, the only way up. Fen and Ji Young went out to check it. If they planted cameras on that path, they could spot anyone trying to creep up. The only problem, with the wind and snow constantly hammering down, the cameras glitched out all the time, forcing them to go out to fix them constantly. Fen didn't hide his annoyance. He complained about being on repair duty and wondered when this damn weather would finally calm down. It had been months since this started. Suddenly, boom times they heard a massive crash from the mountains. They spun around instantly, shocked by the noise. That wasn't normal for this area, and the intensity was super unsettling. Ji Young asked if he saw anything. He said he wasn't totally sure, and since he didn't want to risk it, he decided to change their route back, just in case. The next morning, the noises kept going. At first, Fen didn't pay them much mind. His focus was elsewhere, speed growing the veggies as soon as possible, so they wouldn't have to keep eating the same stuff every day. He fired up his green light, holding the plants, trying to apply the energy rhythm he used before, hoping to make the seeds sprout. But this time, just like he feared, it didn't work. The rhythm method he discovered was a dud. Looked like he'd have to try again, from scratch until he found the right way. He picked out some new plants and got ready to keep experimenting. 30 minutes of trying later, it finally happened. There were results, but they were definitely not what Fen expected. He clutched his head in despair, wondering why his luck was so trash. All the vegetables he'd blasted directly with his green light had completely dried up and died. But when he looked closer, he noticed the ones further back, the ones he hadn't even touched, were growing strong. Actually, they looked super healthy and shiny. Staring at his hand, Fen started to get suspicious. He wondered if he only needed a tiny bit of light to kickstart the growth. If the plants were exposed to the green light for more than 30 minutes up close, they'd stop growing completely. He had to use his ability carefully and patiently, using just a little bit every day. Just like that, 5 days passed, and this time, the results were insane. Fen was ecstatic. His cabbage had grown so big it didn't even look real. Ji Young and Hao were shocked too, seeing the other veggies had grown huge, even if they looked a bit weird. But without a doubt, the most impressive one was off to the side. Fen, looking at the monstrous size of that cabbage, he wondered if it was even normal for them to grow this huge. Maybe it was some glitch with his green light ability, but eventually, he stopped stressing about it. As long as they were edible, that was all that mattered. That same day, they cooked up a feast like they hadn't seen in months, totally stuffed. They felt like all the hard work was finally worth it. Hal was super hyped. She said she wanted strawberries and melons next, so she was ready to start growing fruit too. Fen pinched her cheek, reminding her that she was the one who said they only needed vitamin pills. And now suddenly, she's got all these cravings. But Hao shot back that vitamins were for normal humans, and she was special. Jiang noticed there was still plenty of cabbage left, so he asked if anyone wanted seconds. They both turned their heads, acting like they didn't hear him, and said they were totally done. Fen said he really wished Brother Li was there with them. If he was, he definitely would have polished off all that leftover cabbage by himself. He also remembered that Li and Zhang had been gone for over half a month since they headed for the mountains. He wondered how they were doing. They must have run out of those biscuits they gave them by now. Fen hid, worried, just hoping Li and Zhang were out there safe and sound. But his thoughts were cut short by a massive explosion that echoed in the distance. Not too far from the villa, the girls looked at each other, nervous. This was already the 6th day. In a row, they'd heard that sound, and they wondered what the hell was happening out there. Relax from the good food? Fen stretched out in his chair. He said as long as it was just one explosion a day. It wasn't a big deal. Nothing to worry about. But 3 days later, the situation changed. Now, there were multiple explosions, rumbling from outside. Fen was getting visibly annoyed and started complaining. The girls, even though they were almost used to the noise, couldn't help but still feel worried, pissed off. Fen rubbed his temples. That day, they had already counted dozens of explosions. And the worst part was, they wouldn't stop. Totally fed up, he went outside and set up the ladder to climb onto the roof. He was determined to see with his own eyes what the hell was going on in the mountains. He crouched down on the roof, pulled out some binoculars, and started scanning the area. In the distance, he could see several white clouds rising from different spots. They kept popping up one after another, like something was triggering them non-stop. He didn't even need binoculars to see the disaster happening. Kilometers away, Fen watched in silence, not understanding who the hell could be causing this much chaos. He doubted it was the military running tests. Making that much noise in the middle of the mountains was dangerous. They could trigger avalanches and also easily give away their position. Even though the action was happening at a distance, Fen thought that if any of those explosions eventually reached the villa, they'd be in serious trouble. He didn't know if his reinforced house could handle a hit like that. And even though the wall surrounding the place seemed way too low and thin, he decided the best move was to reinforce it, just in case. Outside the house, he explained to the girls that he still didn't know what was going on beyond the mountains, but as a precaution, he was going to raise and thicken the outer wall, just in case an explosion hit them. How? Curious, asked him what he was going to build that with, since there wasn't any cement in the warehouse. But Fen quickly told her not to worry. He showed them the stones he and Ji Young dug up from the basement. With that, they had the materials ready, with help from both of them. The first thing they did was stack the stones in front of the wall. Then, using the water Hao brought in a bucket, they soaked the structure. Once it froze, it'd turn into a solid wall. Fen grabbed a shovel and hit the makeshift stone wall. He said that with this freezing weather, an ice barrier mixed with rock could end up being tougher than concrete. After explaining that, the three of them worked their butts off, determined to beef up the base's defense against anything that might happen. Since they didn't have enough stones to finish the wall, Fen decided to tear down the abandoned house next door and reuse the leftover materials. After 3 full days of hard work, they finally finished the massive ice wall, which would give their base an extra layer of protection. Fen said with a wall that thick, even if it was made of ice, they could at least chill for now. But right when he finished saying that, a loud boom shook the whole area, so powerful it even knocked Hao to the ground. Fen froze for a second. He didn't expect they'd actually get bombed. Without wasting time, he climbed up to the roof to check out what was happening, and what he saw froze his blood. The explosion had happened way closer to the villa, just a few kilometers away. Alarmed, he grabbed the binoculars to be sure. And there was no doubt. The shots were landing close or coming straight for them. Then, one of the shells slammed into a house near the base, blowing it to smithereens. Rock fragments flew everywhere. Some smashed into the newly built wall, cushioning the blow. But others were launched so high that one of those rocks whizzed dangerously past Fen's head, missing by just a few centimeters. If it had hit him, he wouldn't be alive to tell the tale. Without thinking twice, he scrambled down from the roof for safety. If they hadn't built that wall in time, they would have been totally screwed. The MC burst into the house, screaming at the girls that bombs were dropping nearby. So they had to get to the basement fast. The 3 of them hid down there for half a day, until the explosions finally died down. Only then did they dare to go back up. But that very night, while Fen was taking a shower, another attack rocked the area. Panicked, and still in his underwear, he ran soaking wet through the house. to warn the others and get back underground immediately. On the morning of the third day, the house next door got completely blown away, and a shell even smashed right into their base's wall. And just when the guy was in the bathroom, another bombing started. Hal barged in without warning, yelling at him to hurry it up, saying she wanted to use the bathroom too. Over the next few days, the attacks kept coming with no chill, showing no signs of stopping. The MC, while putting on his thermal suit and prepping his rifle, raged that they couldn't live in peace like this. Fed up with this mess, he packed his gear. He was ready to find out who the hell was the maniac bombing the villa day after day. He said goodbye to the girls, promising he'd be back soon and telling them to stay safe. Skiing down the slope, the guy checked every zone that had been hit. He watched closely, creeping in to check it out, and that's when he spotted some shredded rags. Looked like pieces of military uniforms. He had to wonder, there was the army really the one behind the explosions? Or maybe it was that bunch of psychos? Meaning that giant guy and the crazy commander. Moving a bit further down the path, Fen realized there were bodies everywhere scattered all over the place. Proof that a brutal battle went down right here. To be sure, he decided to hike up the mountain and scope out the terrain from high ground. Getting to the peak took a serious effort, and while he was catching his breath, he whipped out his binoculars, focusing straight ahead. He spotted a massive cave, and judging by the structure and security, it was definitely a military base. He saw cannons set up and couldn't help but wonder, were those the ones responsible for the bombings they suffered every day back at the village? He also spotted soldiers positioned behind cover, like they were waiting for something to come out. But what shocked him even more was seeing the soldiers start firing into the cave as they pushed forward. It made no sense why attack their own base. But then out of nowhere, a massive energy blast shot out from inside the cave. The shockwave sent the soldiers flying through the air, screaming in panic, only to be wiped out in seconds by the blast. Freaking out, Fen sprinted down the hill to dodge the hit. Once the attack stopped, he carefully went back to check the damage. He found the remains of a soldier totally shredded. Instant death. No doubt. He took cover and looked through the binoculars again to check for survivors. 3 figures walked out from inside the base. A woman with glasses and 2 kids. They were young, but all 3 were packing heat. Just then, the woman stopped dead in her tracks and no way looked exactly where Fen was hiding. A chill ran down his spine. He was hundreds of meters away, totally concealed. It should have been impossible for them to spot him from that far out. Hidden deep and wearing camo gear, Fen thought there was no chance they detected him. But staring back at them, he noticed something creepy. They were looking times right at him. Asterisk. That pink-haired girl, Sixie, aimed her bazooka straight at him. In a split second, she fired a rocket right at his face. Boom! Massive explosion on the mountainside. Luckily, Fen managed to dive away just before impact, but he couldn't figure out how they found him. He was being super careful, but just as he was about to run, he heard machine gun fire behind him. Over at the blast zone, soldiers were opening fire with automatic weapons. Looks like they were fighting those 3 mysterious strangers. The soldiers trying to climb the mountain got swept away by a sudden avalanche. Huang had his hands on the snow while the girls watched him in silence. The kid pressed down on the snow, triggering a massive white explosion. Fen, who saw it start, was totally stunned. But since he was too close, he couldn't get away in time and got slammed by the wall of snow. Lying on the ground, gasping for air, he thought he was done for. The snow buried everything, and under that icy blanket, something was glowing. A faint red light, flashes cut through the snow. Until it burst open, Fen rose up from the piles, coughing his lungs out while dragging a soldier's body behind him. It was a total miracle he survived. He almost suffocated to death under that snow. Luckily, the dam stopped his fall. Otherwise, who knows how far he would have been dragged. As he pulled himself together, he remembered right before getting buried. Those 3 were walking on the snow like it was nothing. Maybe they had some kind of power, like controlling ice and snow. Fen hoped this soldier he saved from the snow could drop some useful intel on who they were fighting, just to be safe. He decided to hide inside a nearby building. He threw the guy on the floor, but not before tying him up tight with a rope. Once he was secure, he went to wake him up and grill him. The man woke up and the first thing he saw was a gun pointed straight at his head. Desperate, he started screaming, begging for his life. He swore he'd say everything, hide nothing. Fen was satisfied. He'd already imagined all kinds of ways to make him talk, but looked like he didn't have to. Our MC told him to calm down. Tell me everything about those three, the woman and the kids, and you walk. Terrified, the soldier started spilling. He said those people weren't human. They used strange ice magic, fired energy waves, and blew things up easily. Fen thought he was capping, but told him to speak calmly and start by describing the woman, one by one. The soldier explained. The woman could launch massive energy waves. Just one hit from her was enough to send several men flying through the air. The girl, she used explosion magic, turned anything she touched into a bomb. And finally, the boy controlled ice. He could trigger entire avalanches at will. Fen thought the soldier was exaggerating way too much, especially since he kept repeating over and over that those three weren't human, but some kind of monsters, wizards with supernatural powers. But looking at his own hand, the fugitive muttered to himself he couldn't really judge. He was one of them. After all, it was getting obvious. People like him, like Hao and that giant guy, were starting to show up way more often. One last question. The boy asked the soldier if they had bombed the villa on the South Peak. The man shook his head in despair, explaining that his camp had been taken over by those three guys, crying for his life. He confessed reinforcements were coming from the central base to try and take it back. Fen realized the mountain explosions were caused by the battle between the military and that superpowered trio. That also explained the amount of dead bodies he found on the road. They must have been wiped out by the woman and the two kids. Then he wondered, were they the ones attacking his villa too? Annoyed, he aimed at the soldier again. Why do you bomb us every single day? But the guy, sobbing, said he had no way of knowing. He didn't know anything else. Fen held back, took a deep breath, and lowered the gun. Forget it. Get lost. The man thanked him over and over before scrambling to his feet and running. As he fled, still shouting thank you, an energy wave took him out completely. He was disintegrated instantly. Right after, shockwaves started raining down on the dam area, even hitting the structure where Fen was hiding. Luckily, the building held up. The MC had reinforced the walls just in time, using his combined green and purple light powers, which saved his life. The guy realized these bombs weren't just random. They were obviously aiming right at him. With so many mountains between him and the enemy, he still couldn't figure out how they were tracking him so perfectly. Meanwhile, at the captured military camp, the woman was with the two kids, operating the cannons. Yoangi told Sixi she was a crack shot. She answered with pride, saying she fired off a couple of rounds every single day. That's why she got so good at it. The woman pointed out that after the last bombardment, the guy's energy fluctuation didn't disappear. It actually got stronger. Yoangi said Fen was way too OP. Neither avalanches nor explosions could stop him. But Sixi replied she still had plenty of bombs left, and she'd eventually blow him to bits. The woman ordered them to fire a few more times. If the kid was still alive after that, they'd hunt him down personally. Yoangi still thought it was useless, that the bombs weren't doing anything to Fen. But Sixi hyped him up, saying he had invincible snow skills, so there was nothing to fear. Meanwhile, back at the MC's position, he was breathing hard. Even though the attacks had stopped for now, he knew if he hadn't reinforced the structure with his energy, he'd be dead meat. He was exhausted, but he knew going home wasn't an option. If he went back, it would just make them keep bombing the place every single day if they wanted to live in peace. So he had zero choice. It was do or die. He had to face those three right now and make sure they didn't escape. That's exactly why Fen didn't waste a single second. He started cooking up a counterattack plan immediately. In front of the dam, a massive, snowy plain stretched out, flanked by mountains on both sides, and somewhere in that landscape were his three enemies. All of them had insane special abilities. He knew the girl could turn anything she touched into a bomb. Total nightmare fuel. But he bet that if he reinforced the structures with his power, he could tank her attacks. Now, as for the woman, her energy blasts were devastating. She could snipe him from super long distances. That was a serious threat. But honestly, to Fen, the most dangerous one was the boy. That kid could create waves of snow and trigger entire avalanches. If he manipulated the ice from far away, he could easily bury Fen alive, along with the whole dam. No chance to escape. Fen thought, if only I could land one clean shot from a distance with my rifle, everything could change. But he wasn't a pro sniper. If the target was too far out, he'd probably miss. Assuming those three were hiding in the mountains, on either side of the dam, spotting them in time would be basically impossible. Maybe he could dig traps in the snow, but that plan only works if he predicts exactly where they'd walk. Fen was thinking hard. Since that kid had control over ice and snow, setting ground traps would be totally useless. Another play was to lure them downstream from the dam, and then at the perfect moment, crank those floodgates open and unleash the water. Stepping out into the open, Fen started brainstorming how to pull this off. The big issue was figuring out how to bait them right under the dam. If he went down first as a decoy, there'd be nobody left up top to hit the switch. He noticed the floodgate was massive, at least 7 meters high. Doing some quick math, he also wondered if the water was frozen solid. He remembered hearing that Arctic fishing ice was usually about 2 meters thick. So the water level underneath that icy layer had to be way deeper than the height of the gate. Now he just needed to double check. Because leaving anything to chance, that's a death sentence. So, he headed to the corner of the dam. Using his purple light, he traced a vertical line several meters down and used his decomposition skill to poke a small hole in the structure. Instantly, water started gushing through that tiny opening he made. Then he patched it up fast with his green light. Feeling pretty good about it, the dam had liquid water. Meanwhile, way over there, the woman was moving fast with the two kids, wrapped inside an energy sphere she created. But soon, they spotted something and stopped dead. The woman pointed out that Fen was in the second building, right on top of the dam. Sixie got all hyped up, saying she was going to blast him with her bazooka right now. But the woman stopped her, telling her it was better if Yanji used his snow powers first. Only after he did his thing could she open fire without wasting a second. The kid crouched down, hands on the snow. He activated his power, triggering a white wave that started spreading, getting bigger and bigger until it reached the dam. That avalanche slammed straight into the building where our guy was hiding. Fen saw that massive snow wall coming, so he combined his purple and green lights to reinforce the building, trying to survive the hit. He did everything he could so the crystals wouldn't crack under the pressure, fighting not to get buried alive inside. Finally, after a few minutes, the avalanche stopped. The building actually held up, even though the entrance was totally blocked. Determined, Fen didn't use his powers to clear the snow blocking his way. He grabbed his sniper rifle and got ready for payback. He adjusted the scope for maximum range and started hunting for the three attackers. Following the trail left by the avalanche, didn't take long to find them. The woman and the two kids were still standing in the exact same spot. Hadn't moved an inch. Without hesitating, Fen pulled the trigger. The high-caliber bullet ripped through the air from the dam. Zero obstacles, heading straight for the group. Even though they heard the shot and knew Fen was fighting back, the bullet was easily deflected by the woman's energy shield, smashing into a nearby tree. Didn't stop. He fired again and again, sending bullet after bullet at his target. But the shield blocked every single one. The three enemies didn't even flinch. Then, the woman started moving. She had the two kids wrapped in her energy sphere. Fen watched the enemy coming in hot. But with a cocky smile, he muttered, "I've been waiting for you guys." Inside the building, he quickly grabbed everything he needed for his plan. Speed mode, using a chair to boost. He jumped onto a table he'd set up earlier, and when he reached the ceiling, he started blasting a hole with his red light. He climbed out the top of the structure, psyching himself up to unleash a string of insults that would trigger even a saint. And then he started screaming, insults straight at the woman and the two kids. Nasty stuff. Some words were too savage to even repeat. The effect was instant. Sixie lit up with fury. A vein popped on her forehead. She screamed with rage that she was going to kill him. But right before she fired, she noticed something weird. Her bazooka was gone, surprised. She turned and saw it was the woman, holding it. And oh man, she was furious, mad about the insults and the situation. Aiming the weapon, she screamed at him, "You know what pisses me off the most? I hate ordinary, vulgar men like you." She called him a dirty pig and said his family must be just as disgusting. Unable to hold back anymore, she fired the missile. It smashed right into the structure where the guy was standing, kicking up a huge cloud of snow. But right at that moment, Fen came flying out, jumping from a corner of the dam, gliding down with a parachute, while laughing like a maniac and mocking the woman, yelling stuff like she should learn to wash her ass properly, and told her to wait, because he'd be back. The girl warned the woman that the guy was escaping through the air. The woman, completely losing it over Fen's words, grabbed the two kids and swore with pure rage, "I'm gonna end him. Even if it's the last thing I do." The three of them descended fast, chasing the guy from the dam. Little did they know. Total bait. The real Fen, he was still up top. Purple light charged, cracking open the gates to unleash the flood. Time to end this. He wished the lady and the kids better luck next time around. The water started blasting out, bursting through every crack in the dam. Thanks to that purple light power, turning into a massive torrent. From above, Fen was sprinting. Convinced it wasn't enough destruction yet, he had to rip open even more outlets with his ability. Triggered his power at 4 more spots until the whole zone was totally underwater. The massive waves spread below the dam while the woman and the two kids were still hunting him down. She was speeding across the snow using her powers, until Sixie yelled that he found Fen. But the woman shot back, "That's not him. I don't feel any energy fluctuations there." Suddenly, the boy spun around. Sharp movement. He felt a huge rumble behind him. It was the torrent, unleashed from the dam, coming in fast. Sixie screamed. Flood and the woman, realizing they walked right into a trap, grabbed both kids by the arms. The boy, seeing zero time to run, slammed his hands onto the snow and popped his powers to save the day. They barely dodged the first wave, but the woman had to deploy her energy shield to tank the water's impact. She gave it everything she had. But the water's force was just too overwhelming, and Angie noticed the snow nearby starting to melt, which seriously limited her abilities. Between that and the crushing pressure of the water, they lost their balance just seconds before getting swept away. She grabbed both kids by their clothes and popped her shield to keep them from drowning. With no other choice, she kept channeling her power as the tide swallowed them up, until the water rushed over their heads and they vanished from sight. Back at the dam, Fen was scanning with his binoculars, desperate to see what happened to them. The mountain blocked part of his view, but he knew one thing: if they hadn't drowned, they were definitely on the verge of freezing to death. So, he planned to head back to the military cave to destroy the cannons and make sure they couldn't attack him again. If this went well, those beautiful, peaceful days would finally be coming back. Fen trudged through the snow, wishing he could just walk on it like it was flat ground. He had a long trek back, and with those makeshift snowshoes, the trip wasn't going to be easy. As he got closer to the military cave, he passed areas littered with bodies, moving with caution to avoid running into any nasty surprises. At the entrance, he stayed on high alert, Even though he figured nobody was left inside, just to be safe, he didn't lower his guard. He couldn't risk a squad of soldiers popping out of nowhere and shooting him. He placed his hands on the ground, activated his purple light, and targeted the 2 mortars they used to shell the village. He melted them down with his power, leaving them totally useless. Next, he thought about doing the same to the shells, but he hesitated for a second. He wondered if melting them would make them explode. A detonation in this place could attract enemies and make things way worse. So, to be safe, he decided to leave them intact, without cannons to fire them. They were useless anyway. After that, he peeked inside to inspect the cave. He walked carefully, realizing the facility was massive, with no idea what else might be inside. But then, something caught his eye. A group of way more powerful cannons, surrounded by a ton of ammo. He realized how lucky they'd been that they only got hit by the smaller mortars so far. If those bigger cannons had been used against the village, no matter how much he reinforced the house, everything would have been blown away instantly, wasting no time. Fen activated his purple light and started melting down the barrels of those guns one by one, destroying them completely. Exhausted from the effort, Fen figured that, at least now, they'd be safe for a while. Inside the facility, there were enough supplies to arm an entire army. That explained why the soldiers were so desperate to take this base back. All their firepower was right here. Fen thought it was a shame he couldn't take it all, but it was too dangerous to let these weapons fall into the wrong hands. He told himself that he really wished Zhao was with him. If she were here, she could stash everything in her dimensional storage. Just imagining it, he thought it'd be amazing to see her in action. He thought for a moment about whether he should go back to the village and bring her here. Better to make sure that ammo stayed in his hands than let some randoms find it. With that plan set, he decided to head out of the military bunker. But out of nowhere, rocks started raining down in front of him. Weird thing was, they all had a handprint on them. And right then, Fen knew something bad was about to go down. No time to react. All the rocks detonated at once. Boom, a deafening blast, high above the cave. Lurking in the shadows it was that woman and the 2 kids. Sixie mocked him, saying, Fen made a nice try trying to take them out. But now, it was their turn. She told her sister to check if the guy was even still alive, so she used her powers, trying to sense him out. After the explosion, chunks of rock smashed violently against the cave walls. Some of them slammed straight into Fen. But when the dust finally settled, a faint green and purple light was glowing inside. It was the main character. He tanked the hit using his powers to reinforce his body and shield himself from the attack. The second those rocks blew up, he actually felt fear. But thanks to reinforcing all his gear beforehand, he survived. If he hadn't done that, he would have been dead meat right there. Since the rocks fell from above, he knew for a fact the woman and kids were right on top of the cave. He cursed under his breath and charged up red light in both hands. Even if they ambushed him from outside, they were dead wrong if they thought he was defenseless. He slammed both hands against the interior wall and shot his red energy straight up. The woman felt the energy surge and realized this guy is up to something again. Right at that moment, the ground beneath their feet cracked open. The woman barely grabbed both kids before the whole cave roof collapsed. Screaming, all 3 of them fell to the bottom. Thud. The impact was brutal, leaving them stunned. Staggering, the woman screamed at Sixie and Yoangji to get up. Fast. The enemy was close, but it was already too late. Fen was already standing there. Submachine gun locked and loaded. No hesitation. He opened fire while they scrambled up the rocks trying to escape. One bullet caught the woman in the leg. She went down instantly. Meanwhile, the kids managed to jump to the other side, barely dodging the bullets. Unable to move fast and realizing they were trapped, the woman suddenly spun around. She screamed at Fen to stop. We surrender. Fen paused, totally confused. They were giving up that without even trying to fight. Suddenly, Sixie turned around, clutching a bomb rock in her hand. She screamed at Fen, calling him a bastard and demanding he leave her sister alone. Fen knew those rocks packed serious destructive power. But with his reinforced coat, he figured he could tank the blast. Still, if he took out the woman right now, the girl would definitely attack him, and he wouldn't have time to brace for the explosion. And if he tried to take out 60 first, the woman would definitely counterattack. Plus, he couldn't ignore the boy. That kid might try something from behind in the chaos. Because of that, Fen decided to negotiate. He told them he had nothing against them. If they stopped bombing his house, he'd let them walk away. The woman was stunned to hear him talk about bombing his house, and 60 immediately. She seemed to finally understand the situation. The girl, looking kinda nervous, asked the MC if he actually lived in that luxury zone, right at the top of the mountain. Fen screamed back, yes, and asked if she seriously thought that. If it wasn't for the daily bombings, he would have come all the way down here to check things out. He snapped at her, asking if she thought the weather out there was nice enough for a picnic or something. The woman looked at 60 with a scolding face and asked why she was attacking the guy's house. 60, totally remorseless, to reply that shooting just felt so good, that if she didn't blow something up every day, she felt sick. Just imagining rich people living in those huge mansions made her want to blow them all to bits. The woman asked the guy if he wasn't part of that soldier squad attacking them then. Fen, annoyed, sarcastically asked if he looked like he was dressed for the military. She shot back asking, if that was the case, why'd he show up at the exact same time as them? The guy answered it was all a coincidence. He was just passing through, investigating the explosions. After that, there was this awkward silence for a few seconds. To Fen's surprise, the woman burst into tears. She called him handsome and said she was so sorry, that it was all a big misunderstanding. Fen, pointing his gun at her like an absolute gigachad, replied not to think he'd forgive her just cause she used her woman passive skill. Shaking and crying, she begged him not to be so mean, saying her leg hurt. A while later, they all went inside the cave together to treat the woman's wound. Fen, not letting his guard down and keeping the gun aimed at them, watched closely while 60 dug the bullet out of her sister. He was struck by how chill the girl was during the procedure. If it were him, he'd be screaming his head off. He realized 60 actually knew how to treat bullet wounds, which made him guess that this group had been through some serious crap too. When the bandage was ready, Fen said that if they didn't attack his house again, he wouldn't mess with them either. The woman thanked him sincerely and accepted the deal. As an apology, she offered him free use of the cave's supplies. But 60 objected immediately, saying it cost them a lot to get all that stuff. The woman looked at the girl with an annoyed expression and ordered her to stay kneeling. She told her if it wasn't for her impulsive actions, they wouldn't have ended up in this huge mess. Then she turned to Fen and asked him to please forgive her little sister for being so naughty. Curious, the MC asked how she always managed to detect where he was. Seizing the moment, the woman commented that, since they'd made peace, could he stop pointing the gun at them? Fen replied he still couldn't fully trust them, so for now he wouldn't lower his guard. Seeing that, the woman decided to tell him her secret as a show of goodwill. She explained it was actually a special technique and she could even teach him. She said before the apocalypse there were already people with special abilities, and they were called psychics. Those who had them emitted a type of magnetic field, a kind of special energy wave. If one was able to perceive that wave, he could vaguely figure out where the signal was coming from. After chatting for a bit, Fen understood the basics of how to track that energy. The guy asked if their powers got stronger with practice. Could they maybe unlock a second awakening? But the woman shut him down. As far as she knew, no chance. You only get one power. Period. Fen went quiet. Because if she was right, then him having 3 different abilities, he was a total glitch in the system. He was built different. After that, Fen finally lowered his gun and introduced himself. Before the apocalypse, I was just a boring corporate slave. The woman smiled back at him, saying the pleasure was hers. I'm Roking. I used to be a teacher. Then, keeping that smile, Her eyes suddenly went cold. She noted that he'd finally put the gun away. Then her face turned demonic. So, why did you call me an ugly streetwalker earlier? Sixie burst out laughing. She knew her sister wasn't gonna let that slide, especially since the brat had already used the downtime to plant magic explosives all over the room. The little girl looked at her sister. Want me to blow the MC to bits? Fen didn't even flinch. He asked, are you guys sure about that? A blast in this room takes you out too. On the outside, he looked totally chill. On the inside, he was wetting his pants. Screwed. If explosions came from every direction, there was no way out. Roking clarified. Don't get twisted. We're allies now. I just want to know why you were so cruel to me before. The guy tried to play dumb, but she crushed his hand hard, letting him know escape wasn't an option. Fen stuttered out an excuse. I said it wrong. You're actually stunning, gorgeous, a goddess. Every guy's dream. Roking seemed satisfied with that answer. She ordered Sixie to stand down. Don't use your power. We're friends with the hero now. The kid made a disgusted face. Ew. You're gross. I'm not forgiving you, just 'cause you sucked up to my sister. Fen reacted fast. You're right, and you're adorable, sweet, innocent, a total angel. Sixie turned red. Don't think you can trick me with pretty words, but he seemed like a decent guy. She'd let him off the hook this time. Meanwhile, Yang Yi was sleeping like a log on one of the beds, snoozing through the chaos. Fen said, I'll be back in a few days to grab supplies. The villa is running on fumes. No gas left. Perfect time to restock. Roking struck a sexy pose. Take whatever you want, she teased. But it's dark outside. Wanna sleep over? Flustered, Fen stammered. You're too kind. But Sixie saw his face. Are you seriously gonna stay? She snapped, annoyed, sensing the death flag. Fen reacted instantly, comically fast. He bolted out of the cave. Run, wait, I just remembered. Something's happening at my base. I gotta go. Sixie calmed down. She asked her sister, was it smart telling him about our powers? Roking replied, yeah. Now we know what he's about. They might ask him for something later. Then she told Yang Yi to quit faking sleep, 'cause the MC was already gone. The kid sat up like it was nothing and said he just hated talking to strangers. The woman asked if he'd noticed anything weird about his body, seeing as he'd used his powers a ton that day. XIXI started checking him everywhere, and with zero shame. She even yanked his pants down, noticing something strange on his butt. Ruoking noted it was lucky it was just in that area. And for safety, they should avoid using their abilities as much as possible from now on. Back to our main character. He was trekking right through the blizzard. Dude was totally wiped out. It was already night, and the weather kept getting worse. Suddenly, he felt his heart starting to fail. He dropped to his knees, chest tight. He wondered what the hell was happening to him. He thought he couldn't take another step. But then he remembered nearby there was a hidden security camera. He managed to reach it and started screaming for help, begging for someone in the villa to see him. But just his luck, nobody answered. On the other side, Nurse Jian was already asleep in bed. And so was Hao. The MC realized it was super late. So obviously, they'd both be knocked out by now. He thought this was the end, that he'd freeze to death out in the open. Suddenly, a brutal stab of pain hit his chest. He clutched his heart tight and collapsed hard onto the snowy ground. After a while, Fen opened his eyes. As soon as he came to, he noticed someone standing right in front of him. He screamed in panic, waking up in a bed, totally confused about what happened, seeing the girls around him tending to him. The first thing he asked was where his clothes were, since he was completely naked. Jian explained like it was nothing that she got hungry last night. So she got up to grab a snack. And just by chance, she checked the security footage. Seeing his state, she didn't hesitate for a second. She got dressed, went down the mountain, and carried his unconscious body all the way to the villa. To keep him from freezing to death, she quickly stripped him and started giving him medical care to get his body temp back up. The girl noticed Fen's body didn't have any visible wounds. So she asked why he passed out. He said he didn't know. Just that he suddenly felt a sharp pain in his chest. After that, he told Jian and how everything he'd been through on his trip. The nurse thought the pain was probably from pushing himself too hard. Hao chimed in saying maybe he was the chosen one of the evil eye. Since he took on 3 powered people all by himself, Fen yelled at her to cut the crap and asked her to come with him. 'Cause since he beat them, they were allies now and needed to go back to grab supplies. Jian, with a serious face, told him flat out he wasn't going anywhere until his medical checkup was done. Plus, she banned Hao from bothering him for those days. For the next 5 days, Jian took care of Fen with total dedication until he was basically fully recovered. In the sauna, the MC was trying to use his new skill to detect people with special powers, but he still wasn't fully used to it. Suddenly, Fen felt Jian's presence. He looked at her and noticed she was in a weird pose. She, being in the bath, felt a chill run down her spine, like someone was watching her. The MC, he realized this feeling came from his new power. He'd picked up on a special ability. Meanwhile, back at the base, Roking figured Feng would be back any minute now, but she never guessed he'd be gone for over a week. Plus, she noticed something else. There were 2 other people with him now, and they both had special powers too. Huanji said not to worry, 'cause there wouldn't be any more fighting. Finally, Feng arrived at the spot with Hao and Nurse Ji Yong. He said hey to the woman after being gone so long and told her they were there to grab the supplies. Then he introduced his team, telling them that the 3 people standing right there were the allies he'd mentioned before. Ji Yong and Hao politely said hello to Roking and the kids. But the second Hao and the girl locked eyes, everything changed. A second later, Hao muttered that if she'd known who was here, she never would have come. Feng and Ji Yong were totally confused. Suddenly, Roking stood up from her wheelchair and screamed at Hao, asking what she was doing here. She said they were sisters. Everyone's jaws dropped, completely shook by the news. Hao tried to play dumb, telling the woman she must be confused since she was only 12 years old. But Roking ran right at her like her leg wasn't even hurt, screaming and asking if she thought she was too blind to recognize her own sister. She pounced on Hao, yelling at her for suddenly vanishing from the lab and saying she'd been worried sick. The girl, clearly not in the mood for this, said she left 'cause she had a dream. Roking asked what she wanted, and Hao said her dream was just to stay home, slacking off and eating forever. Seeing she couldn't shake her sister off, she started begging Feng and Ji Yong for help. They both looked over at Sixi and Wanji and asked if they knew what was going on between those 2. But the kids were totally clueless. After a bit, the group went inside the cave. Once they were in, everyone crowded around Roking and Hao, asking if they were seriously sisters. Roking, hugging Hao like she'd never let go, said yes. They were definitely sisters, even though they had different moms and dads. Hearing that, everyone froze, completely confused by what they just heard. Roking explained she was an orphan and 11 years ago she got adopted by Hao's family, so they've been sisters ever since. Even with the explanation, everyone was still freaking out, saying it didn't make any sense. Obviously, Roking was the older one and Hao was the little sister. The woman said it was normal to think that, because Hao looked like a cute little kid. To prove it, she pulled out an old photo of them when they were younger, and swore that, believe it or not, her little sister was actually 1 year older than her. Sixi, totally amazed. I thought Hao looked like a real big sister in the photo, while Feng thought she honestly looked exactly the same as she does now. He couldn't believe Roking was 20. Considering Hao said earlier she was 21. If that was true, that lady had definitely aged way too fast. Sixi couldn't help but burst out laughing, saying that instead of looking like sisters, they looked more like a mother and daughter. Roking shot a death stare at the kid. She obviously hated people, implying she looked old. After that awkward moment, the woman turned to Hao and told her a lot had happened while she was gone, ever since they left the lab. The girl wouldn't stop asking what went down, but Roking just looked away. Glancing over at Fen, the MC figured she didn't want to talk about it in front of him. So he decided to step in. He told Gian to come help him scavenge for any useful supplies left in the cave. But before they could even move, Hao cut them off, telling them not to leave, since they're part of the Demon Eye crew. They had the right to know everything too. Fen was super grateful and said if his dear friend wanted him there, he'd stay. Roking just let out a resigned sigh. If that's what her sister wanted, she had no choice but to spill the beans directly. She started explaining that after Hao went missing, they managed to finish the research at the lab. But it came with a heavy price. The professor was taken out, and the lab was completely destroyed. Fen was shocked by how blunt she was dropping that bombshell with zero filter. But how, she didn't even flinch. She just said she already knew everything. Then the woman explained that right now, there are organized groups in the city that are hunting down special ability users. She warned that exposing who they are could bring them a ton of trouble. But once again, Hao totally calmly replied that she knew that too. Roking showed a mark on her neck and explained that if you abuse your powers, the energy starts to crystallize inside your body, which can be insanely dangerous. She also claimed they managed to figure out a way to get rid of those energy crystals. However, Hao didn't look surprised at all. In fact, she pointed straight at Fen and said he had one of those crystals too, stuck right in his heart. But she'd already removed it. The MC, totally freaked out, asked the girl why the hell she hadn't told him something that big. Then the woman wanted to know if Hao could detect other users' energy too, but she said no. The girl looked pretty bummed out and asked her sister not to try and comfort her. She couldn't accept that, even being a genius. She didn't know something so basic. Fen, completely confused, begged them to explain everything from the start. The two sisters asked him if he really wanted to hear the whole ugly truth, warning him that what was coming would be like walking into hell. The guy was dead serious. He said yes. He thought it was the first time he'd ever seen Hao with such a serious look on her face. That was when Roking started her story. At 18 and 19, they both graduated university. They were considered prodigy researchers, famous all over the science world. 2 years ago, back in their lab, they accidentally found a special ability user who had been completely frozen by her own power. From that discovery, both she and Hao awakened their own abilities. But then, just like that, her sister vanished. Thanks to help from Sixi, Huang, and the professor, they could keep the project going. And with huge effort, they managed to create the first ever artificial ability user. But just a few months later, the professor in charge of the experiment was silenced. They found him dead in the women's restroom. One by one, the other researchers met the same fate. They were murdered or just disappeared. A while later, the lab building was destroyed too. But Roking, Sixi, and Yuanji managed to escape thanks to their skills. Fen figured that probably the reason for all this mess was that their tech caught someone's eye, and to steal it, they just wiped out everyone involved. The woman nodded and explained there's a city org called the Base, a group gathering special power users. She suspected they were the ones pulling the strings. Hearing that name, Fen connected the dots. The Base was the crew that the commander and the big guy he had beef with belonged to. Intrigued, he asked, why? If they were fighting military guys, didn't they interrogate one for intel? Roken answered, they captured a captain. But he claimed he wasn't with the Base. Said he was with another group. Brotherhood G. Hearing that, Fen froze. Sixi commented that the guy they caught had helped a whole neighborhood survive. But then Brotherhood G captured him and used him as cannon fodder. Yuanji added the guy had class, looked cultured, and was clearly a good person. Fen was lost. He couldn't believe Brotherhood G would do that. Thinking of Brother Lee and his squad, he figured none of them looked refined or cultured. With that scratching at his brain, Fen asked the kids where the prisoner was and if he could talk to him. A bit later, Sixi led him to the cells and pointed him out, saying the man was right there. The girl walked up to the bars and told the prisoner they had a few more questions. The guy replied he already spilled everything and wanted to know when they'd let him go. Insisted Brotherhood G snatched him and his friends. And to survive, they had no choice but to obey. Fen couldn't believe his eyes. He never expected to find that man there, and definitely not seeing him turned into a squad captain now. The prisoner Roken and the kids captured was none other than Chief Jian, the guy who used to run Fen's old community. Sixie was totally shook realizing Fen actually knew the guy. The kids scoffed at Chief Jian, asking what the hell he was doing here and why he wasn't enjoying all those luxury goods he stole from the residents. The guy looked wrecked, super skinny, and in bad shape. He told him he never expected to run into him here. He swore he never meant any harm, that he just wanted to help people. That's why he needed the supplies Fen had. From behind the bars, Fen shot back that it was all his fault then, for not handing over the resources. But Jian denied it, saying he understood why Fen prioritized his own safety. But Fen, he didn't buy a single word. He knew exactly what kind of scum Jian was in his past life. He told him to cut the act and stop treating him like an idiot, all while pointing his gun right at him. He accused him of joining the base and now pretending to be a member of the G Brotherhood. Sixie lost it, screaming that he was a piece of trash for lying to them. Chief Jian, seeing them snap, sighed and muttered that he wasn't lying. It was just a long story. He explained that back in the day, he was made a squad leader inside the base. But during a Ziga, they got ambushed by the G Brotherhood and had to surrender. After that, the Brotherhood members tried to seize this underground warehouse, but they got totally wrecked, him included. Fen cut him off. Sick of the excuses, he told him he didn't know how to do anything but lie. But Jian shot back that he couldn't help if Fen didn't believe him. That last line snapped Fen's patience. Furious, he grabbed him by the hair and smashed his face right into the cell bars. Bam! The impact made him shake with pain. But the guy still insisted that he wasn't trying to trick him, that he was telling the truth. Fen was done listening. So without mercy, he landed a punch straight to his face to shut him up. The hit was so hard the guy went flying backward and crashed heavily to the floor, still dazed. Boss Jian tried to justify himself, claiming that Fen was getting it all wrong and that he was telling the truth. With difficulty, he sat up and explained that since he'd been captured by Fen and his crew, and knowing their history, he wouldn't dare lie again if he wanted to survive. Fen, looking absolutely furious, didn't believe a single word. He knew exactly what kind of person Jian was, and he clearly remembered what he'd done to him before. Without hesitating, he readied his weapon, aimed it right at him, and warned that he'd give him one last chance. He had to spill everything he knew about the organization known as the Base. Jian, with a bloody nose, claimed he'd been captured by the Brotherhood shortly after joining the base, so he didn't know much. But Fen, convinced he was still lying, didn't waste any time and shot him right in the ear without mercy. Fen warned him not to push his luck. If he hadn't finished him off yet, it was only because he thought he could get something useful out of him. But if he kept hiding the truth, he'd be worthless, and then there'd be no reason to keep him alive. Jian trembled as he looked at him. He knew Fen wasn't the same guy from before, and that he wasn't messing around. After a while, Sixie and Fen wrapped up the interrogation. The little girl told him with admiration that he looked so cool when he beat up that scammer. Referring to Boss Jian, they headed back to the others, and the girls were playing cards to kill time. Fen told Jian and Hao that they'd never guess who the prisoner was. He revealed that it was Boss Jian, the same guy who used to run the complex where they lived. Both girls were totally jaw-dropped. Ruoking asked her sister if they knew that guy from before, and Hao said yes, but that it was a long story. Ruoking face-palmed, clearly frustrated about being tricked, while Yongji commented that she always thought handsome guys couldn't be trusted. Fen took the chance to explain to the others that Boss Jian was now part of the organization known as the Base, and that this underground warehouse originally belonged to them. Apparently, the base's patrol teams were constantly getting attacked by the G Brotherhood, so now they were gathering forces to launch a siege in retaliation. Hearing that the Brotherhood was involved, Nurse Ji Zhang immediately suspected that Zhang Ao must be involved somehow. The MC added that, according to Jian himself, the current leader of the Brotherhood was none other than Brother Li. The girls couldn't believe it. He admitted he didn't believe it at first either. And that's exactly why he beat the crap out of Jian, thinking he was lying. Roken asked how if they knew about the G Brotherhood too. But she, just like before, said it was a long story. Fen kept sharing what he'd found out. Jian told him the base is currently headquartered at the international airport, with about 1,000 soldiers. They roam the city looking for supplies and survivors, forcibly recruiting young people to join their ranks. As for the women, who weren't attractive, the elderly, and the corpses they're secretly processed to make food for the civilians. Roken was horrified hearing that atrocity, while Sixi, absolutely furious, said those people weren't even human and confessed she wanted to wipe them out. Fen, noticing that both Jian and Hao, he didn't look surprised by what they heard, thought it was weird. The nurse explained that actually, Sengao had already told them all that a long time ago. That made Fen furious, annoyed that the old fox hadn't told him sooner. Then he figured that once the base attacks the G Brotherhood in the city, they can use the chaos to move among them. However, the villa they were hiding in wasn't far away, so it could be compromised if things got out of hand. Finally, Fen told Hao that to stop the base from getting away with it, he wanted to send some weapons and gear to support the G Brotherhood. She said she liked that idea, and that the evil eye agreed with his suggestion too. Later, Fen and the others went back to the place where the bent cannons were. He said they should take them along with the shells, because that would be enough to attack those despicable scumbags. Hao activated her dimensional storage to absorb all the gear, proclaiming that the great evil eye would show them its true power. Sixi, seeing her skill, couldn't help but get hyped. No wonder she was rocking sister. Fen pointed out there was still plenty of fuel and supplies left, so they decided to keep using Hao's power. Without giving her a break, he dragged her to every corner of the warehouse. The poor girl was so dizzy, she felt like puking. While Fen just kept thinking about what else they needed to take, they also needed guns and ammo. Right at that moment, Roking handed a box to Fen. Inside were military walkie-talkies with a range of 30 kilometers. He suggested taking them so they could stay in touch if they got separated. Hao begged him to stop, saying she couldn't carry any more stuff in her dimensional storage, but he told her to hang in there just a little longer. There was only one box left. After a long while, the scene cut to Brother Li, who was lying wounded on a bed. Chang was trying to calm him down, telling him the base soldiers had them surrounded before he could keep complaining. Another member rushed in, shouting that their teammates had been attacked and were being used as human shields. From outside, the military was screaming at them to surrender immediately, saying they were completely surrounded. If they didn't, they'd open fire without mercy. The soldiers had thermal cameras, so they had known for a while that people were hiding in there. On the front of the armored vehicles, they had tied civilians as human shields while firing at a building. One soldier noted they hadn't picked up any life signals. Checked the cams, wondering if the targets were really still. Another guy told him to shut up, reminding him to follow the commander's orders. If he said the Brotherhood was there, then that's where they were. That same soldier reported to his captain that Squad 4 hadn't found the target. On the other side, the commander ordered them to keep searching the next street until they found him. Then he asked Squad 1 and 2 for a status report, but none of them had any luck finding the runaways. Standing behind the commander was another guy dressed exactly like him, though nobody knew who he was yet. He asked Sao, the commander, if they could really pull this mission off. Reminded him that last time, they let a VIP escape, and the Supreme Commander punished them for it. Now they can't even handle a simple group. Sao was annoyed. He argued the city zone was dense with buildings, They shouldn't be moving that fast. If they kept this up, the target wouldn't escape. The guy sitting behind him told him he didn't need explanations. He hopped off the vehicle, said he wasn't sticking with them, told them to have fun. Then he sparked a blue flame and lit his cigarette. Before walking off, he wished Sao luck on the mission. A guy next to the commander asked who that arrogant jerk was. Sao answered that was someone who wasn't human. Then Sao ordered all squads to shrink the perimeter and check carefully every room, every basement. Meanwhile, the MC was out in the open with Yuanji, moving at high speed thanks to the kid's powers to control snow. Yuanji felt like he was just being used as a transport. Meanwhile, Fen checked his binocs. Amazed they reached the city so fast. The kid didn't have a choice though. Fen convinced him with fresh food. Stuff is hard to come by. And Sixi encouraged him to take the deal. Fen pointed the kid in the direction they needed to head now. After that, they reached a sewer that could take them straight to the MC's community. He and Brother Lee had passed through here before. The boys pushed through the tunnel, and Fen told them to stay close to him. Since it was easy to get, the MC loaded his weapon. They were right under the city center, and enemies might be hiding. So they had to stay sharp for a possible ambush. Moving on, they reached the spot where he and Lee had blocked that bulky guy's path. So he used his powers to clear the rubble. Finally, when the path was clear, they made it to the community's second floor. Fen never thought he'd come back to this place. Whatever happened not long ago now seemed like ages ago. Hao turned to the MC, wanting to know if they were going to where Zhengao and the others were. The boy replied that boss Jian and his group must be close, though he didn't know exactly where. Hao turned to the MC, wanting to know if they were heading to Zhengao and the rest. The boy answered that boss Jian's group had to be nearby, though he wasn't sure of the exact spot. An hour later, our MC was watching a squad of soldiers out in the open, near an armored vehicle. He knew those military goons were surrounding Brother Lee, and he figured if he tailed them, maybe he could find his friend too. From a rooftop, Fen was wondering where exactly Lee was, since they'd been tracking the soldiers for a while with zero luck. Then boom, he spotted a massive explosion in the distance. Through his binoculars, he saw the blast had hit straight into the armored vehicle. Looking around, he spotted a group of men far off and thought maybe Brother Lee was attacking the base's troops. But then, Fen noticed something immediately. Even though the Brotherhood was fighting back, the military was totally surrounding them. They were trapped. Chansey, standing next to Brother Lee, handed him a megaphone. The guy grabbed it and screamed at those scumbag soldiers that he was right there. He yelled that if they had the guts, they should come and get him. Brother Lee hyped up the others, telling them that even if they go down, they gotta take those guys with them. The commander ordered all his men to open fire. No survivors, but the radio buzzed back. The higher-ups had given specific orders. They had to recover the secret key from the G Brotherhood. Sao replied coldly, reminding them not to forget how many men they'd lost already. If the Brotherhood wouldn't surrender, then it was better to just wipe them out. The soldiers had no choice but to follow orders and aim their guns at the building. Outside the armored vehicle, several soldiers were already locked and loaded with a bazooka, waiting for the signal. Then the commander screamed with all his might to open fire, and a massive explosion rang out. But the blast came from behind. Sao wondered what the hell was happening. From the top of a building, Fen, along with Wanji and Hao, were raining grenades down on the soldiers. It triggered a crazy chain reaction of explosions. The guy laughed, saying he actually missed seeing those losers' faces. Down below, multiple attacks were wiping out everything with insane brutality. The commander, furious, recognized Fen's face. Sao knew the kid was trying to save the G Brotherhood, but if he managed to capture him, his superiors would be satisfied. That's why he ordered his troops to ignore the Brotherhood and focus completely on chasing Fen. Immediately, the armored vehicles left the area, speeding through the snow-covered streets. Sao used the loudspeaker to call out directly to Fen, telling him that if he surrendered, he'd make him a vice commander Wanji, who was moving nimbly across the rooftops. Couldn't believe the MC had left such a crucial distraction in the hands of a kid like him. Meanwhile, from another building nearby, Fen and Hao had buried themselves in the snow to hide, trying to stay unnoticed. Using his skills, Fen popped up from the bottom with the girl and headed to meet Lee. From there, they started signaling the guy, and after a few minutes, they all finally reunited. Brother Lee ran toward Fen with tears in his eyes and threw himself into his arms, thankful to see him again. Because thanks to him, they were still alive. He explained to the Brotherhood members that the main character was a real homie, someone he'd risked his life with plenty of times. Right after that, Fen told them to follow him because he had a surprise ready. They were praying it was supplies since everyone was starving to death. Suddenly, the guy froze when he saw something crazy. Right in front of them stood these massive cannons that Fen had brought along, leaving everyone totally shook. The main character explained he'd asked How for them before coming here, though he told him to keep a lid on, using his powers. Finally, hyping everyone up, the guy announced it was time to strike back. Now the military was gonna learn the true meaning of despair. Fen declared they were about to turn those guys into dust. Beside him, Hao started backing him up, claiming they were apostles of the evil god. Fen told him to quit posing and saying weird stuff, while thinking to himself that it actually made him look even cooler. Brother Lee was totally hyped and asked the main character to teach him how to fire the cannon, because he wanted to blast those soldiers into oblivion. Fen replied sarcastically, asking if he looked like he knew how to use those things. But Lee insisted, reminding him he just said he was awesome. Then, the main character asked the rest of the Brotherhood if anyone knew how to handle cannons. But most of them were just regular civilians with zero military experience. To everyone's surprise, a guy stepped up and said he used to be an artilleryman. The others cheered him on, telling him not to worry if he missed. To prove his skills, the man started giving a super detailed technical explanation of the cannon. But Fen cut him off, saying he believed him, so he better hurry up and fire already. He pointed at a building and explained that the military was hiding out there. He asked if he could blow that place to smithereens. Brother Lee asked how he knew that, and the guy explained he had a plan in mind, and that he'd also set up a little surprise for them. He was sure that once they found his gift, they wouldn't budge from that spot. Meanwhile, Commander Sao and his troops were getting out of their vehicles after losing sight of the target. When they entered one of the buildings, they found the place packed with fuel barrels and food rations. Sao thought maybe Gene was the one who brought all that stuff. One of his men asked what they should do with the supplies. Sao ordered them to sweep the place first, to make sure there weren't any traps. And if it was all clear, they should take whatever they could. He knew supplies. They were scarce and they couldn't afford to leave them behind, no matter where they came from. However, seeing that huge amount of gasoline barrels gave him a bad feeling. Something wasn't adding up. The guy wasn't wrong. From the outside, Fen gave the order to fire the cannons straight at the building where Sao was. Suddenly, a furious rain of shells started pouring down, while the soldiers were trying to load up the supplies. Deafening booms shook them to the core. Chain explosions started tearing up the area, and fire blasted through the inside of the building. Fueled by those gas barrels, the commander hit the ground hard. While a few survivors of the explosion, they were screaming in desperation. Trapped in the flames, Sao thought this was the end. But then the building exploded with even more force. Flames shot out everywhere as the cannons kept firing shells non-stop. Brother Lee was hyped, shouting about how impressive that weapon was. Fen, however, warned that their position was exposed, so they had to retreat as soon as they were out of ammo. After 10 minutes of non-stop bombing, the building finally collapsed. The G Brotherhood members were euphoric, loving that they taught those base soldiers a lesson, and they didn't hesitate to declare Fen was their hero. But he stayed focused. He insisted it was dangerous to stay there, and they should take the chance to move locations before reinforcements arrived. So, the Brotherhood members moved fast, following a signal from Brother Lee. They all started pushing the cannons together, trying to move them. But Fen told them it was impossible because of the weight. Instead, he proposed leaving them there along with some mines. That way, when the soldiers came back to the spot, the traps would finish the job. At Brother Lee's new signal, they started planting mines all over the zone. Afterward, Fen asked Lee about Chief Lu. Remembering his original plan was to rescue him, the guy replied they still didn't know where he was. Even after interrogating a lot of guys for information that matched the Brotherhood's constant attacks on the patrols. Fen also asked about Sengao, but Lee explained they had split up a long time ago and hadn't been in contact since. With him, Fen told him not to worry, that sooner or later they would find him. Finally, he asked them to return to the community where they used to live, to rest and regroup. Lee asked why they were going back there, and Fen explained he had left a ton of weapons and supplies hidden in the garage, guaranteeing they'd be armed to the teeth. The brother, all excited, could only thank him. Once again, he was always looking out for him and saving him when he needed it most. Fen's crew was already long gone when the military finally pulled up to the scene. They told Commander Cao they'd found the cannons responsible for the bombing. Cao was messed up bad, getting wheeled around by his men. He was furious. He screamed at them, "I don't care about the cannons, I want the punks who did this." They humiliated him, and he was gonna make them pay. But just as he moved forward, times click asterisk. A metallic sound triggered right under his chair. Cao froze. Dead silence. He knew he was screwed. He dropped his cigarette. It was a mine, one of the traps Fen left behind. Boom. It went off instantly, blowing them into 1,000 pieces. Watching from way back, our MC saw the explosion through his binoculars. Seeing that smoke cloud, he knew exactly which unlucky guy. Someone triggered the traps. A second later, Brother Lee showed up next to him. He told him to quit scouting and come back to drink with the gang. So Fen and his buddy headed back to the group to chill for a bit. Everyone was hyped, eating and drinking, celebrating the victory, except for Yuangi, who was still completely out of it. Drinking with the others, that's how Fen and his friend went back to the squad to relax. Everyone was happy, feasting and drinking, celebrating the win, except Yang Yi, who was still fast asleep, still shaken by the horror. Meanwhile, another squad rolled up to the blast zone. Among them was that white-haired guy who used to tag along with Commander Cao. Staring at the scattered gore, he told his crew to scavenge whatever chunks were left, cause food was getting harder to find. Then, he grabbed his radio and told the captain Cao got ambushed and sacrificed himself, like a total hero. But on the other end, they were savage. Said Cao was useless trash. And from now on, he's the boss. He's got to lead the unit and keep hunting for the secret key. A while later, chilling on the top floor of a building, sat Sang Donzu, the new captain of the base's 3rd Battalion. He was saying, totally casually, that the blizzard outside was insane. Said only a moron would go out working in that mess. So, he'd rather wait till the bold weather chilled out. While he kicked back with some coffee, the cafeteria soldier stood next to him, and Sang ordered him to tell the small squads not to bunch up in big groups, but to split into trios and patrol without slacking off. The messenger relayed the orders, but you could tell he totally hated the guy. Unlike Commander Cao, who used to grind just as hard as his men, this new captain just wanted to slack off and live the good life. The white-haired guy figured that, sooner or later, the Brotherhood would run out of supplies and have no choice but to come out looking for food. Sang ordered the patrols into groups of 3, so if they got jumped, it'd be easier to spot the attackers. Meanwhile, he was munching on rice balls, raving about the taste, reminding everyone that only high ranks like him could score luxuries like this. He was convinced that right about now, those bums in the Brotherhood were probably eating snow for dinner. But nope. Reality was way different. Somewhere else. These guys had stuffed their faces with food and booze. Yang was totally shook, seeing that they'd spent the whole night eating non-stop. Some of them were still wolfing it down. Couldn't even stop themselves. For them, getting to eat beef and veggies was a luxury that seemed impossible. 3 dudes held up booze bottles, almost on their knees in front of the MC, shamelessly begging him to let them call him Big Brother. Fen told Lee they didn't seem too trustworthy, since they dropped that title way too easily. But the kid said not to worry, even though he just recruited them. They were solid people. The guy insisted that Fen was already getting famous and building a rep, and asked if he planned to do anything with it. The MC wasn't totally convinced, but figured having more backup could be useful down the line. So he tossed them some cigarettes. The rest of the room stared, mesmerized at those smokes like they were staring at a gorgeous woman. Seconds later, they were lighting up inside. One guy even sparked 2 at the same time. For them, it was like touching paradise, 'cause it had been way too long. Without smokes, they were losing their minds. The smoke filled the house so much that Hao and Yuan-ji had to put on masks just to breathe. The kid complained about them having zero morals, smoking in front of children, while Hao muttered that this place was a total hellhole. Then Yuan-ji turned to Fen, reminding him she'd finished what he asked for, and that she needed to get back to Rujin and say she. Our MC agreed. He went up to Brother Lee and told him since the supplies were delivered, it was time to bounce. Lee was shocked. Why are you leaving so soon? The kid explained he'd been having trouble with the base lately too, and needed to head back fast, just to be safe. Lee freaked out and wanted to know, what happened? Did they find the hideout? Fen covered his mouth instantly. Shh, don't talk about that. It's a secret. He finally explained that after scaring off the soldiers, he found a warehouse stacked with weapons and gear, and that's why he brought all that loot for them. Nervous, Brother Lee said the weapons were cool, but asked if he could spare more cigarettes. They had to sell some of their own people, and they wanted to buy them back. Fen was totally confused. He didn't get it. Wait, what did you just say? After talking for a bit, Lee and Chan Si finally spilled the tea on what happened. Our MC couldn't believe there were places in the city where you could literally trade living people. Lee explained they had no choice but to pawn off their own comrades just to get supplies and ammo. Fen thought that was terrible. Even worse, they had to pay 4 times the price to get them back. He wanted to make sure they wouldn't betray him. But Lee said if they did, they'd use the cannons to blow them to bits. Chan Si added that, these days, a grown man is worth barely 10 kilos of food, while 1 cigarette is worth 50 kilos. Fen, Yuan-jie, and Hao were floored. Human life was cheap, was basically worthless. Lee went on explaining that food was still relatively cheap, but the prices for fruit and veggies were straight up insane. He'd even heard rumors that someone actually traded 3 fresh tomatoes for 3 gorgeous girls. When that greedy pig Fen heard that, he was shook that it was even possible. He figured with his infinite food stash, he could buy himself a whole harem of beauties. Hao and Yuan-ji looked at him like he was a total creep. So he got all embarrassed, coughed, and was like, man, that's so frustrating and wrong. Then he asked Brother Lee if the base didn't have total control over the city. The guy replied that, actually, the base only used the subway tunnels to move troops, so they barely controlled the zones near them. That's exactly why the Brotherhood had hidden out in the old district where there was no subway. Lee explained that since it was so hard to move around in that place, the base didn't control it at all. After saying that, he stood up and told Chan Si it was time to bounce to get their teammates back and rescue Boss Liu, 'cause they needed his help. But before he could say another word, he stopped cold. He felt a sharp pain and just collapsed to the floor. The others rushed over in panic, while Fen was like, don't scare me like that. What's wrong? A bit later, Lee was still lying there, because that wound he got days ago had gotten totally inflamed. Chan Si explained too. Fen that Brother Lee had endured the pain all this time so he wouldn't delay the counterattack on the base. No doubt. He was a true Giga Chad. The group of guys with them were freaking out and begged Chen Shi to save him. But he replied that even if he wanted to, he didn't know jack about medicine. That was when Fen asked them to step out for a sec, 'cause he was gonna try to do something. Some of them wanted to stay with Lee and started complaining. But Chen Shi, seeing how serious Fen was, told them to shut up and ordered them to get out. Hao and Yuan Ji stayed in the room. The MC walked up to Brother Lee and used his green light powers to try and heal him. 10 minutes of intense effort later, there were 0 results. Fen couldn't figure out why his powers weren't working and started wondering if his healing only worked on himself. Then he turned to Hao and asked if she had meds. But the girl, after checking her dimensional storage, shook her head. Then he looked at Yuan Ji and asked if there were any meds left in the military warehouse, reminding him how they managed to get the bullet out of Ruo Cheng. But the kid explained there was everything there, except medicine, and that luckily, the girl's wound hadn't gotten infected. Fen realized that if they didn't treat the guy soon, he wouldn't last much longer. Using the radio Ruo Cheng had given him, he contacted Nurse Ji Young and explained that Brother Lee had been wounded by a bullet, asking for instructions on how to treat him. The girl, sounding super serious, explained that the first step was to remove the bullet and then clean the wound with saline solution. Then it had to be disinfected with povidone iodine and followed up with other care, like giving fever meds and antibiotics. Determined to get what they needed, Fen set off with Chen Shi and Yuan Ji for the underground black market. On the way, the MC urged the kid to move faster, while Yuan Ji thought they were just using him as a ride. Impatient, Fen asked Chen Shi how far the market was, because he was terrified the base would detect them on the way. The guy told him it wasn't much farther, swearing they had to be close. Just a little down the frozen river, the squad was moving through the city, gliding thanks to Yuan Ji's snow ability. But the cold was starting to bite. Fen asked Chen Shi if they were seriously on the right track. The guy said yeah, and that they had to cross a tunnel running under the river, a few kilometers away, though he warned that the route was usually crawling with ambushes heading to the black market, so they had to stay sharp while they moved. Fen noticed the insane amount of wrecked cars in the zone. Chen Shi explained that people heading to the market always carried supplies, which attracted looters who lurked around looking for easy prey. The good news, most of them didn't have firearms, so with the gear they were packing, a fight wouldn't be a big deal. Not too far away, inside a building, a guy was keeping watch from a window with a rifle. Frustrated, he complained to a woman that they'd gone 5 days without getting anything, and by tomorrow, they'd be out of food. She snapped back that his impatience had ruined everything, since he was supposed to wait for people to come back from the market before attacking anyone. Now the only thing they'd scored was some cigarettes. Exhausted, she said she didn't want to go back to the days when they had to resort to eating human meat. Her partner tried to keep her calm. He told her not to worry. Looked like a vehicle was coming their way. He loaded his rifle and peeked out the window. But he was totally confused when he saw Fen and the crew sliding on the snow like they were on a sled. He swore he wasn't losing his mind. He saw literal waves of snow pushing them at full speed. But at the end of the frozen river, things got way creepier. Dozens of abandoned cars blocked the path. Chansey pointed it out they were close to the black market entrance. He explained they had to walk from here. Those were the rules. Break the rules, and you end up just like those frozen corpses, scattered everywhere. The entrance was littered with frozen bodies. People who made one tiny mistake and paid for it with their lives. Seeing that nightmare, Fen and Angie couldn't hold it back. They threw up. Before the tunnel, there was a tower with machine guns, and some gruesome examples of what happens to people who make the wrong choice. Chansey told them to hang in there. They were almost inside. The snow was coming down hard. Past the turret zone, the silhouette of a half-buried building appeared, with huge letters on the front. Fen asked how to get inside. Chansey pointed the way. Just a few steps away. There was a building still standing that wasn't totally buried under the snow. With a steady stride, the man led the kids inside. Inside, there were a bunch of rooms. They all looked abandoned, gun in hand. Chansey warned the kids, told them not to freak out at what they were about to see. But Fen answered with confidence, said at this point, nothing could surprise him. Suddenly, a metal box popped up in front of them. It was a robot. It welcomed them and asked for a membership card. Fen realized it was just like those machines used in hotels. He calmed down a bit. Though it was insane that they still had electricity to keep that thing running. Chansey showed his card. After checking it, the robot asked them to follow. They walked super carefully, down dark, blood-stained hallways, all while the machine kept saying that the market loved peace, and any violence would be punished severely. Fen thought this place was extremely dangerous, and they better hurry up and get out of there fast. The robot led them to an elevator. The MC couldn't believe even that thing was still working. It was obvious the black market had a stable power source, something totally unthinkable in this apocalypse. The boy whispered to Chansey that they couldn't take this place lightly. Maintaining resources like this, in a situation like this, it wasn't easy. Soon, they stopped in front of a door. The robot announced they had arrived, signaling them to go through. With a lump in his throat, Fen stepped up to open it. He wondered what this underground market was really like. His mind raced through different possibilities. Maybe a place packed with criminals and thieves, or maybe a shady underground auction house. Holding his weapon tight, he slowly peeked inside. Whatever it was, he had to stay on guard. After crossing the threshold, Fen's jaw dropped when he saw the hallway was packed with frozen corpses. At the end, a computer and 4 auto turrets blocked any attempt to move forward. The vibe was so messed up that both Fen and Yuangi threw up again. Meanwhile, the robot kept repeating that if any customer did anything to disturb it would open fire immediately. The MC, terrified, thought about how absurd it was to feel safe in such a gruesome place. But Chansey understood they had no choice but to follow the rules if they wanted to survive. Yuangi couldn't take it anymore, so Chansey ended up carrying him. He was sobbing that he wanted to go home, while Fen could barely stay on his feet. When they reached the terminal, the machine signaled them to use it. It was for making transactions. All kinds of offers popped up on the screen. A lot of them were shady and straight-up sinister. Fen was shaking just looking at it. But Chansey told him that even though the first time is shocking, you get used to it eventually. The man started using the system. He said the first priority was rescuing their brothers from the guild. The browser showed a list of people who'd been sold, with details like names, ages, and prices, like they were just simple merchandise. The robot announced that 3 products had been selected and immediately calculated the total. Fen, remembering Brother Lee's situation, took the chance to order the medicine too. It was the stuff Nurse Ji Young said he needed for treatment. The system processed the request and showed the final cost. A sum so massive it looked fake. It was obvious the cigarettes wouldn't be enough to cover a bill that huge. But the kid knew he'd brought other valuable stuff to pay with. The machine accepted the cigarettes, the tomatoes, and the fruits Fen had handed over. After confirming the transaction, the robot crossed to the other side of the gate. It told them to wait for their merchandise to arrive. The MC was worried that now that they had the supplies, the sellers might try to wipe them out. But Chansey replied that this place had a reputation to keep. When it came back, the robot delivered the medicine along with the 3 rescued people. They looked totally wasted and super skinny. Chansey hugged them tight. He told them they'd suffered way too much, but now he was taking them home. Meanwhile, the MC didn't waste any time either and had ordered video games, 10 copies and 30 adult magazines. Chansey scolded him when he heard the amount. He told him to chill out or he'd go broke, while Fen just played dumb. Once they got their stuff, the MC yelled that he was never coming back to that place. Chansey took the chance and asked him to at least gift him some of the magazines. He claimed 5 would be enough, but the kid shot back that he was asking for too much. He said he'd only give him 2, even though the guy tried to negotiate. Even Yuangi exhausted as he was, demanded some for himself, but both Fen and Changxi screamed at him that kids couldn't look at that crap. They left him frustrated. Suddenly, without anyone noticing, that guy from earlier already had them in his sights from above. In a split second, he fired at Fen, hitting him right in the chest. Facing their delayed reaction, the man declared he didn't care who they were. The MC and his crew, they were the only thing he wanted. Let them go to hell. Just leave the loot behind. Yang Ye and the crew dove behind some cars to dodge the bullets, while Chang reloaded and kept blasting away at the building. He was screaming his lungs out, swearing he'd avenge his brother Fen. The suppressing fire forced the guy to duck. He knew he had to wipe these pests out fast. If the other looters showed up, they were screwed. The guy peeked out the window again and tried to bait Chang with shots. But Chang just kept returning fire, snot and tears running down his face. He was absolutely broken over his brother's death. It was just too cruel for a good guy like him. But wait, a shadow was crouching nearby. It was Fen. Fen was thinking, okay, I needed a distraction. But this acting is way too dramatic. Sneaking past the cars while Chang kept the guy busy, our main character closed in on the building to jump the looter. He slapped both hands against the wall. Fen thought, you got some nerve shooting me. Time to send this guy to the afterlife. He channeled that red energy right to the guy's floor. The sniper saw the glow and was like, what the hell? Suddenly, the wall just melted. The floor collapsed instantly, sending the looter falling out, screaming. But that wasn't all. The structure was toast. The whole building started coming down. Boom. Huge crash. Snow flying everywhere. The guy got buried. A few seconds later, he clawed his way out, gasping for air. Then a voice hit him. Didn't see that coming. Did you? He looked up and screamed, no way, how are you alive? I shot you right in the chest. Fen stood there, gun pointed right at his face, and explained he had a bulletproof vest. And even though he hit it, he was wearing his reinforced suit too. The guy knew no normal survivor could have gear that sick. He asked, are you a soldier from the base? Then he started blabbing, said he was with the pastime White Tiger Gang, and that they'd surrendered to the base ages ago. Claimed he knew Captain Zhao and even helped hunt down the G Brotherhood. But Fen wasn't here for a chat. He was here for revenge. Talk is cheap. Since this guy attacked the Brotherhood and was sucking up to the base, he was dead meat. Fen turned his attention to the other person hiding there, telling her to come out. He'd definitely heard a woman's voice earlier. The girl was shaking, terrified at how fast things went south. She covered her mouth, trying to stay quiet. But then she saw the stolen loot and hatched a plan. She stepped out and begged Fen, please, don't shoot. She swore she wasn't with that guy. Sobbing and shaking, she said that scumbag attacked her and held her prisoner for days, thanking him for saving her life. Then she held up the bag of stolen smokes, offering them up. She blushed and said, I'm all yours from now on. I'll do whatever you want. Fen blushed, she was super cute. And he tried to speak but just stammered. Okay. Cool. He squatted down, trying to look all gallant and confident. Don't worry about a thing. We're the good guys. The woman whispered a soft, thank you. Right then, she pulled a piece from her bag and lunged at Fen, calling him a total idiot. But bam, gunshots rang out from the MC's weapon. Bullets tore right through her. With a look of total shock, she gasped, asking how he dared to shoot a total hottie like her. Fen didn't even flinch. He just looked at her and asked if she really thought he was that dumb. It was obvious he wasn't buying her act. If she'd really been trapped, her clothes wouldn't be spotless, with no injuries and a full face of makeup. Hearing that, she dropped dead instantly. Changxi and Yoang walked up, and the guy told him he was an absolute legend. If he'd been facing a beauty like that, he definitely would have hesitated. The MC replied he could react without thinking, because that woman reminded him of someone from his past. He crouched down to loot the bag, wondering why. if they had smokes. They hadn't traded them for grub at the black market. Changzi explained they needed a membership card to trade there. And on top of that, an entry fee of 5 packs of cigarettes. Fen nodded. Got it. These guys only had 4 big cartons, so they were short. With that mystery solved, they finally went back to check on Brother Lee. The next morning, he woke up with zero memory of what happened. To the relief of the whole gang, the 3 rescued guys got their strength back after eating and thanked Fen for saving their lives. Changxi told him that thanks to his help, he'd spoken to the crew and wanted to nominate him as the new boss. But the MC shut that down instantly. He said he only helped out of respect for Brother Lee, but deep down, he knew joining them meant signing his own death warrant. 2 days later, Fen told Lee his wound wasn't critical anymore, and it was time to bounce. The guy, tearing up, begged him to stay longer, since Fen saved him and he still couldn't repay the debt. But Fen knew if he stayed, sooner or later, they'd force him to take over leadership of the Brotherhood. So, he handed a radio to Brother Lee and told him not to sweat it. He'd send a supply drop every month, and if they ever ran low on anything, just call him and he'd be ready. Lee thanked him for real, saying with this help, they were sure they could rescue Boss Lu, even though it had been so long they didn't know if he was even alive, trying to act tough while still injured. He collapsed back onto the bed since he wasn't fully healed. Later on, with Fen backing him up, Brother Lee was named the new boss of the G Brotherhood, stepping up like a real gangster with Changxi and Zhang Go supporting him. Meanwhile, the MC, Yao, and Yoang were making their way through the city, heading back to his villa. Fen told Yoang that after all their hard work these past few days, he'd reward him properly when they got back. The kid looked at him kinda suspiciously. While Fen added that besides food, the villa had heating, TV, game consoles, and even a sauna. Hearing that, the kid's face lit up, though he joked that his cave hideout was still way better. But when they got to the villa dark, everything was off, which made Fen wonder what the hell happened. He groaned when he realized his coal stove was out. The generator was completely frozen over. And worst of all, his underground farm was dead from the cold. He grabbed the electrical gear to check it out and realized something bad. All the heaters were totally toast, burnt out. At first, he thought they were just cheap junk, since they barely lasted any time at all. But then he remembered when they left the villa. They figured they'd be back the same day, so they left the heaters running. Turns out, those things had been blasting for days and nights straight until they overheated and died. So, priority number 1, get the electricity back online. But when he tried to kickstart the generator, a message flashed on the screen. Low fuel. He was shook. He swore he left enough juice in there from the last time. Our MC figured maybe the diesel had frozen over, even though it started up fine in these conditions. Last time, Fen let out a frustrated sigh. What a total drag. Now he had to thaw the fuel just to get the machine running again. He needed to crank up the temperature. But for that, they needed power and heating. It was a vicious cycle, a total deadlock with no way out. And lighting a fire right on top of the diesel, yeah. That's a suicide mission. He pulled out the staff he'd used earlier to melt the snow, and muttered that it was time to test out his special power. He placed his hand on the generator, discharging electricity, trying to carefully regulate the energy to melt the fuel without blowing everything sky high. Little by little, the temperature started rising and the frost on the machine began to melt away. But what he didn't expect was the electricity leaking right into the diesel tank. Boom. The cap shot off in a ball of fire. Black smoke started spewing out of the machine, filling the room and making Fen cough and choke, gasping for air, freaking out. Hao and Yuangi rushed over to see what the chaos was. The girl, eyes wide, thought the emissary of the dark god had descended. The MC, face covered in soot, just glared daggers at her, wondering what kind of nonsense she was spouting now, while the others tried not to bust out laughing. Finally, the generator roared back to life and the power returned. But the guy thought, if the heaters overheat again, the house turns back into an icebox. He needed a permanent heating solution, something foolproof to keep them safe, even in an emergency. Without paying attention, Fen leaned back against a hot generator pipe, and Och scorched his back. That thing was boiling. He grabbed the sore spot, wondering why it was so hot. Was it the water radiator from the generator? That little accident suddenly sparked an idea in his mind. Right then, Yoangi showed up, asking Fen if he could bounce with his crew now. Seeing him, the MC immediately seized the chance to ask for a favor before he dipped. But the kid wasn't having it. Fen asked if their cave had any steel pipes or anything like that, cause he wanted to rig up a heating system. Since Yoangi didn't want to lift a finger, he claimed he didn't know what he was talking about. But the guy clarified, "You don't gotta do anything. Just take me to the cave, and I'll handle the rest." Just then, Hao, who had been talking to Roking, mentioned she told him about a warehouse full of steel pipes. Hearing that, she grabbed onto Wanji tight so he couldn't run off and told him they had to move out right now. Even though the guy was whining about being totally drained, suddenly she started acting all high and mighty, and she declared it was time to flex her insane new magic skills. Boom! Her dimensional portal number 2 appeared in her hand. Looking like some kind of portable sphere, she could actually hand it over to someone else. Hao just tossed it to Wanji like it was nothing. She told him to just shove all the stuff inside, and she could pull it out from her end. Fen was totally shook, realizing she could hand that weird item over to anyone now, but she didn't even care, because she still kept another one on her lay, so she could keep using her powers. The MC was surprised, seeing Hao actually had 2 of them. He asked how she pulled that off. That's when she remembered something. That time when Fen forced her to store supplies until she hit her absolute limit. And right after that, out of nowhere, a second storage space just popped up. The MC looked at his own hand, realizing it actually made total sense, that their powers kept getting stronger. It was obvious that sooner or later, Hao's skills would evolve. Then, he turned his attention back to Wanji, and told him that from now on, handling the supplies was all on him. 30 minutes later, Nurse Jiang, who was still stuck back at the military cave, was helping Wanji feed pipes through the portal. They went straight through to where Fen and Hao were waiting to grab them, though he was definitely doing most of the hard work. When they finished moving all the gear, the guy announced it was his turn to show off his own skills. First things first, he killed the generator so he could tweak it. Since it was water-cooled, he figured he could use that, the heat from the radiator. If he hooked up the iron pipes to the outlet, using his purple light, the hot water could flow through easy peasy, all over the house. And if he heated the pipes to bend them, they could craft simple radiators. Then all that was left was setting them up in every corner of the place. And boom, the system would be complete. Finally, with a pump, they could cycle the water back up from the bottom, where it'd get reheated and circulate again. Then Fen fired up the generator and the heating at the same time. The machine started rumbling and kicked into gear. But when Hao touched the walls, she said they didn't feel hot at all. The MC sat next to her and told her to just be patient, because it wasn't gonna happen instantly. 30 minutes later, those 2 slackers were in the living room munching on junk food, loving the house. It was totally toasty now. But while Fen was eating ice cream, he couldn't shake the feeling he was forgetting something big. When it finally hit him, he freaked out, remembering they still had to save the garden and the plants. Fen sprinted straight to the underground basement to set up the new heating down there. After a while, he finished laying the pipes, along with the new lights. With both hands, he used his green light to try and revive his veggies. But he wasn't sure if it would work, since they'd been frozen for way too many days. 30 minutes later, totally exhausted, he grabbed one of the plants and cursed when he saw it didn't do anything. He took a close look at a radish and noticed it barely grew at all. Then he grabbed a tomato that wasn't fully ripe yet. It was a pretty decent size though, and he figured tossing it would be a huge waste. even though it was kind of frozen. He decided to take a bite just to test the flavor. Disaster. It tasted absolutely nasty, super acidic and gross. Totally bummed. He went back upstairs. Forget about saving those plants. The smartest move was to just replant everything from scratch. Hal was waiting upstairs, busy gaming on the PlayStation 5. Fen told her all the basement veggies were dead, so he needed new seeds. She pulled some bags from her dimensional storage. And get this, she said, besides veggies, they needed fruits like strawberries too. She wanted to offer them to the evil eye. Oh. And she demanded steak for dinner. Fen knew those were just excuses. She just wanted to stuff her face with delicious food. Then it hit him. He remembered something huge. When he combined beans and meat using the green and red lights, he got a massive slab of meat. Hype restored. He ran back to the basement and grabbed a frozen cabbage, beans in the other hand. The plan: fuse them into a giant cabbage. He fired up his red and green powers. His energy sense was way sharper now, so he thought with enough patience he'd nail it. But nope. Seconds later, both the cabbage and the seeds turned into straight-up charcoal, just as he thought. Fen knew this wasn't going to be easy. He had to be patient. If beans and cabbage were a bust, it was time to try a new combo. He grabbed another cabbage and tried again. Boom. Instant charcoal. He was so mad, veins were popping out of his face. Okay? Time to switch it up. He grabbed a weird-looking tomato, held it up, and declared, "You're next." He gathered more soy seeds, focused hard, and blasted his powers again. He had to feel the vibe, the rhythm of the energy, find that sweet spot. Suddenly, his eyes went wide. No way. The tomato grew massive. He was stoked. But something felt off. The thing was still completely green, like it hadn't ripened at all. He took a bite, hoping it tasted better than the last fail. But the second he tasted it, he made a hilarious face. The taste hadn't changed at all. Still bitter. Still gross, just giant-sized now. Later, he kept up the weird experiments. This time, a gigantic radish. Surprise. He took a bite and it tasted normal. Unlike that trash from before, Fen thought about it. It had to be about the ripeness. Unripe tomatoes just grew into bigger, bitter tomatoes, but small radishes. They kept their flavor when they got huge. Bottom line: fruits, veggies, meat, if you supersize them. The original taste stays the same. Just then, Hao showed up rocking dinosaur pajamas. She said the best play was to plant ripe strawberries, then make them grow huge, so they could stuff their faces. Fen thought, actually, that's a solid idea. But then he realized she was standing right there, and he jumped out of his skin. He asked when she got there. She was like, "Since you pulled out that tomato." Hal mentioned Nurse Ji Young called her on the walkie-talkie. She said she's coming back alone, so no need to go out looking for her. The guy spotted a small cave ahead. The woman screamed, "Get in!" They sprinted for their lives. The fire was eating everything up, nearly roasting their butts. The girl was like, "I even found a pet," which made Fen wonder what kind of animal the nurse could possibly bring back. Cause with this insane weather, finding anything alive was basically impossible. When Yi-Ung got back to the villa, she brought something totally nuts. And Fen was shook when he realized the pet was actually a whole polar bear. She hugged it all cute, saying it probably escaped from a zoo. And besides being super chill and obedient, it was so skinny it probably hadn't eaten in ages. The prophet was like, "No way." Asking what she meant by cute and obedient. "I mean, it's a polar bear." He also wanted to know what went down on the way back. Yi-Ung explained that after leaving the cave with Ruo Qing's crew, she bolted back as fast as she could. But then, out of nowhere, this little guy jumped right in front of her. Pure reflex. When it lunged, she accidentally punched its lights out. KO'd instantly, feeling super bad about it. She carried him all the way back to the villa to heal him up. That explained everything Fen was seeing, and why the polar bear had a face full of bruises and looked absolutely terrified. They didn't really have a choice, so they decided to adopt him and named him Xiaobai. with plenty of food. After a few days, the bear started warming up to them, though he was still scared to death of Yi Yang. For Fen, the best part was that when he hooked him up to a makeshift sled, Xiaobai was insanely fast. Fen thought this was a legendary pull, cause the bear only needed synthetic meat, which is easy to make and doesn't waste precious veggies. When Fen and the bear got back to the villa, he was thinking how awesome it was to have a legit mount for travel. Yi Yang, seeing them pull up, ran over to Xiaobai all hyped, asking if he was tired, but the second the bear heard her voice, he freaked out and hid behind Fen, while she kept asking why he was scared of her when she was the one who saved him. Fen explained it was her crazy strength that still had him shook. Days passed, and the three of them, they were celebrating like crazy when they saw the strawberries in their garden finally ripened. Once they were ready, Fen grabbed one and used his powers to giant-size it. Both he and the nurse took a bite, relieved to find out that it was delicious and tasted just like the real deal. Hal popped open his dimensional storage and started packing up a bunch of strawberries to send to his sister Ruo Qing at the military cave. When they got the fruit, everyone was floored. Sixi and Yuanjie couldn't believe their eyes, while Ruo Qing was asking if this was even real life. Soon after, she thanked Hao for the gift, saying the strawberries were top tier, though Sixi and Yuanjie admitted they didn't want to eat another bite. But then, the piece was shattered instantly. A massive explosion rocked the military cave, sending debris flying everywhere. The blast freaked everyone out, and the tension spiked as they tried to figure out what happened. The last thing they expected was more trouble, because the guy who caused that noise was that giant who fought Fen and his squad a while back. And he wasn't alone. Tons of soldiers stormed through the hole he just smashed open. They brought back up two commanders, Sandanzu, and a woman named Action. And the white-haired guy raised a finger and gave the signal. Sang ordered the reserve squad to move out. It was their turn to step up, sweep every single room in that cave, and don't let anyone escape. Don't let a single one get away. Honestly, they were just armed civilians in terrible shape, but Sang promised them if this worked, he'd promote them. He'd even give each of them a woman. Hearing that, those guys rushed into the tunnels like wild animals, totally crazed by the reward. But for Sang, that underground warehouse was way too complex. And the enemies inside, they had 3 dangerous ability users. He figured it was better to send the cannon fodder in first. Captain Anne was pissed. She told him straight up, "You don't have the rank to hand out rewards like that." But Sang just answered with zero emotion. Rewards are only for the living, not the dead. He made it clear those. Then, the white-haired guy asked her if they could split up. She just shrugged. Totally done with him. Do whatever you want. The giant was confused. He didn't know how to react, since Anne was technically his captain, but Sang cut him off. She doesn't call the shots anymore. You follow my orders now. Then the fat guy begged Sang to wait for him and not leave him behind. Anne clicked her tongue in annoyance. Sang was taking way too many liberties, doing whatever he pleased. Still, she turned to her own men and ordered them to hold their position. They had to watch out so the enemy wouldn't ambush them and cut off their escape. Meanwhile, the armed civilians kept pushing through the hallways hunting for survivors, with the white-haired guy's crew right behind them. The commander told his men to slow down. They needed to let the cannon fodder scout ahead first. That way, they wouldn't have to risk their own necks for nothing. But what those guys didn't know was that deep in the underground cave, someone was already watching them. Roken was using her detection skill to track Sang and that giant guy. She told Sixi and Yang that 2 special ability users were heading straight for them, coming from deep underground. She couldn't understand how anyone would think to attack from the deepest part of the cave. Meanwhile, Sixi had confidently only set traps at the surface entrance. And for Yang, it was even worse. His powers were useless in a place with no snow. Roken knew that in her current state, she couldn't take on 2 ability users alone, especially since they brought a whole army of soldiers with them. She had no choice. She had to order a retreat. But first, she had to radio Fen and tell him what was going down. She told him 2 men with powers had shown up inside the cave, and since they weren't ready to fight them, they decided to pull back. The MC asked who she was talking about. Were they soldiers from the base? The woman replied she hadn't seen them directly yet. But when she detected them with her ability, she sensed that one of them had a body way bigger than normal. With that description, and the fact they came from deep underground, Fen knew exactly who it was. Still, Roken decided not to say more. She didn't want to worry his sister. How? She just promised they'd be fine. Once they found a safe spot, they'd get back in touch. She didn't wait for him or anyone else to answer. She cut the connection immediately. Fen scratched his head. Knowing they were in deep trouble, that was the situation. If Ruo Singh abandoned the cave, all the weapons and ammo stored there would end up in the hands of the base. If that happened, Brother Lee and the others back in the city would be in danger all over again. Plus, the villa where they were staying wasn't exactly far away. And if the base managed to take control of that zone, sooner or later they'd find out where they were hiding. If they found out He was the one hiding in the villa, they'd definitely come to take him out. That's why he figured the best move was to get those supplies back. And if that wasn't possible, destroy everything before they could use it against him. Acting all tough in front of the girls, the main character declared that he couldn't just leave Ruo Singh behind, since she was his ally and Hao's sister, so he had to go save her. But the girl just replied calmly, assuring him it was no big deal, since with her sister's skills, she was sure they'd escape without a problem. Fen looked at her in shock and snapped, "How can you say that?" But to Hao, that attitude was super weird. She wondered why all of a sudden he was showing so much interest. Until she came to a conclusion. She commented that she approved of their relationship. But from now on, he had to address her as big sister. The guy, totally confused, didn't understand a single word she was saying. Nurse Ji Young didn't get it either, so she asked Hao to explain. The young girl then whispered to her that she'd realized the main character liked her sister, and that's why he wanted to go save her, like she was some damsel in distress. A while later, Fen had already set off on his sled, pulled by Xiaobai. While making faces, he told his companion that he could go alone, that she didn't have to follow him. Riding on the back of the polar bear was Nurse Ji Young, carrying a massive machine gun. She replied that since he always helped her, this time she wanted to return the favor. As they moved forward, Fen kept insisting it wasn't necessary. But the girl told him not to be modest and that he could count on her backup. Meanwhile, inside the military cave, Ruo Singh and the kids were escaping through the tunnels, since the woman was still injured. Shishi was pushing her at full speed in her wheelchair. As they went through the corridors, they ran into the reserve squad. When they saw Ruo Singh, they got all excited, realizing she was a woman, and wanted to capture her alive. Sixi and Yang Yi reacted instantly, spinning the chair around to put it in attack position. The girl, without hesitating, raised her assault rifle and unleashed a burst of fire that turned those guys into Swiss cheese. The roar of the gunfire alerted San Tanzu, who ordered his soldiers to take positions. The woman had barely taken out a few from the scout team, while the others took cover behind the walls, ready to wipe her out. With determination, the girl raised both hands to charge up her powers, warning the kids to hold on tight to the back of the wheelchair. They obeyed, asking if she was gonna do what they thought she was gonna do. The young woman said yes. Immediately, she fired a massive energy blast like a Kamehameha that launched them backwards at high speed. At the same time, the shockwave blasted straight at the group of enemies, who stared at the phenomenon without having a clue what was happening. Their surprise didn't last long, caused the energy threw them through the air, smashing them in every direction inside the tunnel. One of the men, he launched himself straight at the behemoth's gut, but the giant swatted him away with a massive punch. That monster gloated that they were done for. While Ruo King and the kids were blasted backward at insane speed, the giant was on their tail, relentless. Young-gi realized they were heading straight for a pile of rubble. If they didn't do something, they'd be flattened. The young girl screamed at them to hold on for dear life. She triggered her force field. And boom, they were launched high into the air. Then she told Sixie to use his explosive ability to blow the entrance sky high and cut off the pursuit. The giant was scrambling over the rocks, but the girl triggered every single trap at once, unleashing a deafening explosion that was so loud, even Fen and his crew heard it from miles away. Using his detection skill, the boy confirmed Ruoking and the kids had made it out of the cave. But it wasn't a smooth landing. They crashed violently onto the frozen ground outside. Only the girl's force field kept them from getting absolutely wrecked. Still, it was too much. The shield shattered, and all three were thrown into the snow. The big guy survived the blast. He emerged from the smoke, absolutely furious, screaming that he was going to bury them right there. The girl and the kids watched in terror, knowing there was no way to dodge the Colossus's crushing fists in time. Just as he was about to squash them like bugs, a hail of bullets cut him off, even though the rounds bounced off his massive Kevlar vest. It was enough to force him to halt his attack. The shots came from Ji Young's submachine gun. She was riding a polar bear and pulling up with Fen to save the day. The main character stared down the big guy, shouting that they finally met again. While the enemy tried to block the nurse's relentless bullet rain with his bare hands, Fen drifted the sled at full speed right up to where Ruoking was. He reached out his hand and yelled at him to get in. Now, the giant roared at the boy, screaming how much he hated his guts and swore he'd destroy him so he'd never get in his way again. But he didn't expect Ji Young to get up close and personal, smashing the butt of her machine gun directly into his face with a savage swing. Sixie and Young-gi were totally drop-jawed seeing the nurse's raw strength. Without giving them a second to blink, Ji Young grabbed them, and seizing the moment, they pulled Ruoking to safety. The big guy, frustrated and raging, wasn't about to forgive them or let them run. Fen realized that despite everything they threw at him, that monster just wouldn't quit. That's when he asked Young-gi if he could use the accumulated snow to trigger an avalanche. The kid said, "You bet," and instantly slapped his hands onto the snow. Moments later, a small-scale avalanche began to crumble down from the nearby mountain. The giant looked at it with pure contempt, convinced it was just a pile of slush, and that a single punch would vaporize it. But just before he struck, a flash of blue fire shot past his face and headed for the avalanche. As the fire expanded, it formed a massive wall that completely blocked the snow, stopping it dead. The giant, absolutely livid, was ready to keep chasing Fen, but a voice commanded him to halt. It was Commander San, who ordered him to stand down, reminding him they had more important business to handle, and that scaring them off was enough. Finally out of danger, the main character and the others took shelter in one of the towers near the dam. Back there, Se-hee was hyping up Ji Young, saying she'd never met a girl this strong, and that she looked totally insane when she showed up to save them. Fen, knowing how dangerous things were, asked the nurse to take Ruoking and the kids back to the villa while he stayed behind to cover the rear. With a wicked grin, he added that if the base military tried to follow them, he'd have no choice but to blow the dam's floodgates and bury them underwater. The woman and kids looked at him in horror. Cause that idea reminded them of the bad old days before they were allies. After that, the squad decided to head back to the villa for safety, leaving our boy alone to execute the plan. He moved to the underground cave and scoped out the situation from a distance with his binoculars. The entrance was completely blocked by rubble, and nobody was standing guard. He figured worst case. If he ran into soldiers, reinforcing his suit would cut down the threat significantly. The real dangers were the big guy and that new commander with the powers. Spotting them, Fen realized they were deep inside the cave, so he had to avoid any direct confrontation with them. Ready to make a move? The kid got close to the entrance and started softening the giant rocks with his purple light. Since that was taking way too long, he chose to crawl under the softened stones. though he knew if he got stuck, he'd be in big trouble. After checking, there was no one waiting to ambush him. He slid inside. Getting up, he grabbed his weapon and moved carefully, staying on guard. But as he walked deeper, he started noticing something weird. Not a single person in the hallways. There were a lot of pools. And it was super sus that after they fought so hard to take over the cave, nobody was sent to move the supplies, since that wasn't his priority anyway. He stuck to the plan. He pulled a stick of dynamite from his bag. If he destroyed the fuel and weapons, his mission would be done. Moving through the dark corridors, he remembered the depots were close and couldn't help wondering why he didn't see them yet. Suddenly, at an intersection, a noise caught his attention. Further back, Santonzu and his men had taken down another group of soldiers. It was Captain Anne's men. She was screaming furiously, accusing him of treason. That's when Fen realized why nobody bothered moving the supplies. A civil war had exploded right inside the base. The white-haired guy told the woman that anyone who knows how to adapt to circumstances is a true genius. And if she was willing to surrender, he wouldn't treat her badly. The captain fired back that not long ago, the Supreme Commander promoted him. And now, suddenly, he's rebelling for Sangye. That didn't mean anything. He stated that damn guy always treated them like simple tools, never seeing them as people. He showed her how parts of his body and the big guys were starting to crystallize from excessive use of their abilities, warning that if they kept being exploited like that, sooner or later they'd end up dying. His words made the captain think, remembering how their leader treated them. The Supreme Commander had. He complained to her because they still hadn't managed to take back the underground warehouse, demanding that the big guy dig a tunnel in less than 10 days. The woman shot back that it was basically impossible, since the guy's brain was already crystallizing, and if they didn't let him rest, it could be fatal. But the commander didn't give a damn. All he wanted was to recover the supplies as soon as possible. That memory made the woman realize the truth in San's words. That guy didn't care if they lived or died, as long as the objectives were met. The white-haired guy claimed that back at the base, the only ones actually capable were the Supreme Commander and one. Resources were running low, and with their skills plus the supplies, they'd have nothing to fear. Plus, he scolded the woman for failing her mission, and if the commander came back, he wouldn't forgive her. The soldiers mentioned that it'd been a long time since the captain's group had a decent meal, and if they joined San, they could recover rations to sell or trade. The white-haired guy laid out the proposal. If they teamed up, they could overthrow the Supreme Commander and split the supplies. The offer sounded tempting, and several men from the woman's squad admitted it wasn't a bad idea. Realizing she had few options left, she agreed to join San, but she had one condition: she wanted to patch up her wounded men first. Fen felt disappointed. That alliance had been sealed way too fast, and it didn't give him any advantage. However, he figured if the group clashed with the base leader, it wouldn't be all bad either. The problem was the supplies. Leaving them in their hands meant giving them enough power to become a threat. The decision was clear. Destroy everything and get out of there as soon as possible. 10 minutes later, he had already reached the main depot, where military weapons and ammo were stored. He went from warehouse to warehouse, planting the dynamite charges with extreme care. He was moving fast, not stopping for anything, knowing the soldiers were still lurking around. When he was done, he figured he better get out of the cave and detonate it from a safe distance. Just imagining thousands of fuel barrels and piles of ammo blowing up at once, it made his blood run cold. As he rushed through the corridors, he remembered he was passing near the cell block, and it was just 2 turns to reach the underground tunnel exit. But when he turned the corner, he ran into a surprise. A guy sitting on a bed, just chillin' and eating. Their eyes met, and Fen recognized Boss Jian instantly. The guy saw him and started screaming to alert the squad. RMC reacted on pure instinct. He raised his gun and fired, silencing him instantly. Game over. The kid cursed under his breath, cause he totally forgot that dude was still locked up in the tunnels. And now, that rifle shot alerted everyone. Fen had no choice but to run for it. Super annoyed that Jian had just made things way harder. Knowing he should have taken him out ages ago, he activated his detection and realized, yup, they heard him. The chase was on. Sandanzo ordered the first squad to follow the map. Take the shortcut and block the tunnel exit right now. The kid moved forward, weapon ready, prepared for any attack. Even though he really wanted to avoid a fight, only one curve left to the exit. He sped up, absolutely fearless. He peeked around the side of the warehouse, and BAM soldiers spotted him. They screamed, found him, and just started spraying bullets without a second thought. The guy was ticked off. He was totally caught off guard trying to sneak out the other side. But when those military dudes saw that their bullets did absolutely nothing, they were like, what the heck is going on? Didn't matter though. Seconds later, his shots wiped them all out. He used his special powers to armor up with a shield. He's him. If those screams hadn't tipped him off, he would have been toast for sure. He booked it to a rocky corner. And while checking the detonator, he decided to set a timer to give himself an escape window. He rigged the bombs to blow in 120 seconds. Figured that was plenty of time to get out of dodge. Then he crouched down, blasted his purple light on the rocks, and crawled right under them. The only thing that sucked, all those precious supplies were going to get destroyed. And in this apocalypse, finding that much loot is basically impossible. Just as he was crawling out busted, the giant saw the glow of his light. That guy screamed at Fen, "You're not going anywhere," and triggered his seismic powers. Right on the ground, causing a cave-in. Our boy was so close to safety, but if he kept moving forward, he'd get squashed flat. No choice. He had to bail on the exit and roll back into the cave. The big guy roared, "I got you now." Fen was so frustrated because that fat guy just wouldn't quit. Like, get a life. Without wasting a second, Fen unleashed his machine gun. He knew he had to take this guy out as soon as possible, or that explosion would wipe him out. But the enemy slammed the ground so hard, he pulled up a solid wall of rock, blocked every single shot. Fen cursed. His attack did 0 damage. Then suddenly, the giant smashed through the wall to throw hands. Even though Fen had armored up his suit again, that seismic punch was insane. It still hurt him. He got launched into a wall with serious force. Ouch. That hurt. But no time for tears. He had to get it together fast, unless he wanted to be pancake mix. He scrambled up and ran for his life. Then disaster struck. Fen realized the attack smashed his remote detonator, so he couldn't stop the bombs now. And to make it worse, the big guy had blocked the exit with more rocks. We are so screwed. Now he had no clue how much time was left before K-boom. Meanwhile, Tubby over there kept coming at him. But Fen was blocking those seismic hits like a pro, mixing his green and purple lights. The clash of rocks against his softening and hardening skills was totally canceling out the damage. Then, he saw an opening. He focused the purple light on the ground, turned it to mush, and trapped the big guy's hands. He bolted immediately. The guy was screaming his head off, calling him a coward for running. Fen sprinted back down the tunnel, knowing the clock was ticking down. If he couldn't get out, he had to find a safe zone. Fast, he scanned the area. The fat guy was still struggling to get free, so he wasn't chasing. But then, plot twist, he saw Sandansu. He was closing in with his squad, running right alongside the captain. They rushed through the tunnels and hit one of the supply warehouses right at that moment. Our boy breathed a huge sigh of relief, since using his detection skill earlier had totally saved his skin, letting him dodge a head-on clash with them. Over the radio, the white-haired guy screamed at the giant, furious that he let the MC slip away so easily. Captain Ann thought taking down an ESPER required working as a team, but Sang figured that if they bunched up, finding him would actually be way harder. Fen peeked out carefully. He couldn't hear exactly what they were saying, and just prayed they'd leave fast. Every second ticking by just dialed up the pressure. The explosion was getting closer. and the nerves were really starting to get to him. That anxiety made him slip up. A tiny noise came from the boxes, and Captain Ann clocked it instantly. All the other soldiers locked their weapons right onto the supplies where Fen was hiding. Pure panic hit the kid. He knew he didn't stand a chance against that many armed men, but after surviving so many extreme situations, he had no choice but to take the risk. Focusing his red light power on a nearby wall, that made the cave ceiling right above the soldiers turn totally unstable. Giving him just enough time to bolt for the exit, the white-haired guy saw the collapse coming and blasted his blue fire power to melt the falling rocks. Before they could crush his men, they managed to avoid getting squashed. But Fen made a clean getaway. Sang looked visibly annoyed and totally exhausted, ordering his men to hunt the protagonist down immediately. The kid ran without stopping, sprinting past stacks of gasoline barrels. He found one with a bomb attached, checked the counter, and saw he had barely 11 seconds left. That was his cue to shoot out of there like a lightning bolt, without looking back. The guy screamed that whoever caught Fen would get a massive prize, kilos of rice and beef. That got the soldiers hyped to chase him down. The giant, who just got free, begged his captain not to leave him behind. But Sang spat on him, calling him useless trash who always loses. Suddenly, a sound echoed through the cave. Sang turned around and saw a barrel bomb hit zero. In a split second, the barrel blew up, right next to the commander, blasting fire and debris everywhere. Captain Ann screamed at her men to get out right now if they wanted to live. Then, a chain reaction set off the other barrels, unleashing literal hell in the tunnels. Exhausted, Fen leaned against a wall, thinking it was finally over, since the bombs had finally gone off. But then, the girl appeared right behind him, running for her life. The kid thought she was still chasing him. The woman screamed furiously, calling him a total idiot for blowing up the fuel depot, yelling that now they were both condemned to die. When the protagonist turned around, he saw an unstoppable wall of fire approaching behind the captain, which made him run in desperation. To keep the woman from catching him, he used his powers on a wall and made it collapse right behind him. But Captain Ann didn't hesitate. She jumped right over it to tail him, leaving her own men behind. She was screaming with rage, promising she'd kill him, while Fen warned her to stay the hell away. The inferno of flames caught up to the straggling soldiers who were stuck behind the obstacle. They were done for. The woman looked insane, insisting that if she caught Fen, it was the end of him. But he shouted back that this wasn't the time to fight. With a stroke of luck, as he burst through the narrow tunnel, the captain ordered our MC to block the entrance as soon as possible. He snapped back, irritated that he didn't need a reminder, and without wasting a second, he got straight to work. Thanks to his move, the flames didn't manage to reach them, but the inside of that cave, it had turned into a literal hell on earth. The soldiers trapped in the tunnels were screaming in agony as they were consumed by the scorching fire. From the outside, thick smoke started pouring out, a sign of the absolute